Yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga, may yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shot daw na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Sarit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban sa Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL at saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest. Every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nat's Benedetta counter goal against TNC nung Day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC. Dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Electo final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni si Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle take.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's Do or Die Lord Steal nung Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benicuti at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benicuti will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. 1 Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nat's Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benicuti, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Hi, ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw
Yes.
talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon, pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung flash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon. Tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Chap. No, patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa. Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko. Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Electo final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle take.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's do or die Lord Steal nung day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets. Lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH and teammates. Pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our third spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the second spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Galera ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung flash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack, no, patuloy niyo pa rin kami sinusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan, saka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss S. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa. Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nat's Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's do or die Lord Steal ng day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila to gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon Force platform para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kakarespond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw
Yes.
talaga ng bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Sabi nila, to be the best, you have to beat the finest, the greatest, and the strongest. But that's not even the hardest part. It's staying on top. For years, the Philippines has remained to be the greatest of them all. And that's why we're home to the greatest and the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world. Pero paano ba natin to nagawa? Yan ang ating aalamin as we continue to celebrate the Philippine meta and our unsung heroes. Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino, and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 11. Now, today's triple header will be headlined by former teammates, once brothers, who have taken different roads, now converging to the same path to be the best in MLBB. It's the reunion of Boyet DR and Calra. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness Nexplay EVOS versus Smart Omega. Casters, pasok.
Destiny has led them to this day. Former teammates Kelra and Boyet meet in the professional stage. Will their championship roots and experience and origins and genes translate into winning results? We'll find out together. Good evening and good afternoon, Philippines and the world. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf for the first match of the day. Man, it's the Filipino Savage and Nexplay's rookie jungler facing off on the first day.
I love it, right? This is always a good start first off, the triple header. And you start with a lot of kind of history there. A rivalry in itself, is it going to be building? That's kind of the big question. Yeah. And, we ended yesterday with, you lovely gentlemen here, and now we're starting the day with you guys as
Together.
well. Together as one. Unimind.
Unimind. That is the trio right there. But, when we were talking about the reunion between Boyet and Kelra, if you don't know, for all of the viewers out there who does not know about their history, they were playing the amateur scene and have actually taken a lot of championships, like million peso championships together.
Yeah, as we dig on the history of these two amazing players, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM with smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get 3 gigabytes of data. Now, going back to the history of these two amazing players, Kelra and Boyet. How's this, Wolf?
Yeah, he was called Bien, if I'm not mistaken, from before his namesake.
Yeah, Bien.
Yeah, so they have been playing together, before Kelra moved on to the professional scene. There was a lot of talk where Bien, there's a little bit of, drama in here, right? Because when Bien was offered by an MPL team back in MPL season 6 or 7, around that time, before he should be the only one to be be taken to MPL, but what happened was Bien did not take the offer just because he wants to stay with his teammates. But then again, Kelra also was the first one to break that team. So just a little bit of drama out there.
Yeah, breaking down the history of Bien, or former now Boyet from Nexplay EVOS versus Smart Omega. This is the first match of the day, followed by TNC versus ONIC in day number 2. So we are still expecting one more match for the day. It's Saturday is still primetime MPL Philippines day. So going back, those is one thing that we're looking for, like the roots, the origins of these players as two former teammates meet, as Wolf mentioned. So it's Kelra and some members of Smart Omega. I believe Marky and also Hito were part of it, how they started MPL Philippines.
Yeah, it looked like it was, Marky, Miko. This all traces back. Like you would have to be a longtime fan to know this kind of history because, of course, we do. Here on the English desk, we have a lot of international viewers as well that might not have known that kind of journey that a lot of these players have made up into the MPL, the professional league. But that's where everything started brewing. I mean, we even saw that recently where it was, for example, when ONIC Philippines played against NXPE last week, right? Where you had a lot of that history with the amateur scene. And I feel like now that you have an actual league for the amateur scene and that you can kind of follow this path a little bit more clearly, especially if you're an international, viewer and you want to keep an eye on things because, it's a good point, right? You're going to have these two guys go head to head, but really impactfully, like as a team, what does, for example, Boyet bring to the team? Is it on the same level as Kelra, which he's been making waves for some time now? So now it's like, all right, we were teammates in the past, but Boyet, I'm here, and I want to make it. I want to make it so that you prove yourself that you also belong here.
Well, what they wanted to do was do something like a dream high scenario, like ONIC Philippines, wherein they go in together as a team. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. They went in one after the other. They have their low-key Generation of Miracles vibes to them as well, as now they are all part of the MPL, or have been part of MPL, like Mycophobia, for example, and Marky now in the international stage for BTR. And I think that Lift also was part of that group too. So there's a lot of how do you say this? Good products from that kind of from that team that was dominating the amateur scene from 4 years back.
Quite a while,
As we thought about them, they're passing right behind their backs, and this is just purely rippling aura of these new players. Because if we look back, right, you told me like Wolf back in how Vien or Boyet started his history, it came a long way, and I believe one thing that they looked forward here to maintain that attitude is the mentality, right? Because you see Keller, you see Hito doing all the growing milestones and growing pains. Now, what maintained them is they also dominated the amateur scene, and now they're here, and this is one thing that they're trying to prove something that we can also be acknowledged in a way that we never, in a way, they didn't lose the chance. They're here.
They're here now, and I feel like that's the thing, right? Because across from them, when you have this whole squad that has traveled together, from Minana, and now they're here in NXPE specifically, I'm wondering too, what is that, how we can only assume what players are feeling or thinking, right? We can't really say for sure, but, when Kelra sees that, he sees his old teammates, and now a teammate as a whole is here to compete. You got to think, right?
Well, since we all got to think of what happened on the history, let's throw it over to our very own Odin for our courtside report of the day.
Thank you, casters. Happy weekend, everyone. This is your very own Odin reporting courtside. Weekend rest day para sa mga tulad mong masipag magtrabaho. Kaya naman deserve mong mapanood isang napakagandang matchup that is gonna be Smart Omega versus Nexplay EVOS. Dati nang ginagawang trabaho ang ML lang magkasama, pero may kanya-kanya silang dahilan kung paano sila na-hire sa ibang team. Pag-uusapan natin ngayon ang dalawang key players ng kanilang mga teams, Kelra and Boyet DR. Kilala bilang BNML noon sa probinsya ng Bataan itong si Boyet DR, at doon ay nakasama niya rin sa Bataan Boys sina Edward at Rene J. Maraming oportunidad ang naroon sa kanila para sa amateur scene, pero hindi nagtagal ay nagkaroon sila ng sari-sariling oportunidad din sa labas ng amateur scene. Si Edward noon na tinawag na Agent Zero ay pumasok sa Blacklist International noong Season 5, at si Rene J naman ay pumasok sa MPL noong Season 6 with Nexplay Solid. Meanwhile, si Boyet DR ay nanatili sa amateur scene, at dito ay nakasama niya sina Marky, Mycophobia, Hito at Kelra. At ayon sa kanilang former manager na si Bamba, sa kanyang social media post, ay nagtry sila sa iba't ibang amateur scene, gayon din sa MPL qualifiers. Pero noong mga panahon na yon ay hindi pa para sa kanila ang entabladong ito. Pero hindi nagtagal ay nagkaroon ng iba't ibang opportunities ang kanilang mga teammates at etong si Mycophobia ay napunta sa Execration, gayon din si Hito. Si Marky naman ay sa ONIC. At noong late 2020 nga ay pumasok si Kelra sa Execration na ngayon ay gold laner at kilala ang team nila bilang Smart Omega. Noon din ay tinanghal silang runner-up sa MPL Philippines at nagtunggali para sa MSC 2021 at nakuha nila doon ang kanilang kampyonato. Naging Rookie of the Year din si Kelra. Meanwhile, si Boy at DR naman ay nasa amateur scene pa rin noon at nung early 2021 ay pumasok siya sa Nexplay Liquid. Patuloy niyang tinahak ang amateur scene at doon din ay nakilala niya ang kanyang mga current teammates na ngayon ay Nexplay EVOS. Para sa kanila, parting ways was never part of the plan, kaya naman nag-stick sila sa kanilang mga teams. Kahit nagkaroon sila ng offers individually ay hindi nila ito tinanggap. At ngayon nga ay nasa entablado rin siya ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Dating workmates na sina Boy at DR at si Kelra, ngayon ay maghaharap na muli sa isang entablado. Will they be able to work things out ngayon sa kanilang mga teams? Challenge ito para kay Kelra dahil matagal na siyang nandito sa entablado ng MPL, ngunit ngayon ay meron siya mga bagong kasama. Challenge rin ito para kay Boy at DR kasi ay nagstay siya sa amateur scene for a very long time kasama ang kanyang mga teammates. Pero handa na nga ba siyang kaharapin ang dati niyang teammate na si Kelra? Who will be able to work things out kasama ang kanilang mga teams? Malalaman natin yan with our casters.
Thank you so much, Odin, for that throwback Saturday. Man, I can't feel more nostalgic, but Miko, I believe he never aged a day. But looking back on how their his haircut and his pre-MPL days started, man, this is a truly a testament of a hashtag. Like, because of ML, these players meet and started their part of their own ways, but they had their own destiny written right now in our very own league.
Yeah, I believe that you have a translation for what Odin just said, right?
Yeah.
You will translate it for us, right?
Yeah, I will.
In English.
Yeah.
Okay, how does it go? How did it go?
Former, they are called the Bataan Boys in the Philippines. And they started with, as you've mentioned, like kind of like a dream high feel, history and vibe. But more of this is, he's the one who stayed with the amateur scene and he never left and he grew that mentality to be here.
Yeah. I think that's fine. Honestly, if you look at both, people's journeys, how they eventually end up in the professional league, everyone's going to have their own story, right? Now, specifically, we've been highlighting a lot here, especially for Boy at DR, and you can't discount the fact that staying there and everything allows that synergy to build with your teammates, right? And yes, week 3 now, it seems like they've got to, do some adjustments, but it's obviously there for them and they can pull it off.
Well, speaking of pull it off, now let's call on teams on stage, NXPE and Omega. Let's welcome them now.
The rookies treat every challenge as a lesson. Their hunger to win is ready to conquer everything that they face. Welcoming on stage, it's Nexplay EVOS! After a difficult match against the Code, the Barangay is back to give all they've got to climb up the ranks. Welcome on stage, Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Puckbet and Coach Josh. It's Smart Omega versus Nexplay EVOS. Who will step up to the challenge?
I am feeling the energy, the vibe, and the confidence. It's Nexplay EVOS in their same lineup. Look at this.
Yeah, the multicolored Nexplay EVOS. What color will we see today? Well, we know for sure that they have all been playing together for quite a long time, even years before MPL started. Is it good? Is it bad? So far, it's working well for NXPE EVOS. Well, for Minana, they were able to get into the league. But for the actuality of Nexplay EVOS, have they been shocked by all of the pro players here in the stage, right? Is it actually a big factor to play in front of a big crowd in one of the, if not literally the biggest scene in the Philippines, right? So there should be a lot of pressure, and we saw that through Nexplay EVOS' eyes.
Yeah, I think that's something we're obviously seeing from them, right? And a little bit of a struggle here and there, depending on who they're matched up against. But I think overall they can hold their own. And speaking of holding their own, they've got to do it now against the lineup that Smart Omega has decided to settle in with as well, right? It's Calwa, Ryzen, Renzio, Stome, and Miko.
Now we're about to see how will this match go up against Nexplay EVOS. As Wolf mentioned, Nexplay EVOS is going through a baptism of fire because as we go from week 1 to 4, this is how they face and meet everybody right in the league. And it's their rookie season where they get a taste on what's coming. But for Smart Omega, they're retaining their lineup. There's no change as of the moment. But as we look deeper on how their experiences went, well, on further details of this team head-to-head, who do you think is more on the edge in this match?
Wow. If you think of, this is like order and chaos. Like when we compare Nexplay EVOS to Smart Omega, we can see that there's a very standardized pick for Nexplay EVOS. They're playing on the meta. Or for Smart Omega, they play like Hayabusa and Lancelot, and they play the Lancelot attack. You see, they pick non-meta heroes and put it in non-meta builds, right? That's how chaotic Smart Omega has been. And because of that, there's a lot of like inconsistency that comes with it. If you're experimenting too much, or if you're off-meta too much, yeah, you generally are, you tend to be more chaotic.
I
more
think
inconsistent.
Yeah,
in order, yeah.
The order and chaos fits well here too, because even looking at the stats, with this particularly, you know that Nexplay EVOS is going to be wanting to contest those objectives pretty much every single time, right? They've got that higher turtle control ratio, Lord ratio as well. So this would, if just looking at this alone, you know that Smart Omega is either going to have to force themselves to fight around those objectives or continue on building momentum. You saw the first blood ratio that they had. They usually get the first bloods in the game, and then they start to build on that snowball effect. And that's sort of why it is chaotic, because they rely on that snowball effect to carry them to a win, hopefully. But now they've got to fight against a team who loves their objective gameplay as well.
Objective gameplay, but on the side of Nexplay EVOS, is all about the kill fight or team fight participation, because as they function as a unit, this boils down how they choose their heroes or how their will metas work up against Smart Omega. As you've said, they're versatile and also they're unpredictable. So order and chaos, how do you figure out? Well, now let's throw it over to Leo on how he wants to give the keys to victory for this match.
Maglabas na kayo ng notebook kung kayo'y fans ng Smart Omega at ng Nexplay EVOS dahil ito ang keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Number 1, Endure the Late Game Kings. Kilala ang Smart Omega para sa Omega Timers. Mapa 18 minutes man yan, 20, 21, kailangan yan abangan ng Nexplay EVOS. Kailangan nilang isipin, kaya ba naming bugbugin si Kelra? Kaya ba naming i-distract ang mid lane combo ng Storm at Miko para mahirapan silang i-set up ang farm ni Kelra? And if they can do that, kung kaya nilang unahan ang pagka-online ng Filipino Savage, malamang mananalo ang Nexplay EVOS. Paano naman to tatalunin ng Smart Omega? Well, they can address Goyong DR and Boyet DR's early aggression. Dragon Rising nga pala ang sabihin ng DR. How do they do that? Again, invest in the mid lane. Kung si Goyong at si Boyet, mid at jungle, ang kailangang ingatan, mas lalong maging mahirap ang trabaho ni Miko and Storm. I mentioned it earlier sa aming analysis pre-draft na ngayon, malapit na. If they can watch out and take care of Goyong DR and Boyet DR's aggression, mas magiging madali ang trabaho ng Smart Omega. And last but not least, nabanggit namin kanina, pareho silang galing sa talo eh. So maraming lessons ang pwedeng mailabas ng Smart Omega at Nexplay EVOS. Prove that you've learned from last week's errors. If they can do that, we can expect a very close match. Yan ang ating keys to victory brought to you by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Leo. So one thing that struck out at me is endure the late game kings. Will they wait up to that last moment if you are Nexplay EVOS?
You know, it's funny because their Smart Omega's known for being late game centric, right? But what they've shown us over I feel like last season up and even now, they have another dynamic where they can end games early, and that's what I was talking about before we saw those keys to victory. If they can get the early kills, build that momentum, the snowballing effect, it is in their realm of possibility for Smart Omega to end games before even 15 minutes.
That's right. And what I noticed from Smart Omega, as we look into the stats between like Ryzen and Boyet DR, there's a stark difference between their priorities. When it comes to objectives, that's going to be onto Boyet. When it comes to damage and killing, that's going to be onto Ryzen. Then, when you look at how Smart Omega and how they operated in the past few weeks, they struggle when the games that they started strong are prolonged.
Yeah.
But when it comes to them prolonging the games, them coming back from deficit, like what they did with Nexplay EVOS, RSG, what they did with RSG, that is when we can say that Omega is not a late game. They're not the late game kings. They're the comeback kings. We have to be clear about that. They should be the ones prolonging the games, not their games being prolonged, right? If I'm making sense.
Yeah, it's the comeback kings. It was built by experience, history, and now we're gonna see it how unfold in the draft. Now onto the blue side, it's gonna be Nexplay EVOS who's gonna make the first move. So similarities on the bans. Who do you think will be prioritized here? Who do you think will be the priority ban up against Omega?
Well, there it is. You know, you're going to go ahead and just take out the Fanny because this is something we typically see against Smart Omega, right? They don't want that to go in the hands of Ryzen. We've seen it before a lot of the times when he does actually get a chance to play the Fanny. And the same can be said, right? If you are Smart Omega, you know objectives is going to be the name of the game. So do you actually give up some of those objective-based jungler picks? You know, we're talking Fredrins, Martiz, even the Akai possibly. Or do you just decide to play into it, right? Because so far, up to this point, week 3, we've seen a lot of bans going towards even Melissa. Does she get through? Joy, does she go through? What team is going to grab the Valentina, right? If that does pop up, because there's also just been so much as well with farces being prioritized and everything else.
You've mentioned the 3 key heroes that Smart Omega prioritizes. That's the Forza, Joy, and the Valentina. The versatility, just in case things can go wrong, right? So how they equalize everything here, maybe this is a different way that they want to go up against Nexplay EVOS, Wolf.
Yeah, I think that when you're always looking for flexibility, right? When I'm just looking through how Nexplay EVOS has been drafting, I think they are they're the most honest. What's the superlative honest? Honestest? No, most honest. Yeah, they're the most honest drafters.
They're very honest.
Yeah, they're very honest with They're very honest with their drafting. Whatever they pick, okay, you're gonna see. Fredrin, it's gonna go to the jungle. If you pick up the marksman already, it's going to be a gold laner. You already see what they wanted to do. It's counter for counter. They are not that flexible when they're trying to draft, and that doesn't mean that they are weaker when it comes to drafting. It's just that that's their draft identity, and then they eventually become comfortable with it. Now, if we compare that to Smart Omega is very flexible with their draft. That's the way Pacbet has been operating for quite a long time now. He picks up a hero, it's always a multi-role hero, so that you'll never know what the composition will be eventually.
Yeah, you leave the flexibility option there, right?
Yeah.
And usually that's what we see a lot of the times, especially in that first phase of the picks. Usually they lean towards the heroes that you can technically flex, and then you have a curveball at the end, right? Now, something, too, that is to be said with Smart Omega specifically is they love the Hilda, right? We've actually seen them pick that up often, and it works either for them or against them, because a lot of the times when they do lock in the Hilda, they get a little overzealous, things don't really work out the way they want to, and then they have to crawl back, and you're talking about their play style and everything else. When Smart Omega has to crawl back into a game, hence the comeback kings before, they do shine from there, but lately, it hasn't been the same effect, right? I would say if you have been following this team for a while now, it's obviously different from how it was before. And maybe it is because of some of the missing names that people are used to seeing, right? But now, again, it's up to Smart Omega and the coaching staff, Coach Pacbet, to pretty much find out what works for them. Is it that same comeback style? Is it not? Do they implement something else? And I think they have the tools to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
True, and if I am Nexplay EVOS, if we think on how will they counter Smart Omega, with all you boys said that in how Coach Pacbet looking into our screens, they have deep history and also overcome challenges. Even on MSC, who do you target up against Smart Omega? That time there's still Chaknu, there's still Etamax now, he's now coach. Now who do you exactly target, right? Because they're so versatile. Only what Nexplay EVOS can do is probably just trim down the choices on their large hero pool.
Yeah, I guess that they have a way out of that, of that flexibility, just because the fact that they can like compose a rigid lineup wherein, yeah, sure, it could be like the way that you draft heroes that are so meta that they don't get easily countered. If they do have a counter, at least you have a fodder for it, or a way to alleviate the pressure, like a haystack that you can just jump into and just you're gonna be comfortable, right? Maybe that's what Nexplay EVOS can do, which kind of makes it so that we should be expecting a lot of the strong S-tier heroes at Nexplay EVOS lineup.
A bit of a challenge here, right? As they meet first with former teammates, cross paths once again, you know something that, back in their head, he might use this, he might use that. But as they went through the challenge from being underground, and while Ken was on the professional scene, they didn't stop learning and also observing what they can actually use when they go up against Smart Omega. It hasn't been easy in their journey, right? But if they can easily translate all of their history and success, maybe there's always a way on how to attaining this game number one.
Well, I think one of the biggest things for Nexplay EVOS specifically is, well, already step one was they've settled in with this roster. Obviously, they picked them up from the amateur scene. They've all played every single game. So I think that is already a change from what we're used to seeing with Nexplay EVOS, right?
Yeah.
So that is already something. And this is something I talked about yesterday when we were actually casting for the TNC match, and now having that 10-man roster. NXPE went through the same thing. They had like their own growing pains. They decided to go with this roster, and now they settled into it to a point where, you're seeing these guys every single time who have been playing years together. Now, again, is that enough to go against Smart Omega, even with Calra there? The thing is, Calra is, he's known as the Filipino Savage, but he only got there with the support of his teammates, allowing him to get to that pretty much point, right? Yes, he's mechanically gifted. He's a technical player, but still, this is a 5 versus 5 game, right? You need the team there, and that is something that right now, if you look at it, Smart Omega is that team that's trying to build the synergy with these new, these new players on the roster, right? They're trying to, and you see the struggles in that. Where on the other side, the flip side, it's weird because against them, a team like Nexplay EVOS is like, wow, this team has synergy. They've played together for years. They're connected. But still, even with that being said, up to this point, Nexplay EVOS has obviously struggled themselves, right? So it's like, is it even the synergy answer? Like, you have the synergy, but you're going against these big names, these big league teams. How does that all play out here? But I think that's something specifically in this matchup that they really need to keep an eye on because, yeah, Kelra is amazing. A lot of these players on Smart Omega are all amazing in their own right, but still, is it enough to propel you to winning this series? You know, and yes, it's only week 3, but things start to fall in place, especially after this.
Yeah, I really, really, really understand what you're trying to say here. And especially, I agree with that, especially because what I felt about Omega is that Kelra, together with Ryzen, they are the 2 members that were left behind that needed to step up.
Yeah.
Now, before, they were just being unleashed. They're like, the superpowers that just get unleashed when the team needs it. And it was like Etomax and Chakto is holding the team together.
Yeah.
Now it's the reverse. They should be unleashed, but at the same time, they should be the ones to. They should act as the anchor and the stones.
Yeah, lead by example,
exactly,
basically, right?
Which is weird because they're still very young.
Yeah.
They're very electric. But at the same time, since they are the ones left, they have to be the ones to be the pillars of Omega, which makes it so that whatever you said earlier, it just makes it so difficult now for the side of Omega, right? There's so many factors that you have to add into. And I think that might be the reason why Omega's struggling. Apart from all the inconsistencies that they have, sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks bad, but I guess there's just so much on the weight of the shoulders of both Ryzen
Agree,
and
yeah. Both of these teams has growing pains because right now they're ranking 6 and 7 in the standings. So both having the same points, 4 points right now. They're more hungrier than ever. Well, for the rookies, they want to prove themselves worthy that we are here, we are meant to be, well, to show themselves to be acknowledged in the professional scene. While on the other hand, Omega, with their new lineup and with their new character development with their players, they're eager to get that championship title in MPL.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, right? They're eager, and that's why at the same time I want to point out again, with Smart Omega specifically, and any teams across the board, really when you have one highlight player that you're pointing out that might even have a certain, nickname, and they built that through the years in the league, he's here on screen right now. The guy's gifted, but still, like you said, Wolf, he has to be a leader now himself, and so that's why I think so many people actually don't realize some of the personal growth that these players go through themselves throughout their time in the professional league and how they have to develop not only their play style, but their mental state as well. So I guess we've got all things figured out here now, and we are jumping back into the draft.
Yep, so far in our screens, it's Smart Omega on the blue side, so they take first pick. Now they secure something strong for their team. While on the other hand, Nexplay EVOS needs to eye on how to really balance the table as they ban first the 1-1 and the Joy.
Yeah. Of course, what we expect the Fanny to be one of the choices here for Nexplay EVOS to ban out, as it is a Ryzen special. And Smart Omega, they are a team that's not going to hold back on first picking the Fanny. Even when there's a ton of counters to that hero, they feel that it is very strong. But you see, that means that you can consider banning out something like a Glue or perhaps the Valentina here for side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, it totally makes sense because in all of the games that we've watched, it's always about the XP lane or the jungler, but mostly EXP on the blue side, right? So, another one for the XP lane is the Yu Zong. So, if Nexplay EVOS lets loose the Valentina or bans the Valentina, this opens up the Vanny, as if Wolf mentioned.
Yeah.
And they're not afraid to use it.
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth picking. Okay, it's banned out.
They don't.
Right?
Okay.
So it's not going to slip
Respect.
through. Fredrin's open. Valentina. Who else do we see first picked?
Fredrin.
Yeah, okay. Fredrin, Valentina usually first picks here. There goes the Fredrin.
Yep.
So actually, that's kind of what you want going against a team that is very objective-based. And now you can build around that and kind of go with that game plan of let's contest these objectives.
So do you go Eve or Farsa now as your first pick? And then, of course, the Lapu Lapu is open, as well as the Glue. So I think Glue Farsa or Glue... Oh, Lapu Farsa. I should have not second-guessed myself. I already said the two correct. Yeah? All right, so there goes the Eve. Wow, these are very quick picks.
Not wasting any second here. Smart Omega and Nexplay EVOS. Something tells me that it's always about the XP lane for Nexplay EVOS. And it followed by a mid lane burst.
Yep.
So probably securing more of the rotation here. They have the Lapu Lapu, they have the Farsa. Really early game, they can have more ways to even secure early game power spikes, right?
Yeah. So maybe you get the Claude perhaps here for Nexplay EVOS, then ban out the Melissa. as this special hero for Smart Mega. I don't think that the Melissa will be picked up by Nexplay EVOS, especially because there's Eve as well as the Kadita.
Yeah, I was just saying there's no way.
No way.
It's too risky.
It's too risky. Yeah,
a lot.
I do feel that the club might be the option here for Nexplay EVOS.
Well, Marksman, will they priority now?
What?
Yeah, Melissa.
No way.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
Surprisingly, I guess they like to, live on the edge.
Oh my God! I don't want to be playing.
That's going to be
EVOS.
tough, man.
I don't want to be Melissa in this game.
Yeah, because Eve alone, right? Eve, but then now there's a Kadita there.
Yeah.
So not only do you have to watch above you in the box, you got to watch below you as well.
That's right.
There's too much responsibility.
Your head's on a swivel, man.
Yeah, to even maintain yourself to be alive.
Oh my goodness!
It's
the reverse.
Yeah.
They pick up the Melissa, the Man of the Cloud. What is this? What am I not? What's wrong with me, man? What's wrong with me?
No, nothing's wrong with you. It's maybe it's just a different flavor in NXPE EVOS, but
oh my goodness,
the problem's already set.
I can't believe
How do you escape it, right?
I think it's just more so like this is a confidence play, right? And maybe it doesn't work out for them. Maybe it does, but I still think either way, you're not going to have a good day. You know, as a Melissa here going against even Kadita alone. So they go and get those last bands out. That was the Claude earlier, and then there's the Harith. So they do take that out.
Marty's Barrett, I think. We know that Harith is a Keller special too.
Yeah.
There still is the Beatrix left open. I mean, maybe we can see that. Decent versus the Melissa. And also, of course, there's the Brody as well. Now, I think you ban out the Barretts too. And that kind of tells us that Smart Omega wants to play this Fredrin in the jungle.
Oh, okay.
So it's Lolita. Okay.
Lessening out the possible tanks for Nexplay EVOS because merely on how they want to rotate and freely use that ultimate. If you're an even Fredrin, you really might want to hold them in place. So Akai is the option here for Nexplay EVOS.
No. Smart Omega is a team that will be the ones to pick up a new hero. And Arlott is, I believe, open. I think it's one also picked up in the MPL Indonesia.
Surprise.
Yeah.
So there's the Beatrix as we talked about. Do they get Arlott here or the glue? Just go back. Do we just go back to the glue here? If you're Smart Omega, I think glue just
it's really makes sense, right?
Really makes sense.
Yeah, for Smart Omega, is it the glue or is it the Arlott? Will they debut a new hero, or will Nexplay EVOS do it? Because right now, as for the last two picks, they're really taking their time to secure this answer for the possible counter of Nexplay. So, will it be glue?
No.
It's Arlott! Called it, Wolf. You call it.
See, don't doubt yourself, Wolf.
Yeah.
You got it.
We got it.
You're doing good today.
We got it, boys. All right. Last pick, Diggy, I think, for Nexplay EVOS. Or maybe a Cho.
Oh, yeah, something to serve up for the setups for, since there's a lot of bursts.
Or maybe just go back to a Franco so that you can at least, you have a suppress and you have a way to lock down and, of course, great combo overall. So I'm thinking either Diggy or Franco for Nexplay EVOS.
Those two make sense if there's a lot of dashes and also escapes. Yep. Yeah, Wolf really had a good breakfast today.
Yeah.
I got it.
Don't doubt yourself ever, Wolf. You got it, man.
Become a better version of yourself every day.
All right.
And I'm wondering too, so I'm really interested to see finally Arlott here in the competitive scene, see how it plays out. But that's what I'm wondering, will it be enough? Because yes, he's going to be looking, especially in the box of death from the Eve, right? You're going to look to final slash people down that ultimate of his and really work around it too. But still, I feel like if it doesn't go the way they want, they could get picked off as well. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Oh.
Those are smart predictions.
Wow.
Brought to you by the Philippine and English talents with the creative poses.
When I was asked about my prediction, I thought that I'll be the only one to pick up Nexplay, but in the end, it was the majority.
You're right. And that's
surprised.
At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until a timer runs out to comment your prediction. So use the hashtag and gain a treat at the end of the day.
Oh. Arlott. Okay, we have to kind of review this. What I don't know is that will it be played as a jungler or as
I think it was XP lane. Yeah,
okay,
I think the last view that we got there was Renzio playing it here.
Okay.
Here we go. That's the matchup. Boyd and Kellera. Former teammates meet once again with a debut Renzio using the Arlet. Early game pressure up top.
Wow. Instead of like going to the bottom lane, they actually pressured Ding up top. They weren't able to deny any extra XP cart or whatever from for the Lapu. So even after that pressure that was given by Miko, I don't think that it achieved much for Omega.
It's kind of funny, too, because they went and tried to make the first blood play with a double Petrify. You know, it didn't unfortunately for Smart Omega, it didn't work out. But if they would have gotten that early kill, that would be that, you know, going back to the team head-to-head where we saw that early first blood take, how often they can get it. That would give them that snowball potential. So luckily for NXPE, they don't give up that first blood, and now they can still just kind of ease into that first big objective and try to just hold off, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Omega's identity never gets old. Oh, been down one.
Oh, well, look what happens. NXP gets the first blood here. They find the lockdown with Boyet, and they're off to a good start. Now Kelro going to be the focus, bottom side, but still a nice start here for NXPE.
Yeah, going to be really good for Nexplay EVOS as they do want to piggyback off of their snowball. Because we know that their composition is very all-in when it comes to like team fights. You want to go 5-man engage against your opponent.
Oh, but an airstrike going to come down. They do find Goyong here. They force him off. That looked pretty dicey once again for Miko, but now Turtle here. First one going to start it up. Ryzen starting this dance. Ding's there along with Boyet. Waiting for the rest of the team, though. For right now, it's a 2 versus 3, so not sure if he's going to get there in time. Boyet, though, might be looking for his own retry steal if he can get it off. There's the box, though. They get the heavy spin. Real-world manipulation. Going to zone him out. Wow. First turtle secured for Ryzen.
And NXPE was still respecting the fact that the early game is really bad to counter. There goes a kill for Miko.
Yeah, why is Miko level 4 while Brusco's not? That's very weird to me. I wonder what happened to Brusco. Maybe there's somebody from Nexplay EVOS who had the lowest gold before this happened. So, or maybe Miko just got a full lane for himself in the middle.
I think because Miko visited the XP lane,
top lane perhaps?
Right away.
Faster.
Yeah, so Boyet should be fine here unless he's going to get chased down. There you go. But yeah, I think that would explain it, right? They did try to make that play up top. Was probably around when that XP cart went down early on.
Yeah, so far the zone out and also the Bombs Bunnies of Brusco really works. As expected, Omega's composition, they can rotate early. They have Miko, and also with the presence of the Kadita, they can easily jump and burst down one. This boils down to the aggressive identity of Omega. They don't want to risk, or they don't want to leave any chance for the team to come back. But also, this is how they start their momentum. Early game.
Going to be very good for Nexplay EVOS. For Omega, I mean, especially because they want to stop the early game progression of Nexplay EVOS. But there's still a lot of gold as it stands for Nexplay EVOS, maybe because of their solid laning. Surely the turtle belongs to Omega, but the cores of Nexplay EVOS are getting all the money that they needed. For example, you're looking at Doming DR after being babysat here in the bottom lane. It's going to be really good for the Melissa.
Yeah, we're going in for a pause, and as we go back and look at the mini-map, it's always about the pressure in the gold lane. If you're a smart Omega, they have eyes onto the Melissa early on.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, that's kind of the trend we're seeing now with the meta. Either the gold laners, they go on vacation mode and they're just like farming across from each other, and they're 0-0-0 for the majority of the game.
Yeah.
And then eventually, they pop off, or you see both teams kind of put pressure there. Maybe even babysit the gold lane a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happening right now, is they're really trying to allow the best early game possible for that gold lane, and also not allow Kelra just to kind of farm up and go ham, right?
Yep.
So, but still, it's something that you got to be careful of, because anytime you do decide to opt for the Diggy pick, you are very vulnerable, especially when you have a Kadita that can most likely burst you down, if not get the time journey out.
That's right. I can see that Melissa so far is 2.9k, almost actually just 3 gold away from being 3k. That meant that he has the Corrosion Scythe. If you compare that to the Beatrix only having the Fury Hammer as well as the Legion Sword and a leg plate just for casual armor, he's at 2.3k. So what I'm saying here is that there's almost a 700 gold lead And in the first 3 minutes of the game, that is actually very important for gold laners. So to just emphasize on what we have been talking about in the previous minutes, it is definitely the focus for Nexplay EVOS to give the farm to the Melissa.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why the Diggy got delayed hitting level 4, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, the space and how they wanted to give more control on how they could be visited for a gank in the bottom lane. And now having the in few minutes, as they have the corrosion side, this might tell, or this gives the advantage or confidence for Nexplay EVOS to really have the counter attack on ganks, right? Because they don't want to be in the area of where the momentum of Smart Omega can be.
Just waiting for the game to be back on. I'm still excited to see Arlott in action, specifically during team fights.
Especially, mid-late.
The final slash.
Yep.
Very explosive name for a...
Irritating, man.
Final slash.
Final slash.
Like this.
Right.
Like,
although you start with it, you actually initiate with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I don't know if it's
final slash.
Final slash, unless you held on to it.
Yeah.
You know, for the actual final slash, the kill, maybe. But, you know, it's funny that you say that because that's kind of what I'm interested in, too, is, you know, obviously, every time I've tried to play, you never get a chance to play him in competitive, right? I mean, at least in ranked games. Now that we actually get to see him in action here for week 3, day 2, and in the hands of these pro players, you know, what more does this, you know, hero have? Because I remember, you know, if you think about the previous heroes that have been on release and then eventually they're allowed to be played in the league, there has been some that are big, impactful heroes, right? Some would argue that, you know, the new heroes are always a little overpowered. But, you know, that's not always the case.
Yeah.
And now look at, I mean, even for example, who's the latest hero that came out?
That's Arlott or
Arlott.
Joy.
No, before Arlott.
Joy. Yeah.
Arlott, Joy.
It was Fredrin and then Joy, right?
Yeah.
So
before Arlott,
yeah. Before Arlott was Joy. But my point is, look at where they are now. Like, look at these, you know, these new heroes now. So Arlott, and I always feel like you got to spice up. If he fits into the XP lane really well, you got to spice up the XP lane, man. We have been doing that, though, I would say, thankfully, because at one point in the meta, we were just, it was Uranus, Esmeralda. No, even before that, man.
Last season?
Yeah. It
Uranus,
was last
Esmeralda, Glue.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Bring a flashy guy with a sword in and make things more interesting. Because you already got Lapu Lapu, by the way.
I agree.
You know?
I agree, yeah.
Two
swords.
We need more swords.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ultimate really makes sense, like to make everybody out of position, since we call the ultimate of Melissa, like, get out of here, maybe for the side of Arl, like, step aside. Right?
Okay.
Slash him, like, out of position, so maybe that's one thing that we need, that they can do. But on the Smart Power predictions, who will get the higher KD in this game? Will it be Ryzen or Boyet, DR? Comment down.
I remember when Melissa was introduced, it didn't really, you know, pop off. That was exactly a year ago. Season 9 was the time it was first picked, and it didn't really pan out. But now, Melissa's a top-tier pick.
Yeah.
So sometimes it takes a year.
She's
you know?
come a long way here, though. The fight for the turtle is going to ensue. Ryzen able to secure it. Boyet has to heavy spin out of there. Still going to be looking for a fight, though, if they can find one. Oh, look at the damage, though. Renzio falls. It was a lot there. 2 down for Omega.
Wow, somebody stunned the Arlott mid-animation of his initiation, unfortunately for Renzio, and he didn't look beefy at all. He looked very squishy at that.
Thin.
Very thin, because I think that he prioritized damage. So Nexplay EVOS, despite losing the turtle, you can see objectives like the buildings, they are taking it.
Yeah, so I'm seeing now Smart Omega has the softer side in the early game approach, right? They have the Kanata, yes, they have the Eve, but more so, who's going to be the one protecting the front line? On the other side of Nexplay EVOS, they have one to spam it out from Diggy, from Brusco DR, and if the items right now is growing by the minute, this will push Smart Omega to get more objectives and also to clear the lanes.
Yep. Okay, so what will be the next? Okay, so they already transferred Doming, the gold laner, up top to face up against the Arlott, including the Diggy. So this is already a +1. It's always there.
Well, they're going to find another lockdown here. They take out Miko. Boyet on point with these heavy spins right now, but there you go. Renzio showing what the Arlott can do. Gets a kill himself.
Oh, this Petrify. I'm loving it. I would have guessed that typically when you see like Arlott, you want to go for something like a Purify or a Flicker on a defensive manner, because you already know that he has a lot of offense. But now that with the Petrify, you have a way to actually -1 your opponents already. Even when you die afterwards, you did your job.
Yeah. The extra minute hold pays a lot to burst down one. Whereas I have next Look at that. Bruce going to be the target here. Oh.
Yeah, you thought he'd be able to escape that, but didn't have any defensives left there.
Yep.
And now mid lane still going to be working. They find Stone being able to get a kill here. Might be looking for more, but so far, now next Turtle, last one of the game, is up here. So far, both teams 4 versus 4 for the Turtle, waiting for both their members to come up, but Boyet and Ryzen, the showdown here. Boyet going to go ahead, get that retribution ready, secured by Ryzen, just like that.
And it did break a sweat. Just walk out there and take the Turtle for himself.
Man. Okay, Kelra initially pointed his crosshairs towards either Brusco or Doming, but then he shifted and went to the Turtle. A great retry and Bennett's Rage.
Okay, they get the turret here, but they can go. They get their Praiser's Wrath. Time Journey comes out too. Look at Ding hunting for Kalra. Can't get him, but gets a stun on Stome. Doesn't get him either, but 2 still fall for Omega. Everybody up for NXPE.
Man, you gotta have to hand it to Ding with all of his initiation. Started 1-0 and 2 out of the 7 kills and already have 4.4k with the Bloodless Axe. Trigger discipline. When he went in for Stone, he knew that he was already under the threat and doesn't have any more slashes left with him. So instead of being very aggressive, he just went back, knowing that he could not give any trade for Omega. That meant that Nexplay will retain their lead. Wow.
A wealthy jungler, Boyet. Rank first in gold per game among junglers with 12,540. Yep, that's how you start your day.
Yep.
Man, it's tough because, you know, you're wondering, especially too, for Smart Omega, you did secure yourself those early objectives, which is actually different from what we saw with the player head-to-head, right, where you're expecting NXPE to do that. But they kind of, I wouldn't say they gave up the turtles, but they traded them for the kills, right? A lot of the times, yeah, Smart Omega secured all 3 turtles, but now NXPE has given them an advantage here, leading into the even more important one, that first Lord of the game, right? And they're also getting space around the map to work with here, as another turret's going to go down, bottom side, tier 2.
Wow, look at Doming.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh,
my goodness.
The intent is there. I think he's already completed the so-called trinity of attack speed items. The Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. That, by the way, did not come from me. I heard that from watching Master the Basics.
The Trinity.
Yeah, Master the Basics and Omega Venus' streams.
So next
so they call it the Trinity. Golden Staff, Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword.
Well, Nexplay EVOS is seeing the Matrix reloaded with his items. So this points out, how will Omega hold the damage of Nexplay EVOS right now? Because they have so much CC that they can give angles and space for Doming right now.
Ryzen is a level ahead, so this is not really just Nexplay sided.
Yeah.
In fact,
this is going to be tough, though, to pull off. They're not going to let him go. A heavy spin comes down. They find the lockdown on Ryzen. As he falls to Goyong, they're still going to be fighting for it. Here comes Miko looking for the rough waves. Can't find exactly what he wants to do. Member after member going to fall here. Doming unleashing. One hit away, though. 3 down for Smart Omega. NXPE securing the Lord.
A great Lord dance coming out from Nexplay EVOS. What they did was to put the Lord low as they were holding it. And about around 30% HP, they have found that Ryzen can be pinned down against the wall. And even when it's just a one-man heavy spin, it was already enough for Nexplay EVOS because that was the opposing jungler. Afterwards, they held their ground. Very scary attempt coming out from Miko, but they hang on. They found the opening. They burst him down. Eventually, they get a turtle and 2 kills. The Lord and 2 kills, I mean. Big advantage ready for Nexplay after taking this mid lane turret.
Yeah, I only see Blade Armor, Athena Shield, and Steel Leg Blades for Smart Omega. This is not even enough right now to even hold the burst of Goyong, right? And also for Bruce. There's 2 members you need to worry. So if Smart Omega right now is really looking for a good trade or even for a great push, they want to be into the Comeback King state. But now for Nexplay EVOS closing all the spaces here. Wait, just looking at the gold. Doming really had a good time. Look at that.
Oh my God.
How fast they clear that turret.
Yeah, it's looking dire here, right? Now, they might be called the Comeback Kings, but this is a lot to come back from. So it is only the first Lord here. We'll see if they can just take this hold on to the turret. But look at the damage coming out from Goyong's Feathered Airstrike. Going to push them back here. still working on that inhibitor turret. They also park Ding top side. Inhibitor turret 1 goes down here. Smart Omega in a dire situation.
Yeah, it's really hard to come back. Like I'm seeing angles here on where to even have an avenue of seeing light for Smart Omega. Who do you think, like who can be up front? Ryzen has the ult for Athena's shield with a blade armor. Well, now damage is just with Doming and Goyong and Brusco. 3 members up for Nexplay EVOS.
I think this is Smart Omega not being comfortable in their own skin. Because if you recall, Redzio is more of a tanky, sustained kind of XP laner. The Glue, the Uranus, the Esmeralda. That's what you know Renzio for, and he's really good at it. This is a full damage build. And he's not tanking for his team. Nor does he pressure the enemy gold laner. Because that's what he really flourishes at. If you're looking at Nexplay, they're not having a good time.
You remember when we saw this yesterday? You know, where specifically with, it was Blacklist International, when Wise was the sole pretty much tank plus jungle. This is pretty reminiscent of that, right? Because now it's Ryzen here that is playing the Fredrin that has to just pretty much be the front line. Like, he is the front line because you don't have that extra layer of tankiness on your XP laner, which we usually typically see, especially with, with the Glues or even Lapu Lapu. So right now, they might be looking to make a play on Ding specifically here, but he's going to brave his fighter, just be completely fine, and they're going to give up the Lord here. So they try to make a play top side, can't get it, and then they give up the Lord to NXPE.
Somehow they felt that coming. Nexplay kind of felt that coming from Smart Omega. They forced out a flicker, yes, but I'm sensing something here for the Barangay. They want to isolate Nexplay EVOS.
Ding's going to go in. He doesn't want him to recall here. Feathered Airstrike going to come down. He's going to lock down Renzio. No. Renzio can't escape. Couldn't even do anything there. So we're seeing the struggle here of this Arlott pick.
For sure, for sure. 2, 3, and 0 with a Petrify build, and he went for damage items. Only took the dominant size after the 100 strike, so there's really not much tankiness up front. You need to hit, you need to duel if you are Renzio, and unfortunately Nexplay EVOS are not letting that happen. I think Ding DR has played phenomenally this game. All of his movements were smart.
Well, right now,
positioning, amazing.
So look at the damage, right? One shot, Kelra's got to go back. The lockdown from Boyet, gonna find Ryzen again, can't escape this one. Brusco grabbing the kill there. Lord finally getting taken out. Backside under the mid turret they go. Domeng unleashing here. They finally take him out as he falls along with Goyong, but is it too late? All inhibitor turrets are down for Smart Omega.
Oh, this is looking to be a disaster for Omega as Nexplay EVOS just literally walk through their base. And if not for Goyong and Domeng DR, I could have said that Nexplay EVOS took that more in a very disciplined manner,
Yeah.
And it's off of Boyet and Ding just really reading what Omega has been doing. And because of these two players, you can see that Domeng can play the Melissa game that he needed. 5-1 and 5, all because of the help from both Ding as well as Boyet. And of course, Brusco's defense of the time's journey. And he's got the Divine Glaive already up, so this guy's got hurt.
He wants to do some damage, yeah. And that's why he was, when we took a look at that player damage earlier on, you pointed it out, OSX, he was what, number 3 in the damage done? You know, so
3 of them, 3 members of Nexplay EVOS on top of the damage.
Yeah, Brusco was there, right? The bunnies of death, basically.
No, I don't.
Bunnies of death.
Yeah, I've seen those scary games, it's really scary. But if you're up against Bruce right now, I get more scary because how will even Omega place themselves here, right? Either they force out ultimates or even catch one. They tried it earlier, but it went around. It didn't look the same, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because, back in the draft, we're like, man, we would not pick a Melissa into the Eve and the Kadena, but so far we've been proven wrong here. Domeng, and a lot of that is just because of the fact that Domeng doesn't have anything to worry about, to be honest. Like, he doesn't actually have to worry about even Miko getting close enough. I mean, yes, there's been times when the team fights break out that Miko is able to find the angle that he wants to, but for the majority of the game, Domeng hasn't had to really worry about anything here. So
you have really good frontline defense, even catch. So if everybody from Smart Omega tries to even penetrate to take down one, nobody can even reach 1 or 2 members now. So Lord Dance On the side of Nexplay EVOS, looks like Omega's want to attempt this one.
Yeah, Miko also, keep an eye on him. He's going to be looking for the angle. They get a lockdown again on Ryzen, trying to take him out as they do. Miko still looking for the backside, a little bit too late to the party. Look at the damage he's done to him. And Miko running for the hills, triple kill over to Goyong. The feathered airstrikes are too much. It's Renzio trying to run away. Can't do it though as he falls. Another kill. Stone left alive here. And it looks like NXPE looking to push in this game one. They're going to pull him back, get the flicker out. Working on the crystal here, and that's going to be it as game one in dominant fashion goes to NXPE.
Beautiful Lord dance once again in that last one, that last Lord. The objective take coming up from Nexplay EVOS. This is what we expected all of them when we were discussing pre-game. There's a lot of strength from Nexplay EVOS when they do group up together, and there's really nothing out of the box for Nexplay EVOS. We expected them to pick up the Diggy, and they did, because it really answered both the Kadira and the Eve. Two of the investments of Omega to definitely counter this Melissa. We were talking about how this is a difficult game for the Melissa, but if you have a Diggy that's really helping you out, you're not going to be worried about anything. So great answer coming up from Nexplay EVOS.
I say they have everything covered, right? This is how you start your day, on a roll. And this is the momentum that they want. They both came from a loss back in week 2, and now they want to prove themselves once more against Smart Omega.
That's right.
And it was a hard game for Keller, even for Renjo, to even have that zone out they needed to be in the front line of team fights.
That's what I said, as great of a player, an amazing, he's Filipino Savage for a reason. But if you don't have that team support to help you to excel in a game, from game to game, that was the proof. Proof's in the pudding, right? So game one going in the hands here of NXP in a very dominant fashion. So Smart Omega has to do a lot to adjust here. Specifically, even, like we said, I'm sure you'll talk about this in the breakdown, the XP lane choice, right?
Yeah.
Arlot's cool to see, but it doesn't really fit into the game plan here, I feel like.
Yeah, I felt that it's like a... They're not really comfortable in their own skin. Even when we say that Smart Omega is a team that's very flexible and they're willing to experiment, that Arlot pick and the way that it was designed, it didn't look at Renzio special.
Yeah. And as we break down more of what happened in game number 1, that's just Nexplay EVOS. Well, proving that doubted pick, now it's time for them to show their own flavor with Wolf's breakdown.
Yeah, let's actually look at that game from a draft perspective first. So far, when we were predicting some of the draft, we did say that eventually the Beatrix and the Arlot will be picked up. However, the great answer coming out from Nexplay EVOS was that Diggy. From the first 3 picks of Smart Omega with the Fredrin, Eve, and Kadida, the Melissa pick coming up from Nexplay EVOS was more of an ego thing that we thought, because of the fact that why would they pick up the Melissa when there are already 2 counters to it, or 2 good heroes against it? Not really a hard counter per se, but 2 heroes that will make it difficult for the Melissa. Well, the plan was there all along from Nexplay EVOS. They wanted to pick up the Diggy, and they did. And even the Akai, having the heavy spin and being a cannon fodder for Nexplay EVOS, a meat shield that Omega cannot penetrate through in the late game, in the mid game stages. We saw that Nexplay EVOS really flourished. But what I can say about Nexplay EVOS is that despite them losing some of the turtles because of the retribution, the way that they handled the post-neutral objective team fight was also very good. Especially the first Lord take when they went in for Ryzen, when they found the opening. They always look for heroes. We talked about yesterday when you heard us cast, you heard about the 3 T's: turn, take, and trade. And they went in for turn first, meaning to say that they went in for heroes first, and that is where they got the advantage. The first Lord take, Ryzen had a level advantage over Boy DR, but Boy DR still managed to find him, and they won the battle by taking down the Fredrin first, so there was no contest afterwards. MVP of the game, 2-1-10, Boy DR. Although I could say that Ding also played this game phenomenally, and I think that he is also a runner-up for the MVP with 106 on the Lapu-Lapu. This guy, Akai, he actually played well. We can see that through the highlights once again. First, all of these pin downs in the middle. 1 minute and 30 seconds already. There's a rotation. And they were trying to win the economic battle by not winning the neutral objectives, winning the fight afterwards or before that. Eventually, he's going to be picked off, but they will not stop there. Look at them go. 3 members, 4 members, even 5 members up top. activating Ding, and this is what we're talking about. Boyet finds Ryzen when they put the Lord really low, about 40%. They baited in Miko as well, and they took him down. And then they punished Renzio. This is the problem with Arlott. You get in, and there's no way out. You're so all in on this build, and this is not a Renzio special. Even when we know that Omega is willing to go for those unorthodox picks, we know that they do not veer away from their personality. Another great Lord dance coming out from Nexplay EVOS, pinning down Ryzen once again when the Lord was very low. So they are utilizing this Lord as a bait for Ryzen to be out of position. And this is one of those ways to win a T5 Lord dance. In fact, you can utilize the Lord as a bait, put it low, and then turn on your opponents. We can see the keys to victory brought us by Infinix. I guess the real reason why they were able to win was not because they focused on Sansan, but because they focused on their own duo, Boyet and Ding this time. It's not the X-Plane and the position 4, it's actually the X-Plane and the junglers, the tanky and the beefy duo that brawled for their side.
Yeah, that gave way also how the macro control of Nexplay EVOS worked up against Smart Omega, because in some moments of the game early on, it was so hard for them to easily have a way to strike against the early game rotation of Nexplay EVOS. They were countering, they were seeing all visions clearly on what's the intent of a Smart Omega.
Yep.
I just got to say, too, you know, Boyet did an amazing job, right? He did an amazing job at just kind of locking down Ryzen every single time that he needed to. And I feel like that was one of the biggest things. You know, you take out that equation to actually contest you for the objective, and you lock that in. So, you know, what we saw is, yeah, they gave up those turtles early on. And then from there, they're just like, all right, we have this huge advantage, especially with itemization. Now we're confident enough to lock down the members we need to, rise in there, take them out of the picture, give us an easy Lord take. And not only that, but because of this advantage that we have in items, now we can win these fights pretty well. And you saw that even at the end there, that triple kill with Goyoung. Just, I think it was one feathered airstrike that would land on Kelra, brought him to probably one-fourth health, one-third health.
Last Lord take,
Yeah, so, you know, it's a really tough. Like, again, we were so worried about the Melissa having a hard time. Well, I mean, look at Kelra there on the Beatrix. Like, he had a very difficult time.
Agree.
Because, you know, there's three. I think that the way we see the previous games, now that there's a specific meta game where you need to protect your gold laner. Right? And if you're looking at the successful teams like Echo, Blacklist, Bren Esports even, the top teams, they're doing a great job activating and protecting their gold laners. And I guess another word that we can learn for today in our esports dictionary, peel. That's
peel.
Yeah, peel. Yeah, the way that you peel for your gold laner. It means peel for your gold laner means that you protect him essentially. Like you peel the opponent so that you protect your gold laner. And that's what the top teams have been doing.
Peel.
So peel.
And also gives a way to pressure the gold lane, because there are some metas that you need to aid the gold lane to make everything work. Okay, a new thing, a new word that we learn every day. From yesterday, 3 T's, now the first P. Peel.
Peel. Well, why are you guys doing like a banana peel though? Like,
it's the only way. Man.
Why? What's wrong with the banana?
What's wrong with how do you peel things?
Why?
Well, no, okay, maybe this is going to show my age here, but I'm wondering about you guys if this is why you're doing it, because, you know, back in the day, if you can think of a game out there, like way back in the day, you know, when people slipped on a banana peel, you know, what happened? They technically got stopped.
Yeah,
so, you know.
Maybe
that's why you guys are doing the motion of a banana.
I
don't know.
Really? Are those
or maybe maybe because you went to Japan. Maybe that's
why.
Oh,
that's not. Don't say it.
Or those are your Saturday morning cartoons.
Probably.
No, he went to Japan, guys.
Yeah. Don't say it. He's about to say the arigato.
Not yet.
No, I get it though. I get what you're saying here, Wolf. You know, feel is the key, because time after time, these teams in these games that are having success is they're keeping their gold laner basically as comfortable as possible. And the way that you do that is, first you might want to babysit them a little bit, alleviate some of that pressure, right? And then as the game transitions, you're peeling for them. You're basically stopping the people from chasing after your gold lane, right? So that is something that we see. But again, there's still those games too where both gold laners, man, they're sitting in the lane, you know, because what I notice with some teams as well is especially XP lane, I feel like now XP lane has this actual weighted value to it. And we see this because, especially with picks like, for example, the reason why Glue is such a top pick in the XP lane. Not only that, Joy, we saw this yesterday, how devastating a Joy can be in the XP lane.
Yeah.
So I still think it's dependent on the team's idea of that match.
That's right.
How do they want to go about it? But yeah, usually the gold lane pops off.
Yeah.
Mid lane as well, again, this is why we see so much artillery mages. Farsa, you know, how many times have we seen Farsa pop up? But still, there's a lot of weight in the gold lane specifically.
Yeah.
And, you know, I agree with what you said there, Wolf.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that was weird because they know that Smart Omega. Kelra, for the longest time, we call him like the gold standard, specifically last year. But last year, the word was like self-aware gold laners, and I think Womi was one of the guys who always say that. It's essentially like depending on your gold lane to fend for himself, right?
Yeah.
But that worked before. I think now the way that we see teams adjusting to it, the metagame dictates that surely you want a gold laner that can fend for himself, but you also have to activate him, like, you know, help him out. Kelra has always been a self-aware and, you know, independent kind of gold laner. That's why we are always amazed by how he plays and how he outplays the opponents. But right now, the meta just shifted so much, and you need to protect him, not only just allow him to do it on his own.
I'm feeling the pressure, I'm feeling the excitement right now, but you guys at home can experience the same thing at the MPL Philippines 11 action at Shooting Gallery Studios. Experience this live. So tickets are now available at tickettome.net, so get yours today. As we break down the identity of the Filipino Savage, Keller, of being gold-aware, a gold-aware stable in his lane. I was about to slip that. But if we go back on how Smart Omega can bounce back from this, maybe, as you've mentioned, they're not in their own skin. Maybe there's some adjustment. Since Arlot is open, why not experiment it? But since now they know that it could not be an effective pick up against Nexplay EVOS, who's always prepared to answer meta picks, maybe they would go back to their comfort roots, right?
That's what I think is the answer, right? If you're Smart Omega here, go back to a little bit of more comfortable picks here. I still think Arlot, with it being his debut, it's not enough to say, like, you know, he's not going to be good in the competitive scene. We need to see more of a sample size of that.
Yeah.
But in that specific matchup, it didn't really work out well. So what I would like to see is, Renzo get a little bit more of a tanky XP lane available to him, or if they get their hands on the Joy, then that can work too. In a way, she's kind of like tanky because she can just kind of run around a lot and really hard to catch, right?
Yeah.
So there's a sense of that tankiness for her, but that's probably going to be banned out, especially with the switch ups on these picking sides. But still, you let Renzo have a tankier XP lane. It allows you to at least let Ryzen do what he needs to do in the jungle. That's the biggest thing there.
Yeah, gain control of the macro game against Nexplay EVOS. That's one thing that they were lacking in the first game. So if Nexplay EVOS is now first pick, with our speculation that Joy might be the great answer right now of Smart Omega, I say they might. They're not making any chances here. They're banning out the possibility of that can take this for a possible sweep by Nexplay EVOS.
Okay. I kind of look back at that previous game, right? Because Glue, Lapu-Lapu was already picked up.
Yeah.
And they chose Arlot over Glue, Grok,
Masha.
Esmeralda is also open. Like Benedetta is there. Like, I mean, Arlot.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was just like a gamble. Like, you know what? It's game one. Let's just do it.
It's a three-game series.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it. That's why I agree with what OSX said. You know, we're probably going to see them go towards more of a comfort here, especially because on the first pick side, they get those two options, right? They are probably going to give up. Who knows if this is going to be a Fredrin priority here for NXPE? It looks like it is. So they grab the Fredrin, and now let's see what the game plan here, the idea for Smart Omega is to take this to a game 3.
You go Lapu and Farsa.
Yeah.
That's
artillery.
That's how you do it.
Go ahead.
Artillery and tankiness.
That's right.
Actually, Lapu, it's weird because he's like tanky, but he does an insane amount of damage as well.
Right.
You know, like he's one of those heroes that just doesn't. There's not much that matches up to Lapu right now.
Yeah. So you pick it up, and it is it always has been the anti-marksman, and also an anti-nuke mage.
Oh.
So Farsa carry, okay. This gives me this is like Melissa and Lapu-Lapu for Nexplay EVOS. I think that Omega didn't think this through, honestly.
Okay.
Lapu is gonna be a massive pickup.
Yeah.
Like the value is already there because it's great versus carry and the Farsa. Melissa is okay versus carry in lane. Team fights, Melissa wins it. Although there's Farsa on the opposite end, Nexplay EVOS already have proven that they can play against that. So, instead they go Lolita.
Lolita Valentina, no Lapu-Lapu. Okay, they're letting it loose, so maybe they're forcing out Renzio to pick this. Just for have that aid for the mistakes, because if you guys are looking at this could be a trouble early game for Kelra, might as well secure those possible consequences now in the first 3 picks, because Nexplay EVOS maybe did not see that coming, but they're sticking to what they know. Okay, Diggy for Smart Omega.
I
How
think
about
they banned the Melissa too.
Yeah,
there it is.
There
right,
it is.
so they banned that. That's going to force. I'm wondering too if they want to use one more ban towards another marksman pick, because that will really limit the options here for Domeng. But still, I think I think he can manage, right?
Yep.
And we're taking a look here at the head-to-head in the gold lane specifically and how that matches up. Even looking at this, Domeng's picked carry 57% of the time, but still, carry is a pick that. It's great when it gets its opportunity to shred those tanky targets. But if you don't get in range here, right, which shouldn't be so much, I feel like shouldn't be too much of a problem specifically for Kelra, because you have the artillery to support you, back you up here. You have the times journey to make it a little more safe and play around with. But still, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult.
What if they ban the Lapu as well? If they don't pick it up as their 4th pick. Okay, so my guess is they ban Brody here. I think they ban Brody or Harith in this slot and then pick up the Lapu-Lapu. Otherwise, they just straight up ban the Lapu-Lapu for Nexplay EVOS. I still think it's a strong hero. And I'm really surprised Nexplay EVOS didn't take it. It's a great combo. It already answers so much of what Omega wants to do. So it's an interesting take here for Smart Omega. Maybe the next ban for Nexplay EVOS should be something like a Martis. Yeah.
But if they take that route, if Smart Omega sees this opportunity, since this is the beauty of being on the red side, right? You have that last pick answer just in case they're still flexing something in the last 2 picks. So if Nexplay EVOS can do the same thing that Wolf is really explaining on what could be the counter here, that could give them the edge.
Yeah, Martis looks good, and Barretts as the bans for Nexplay EVOS. Most particularly that Martis, it is a great hero versus the Fredrin in general from a jungler's perspective.
Yep. I'm wondering too if we see, depending if this, let's just say this is a Martis ban or a jungle ban. Okay, it's not going to be, so it's glue. Because I was going to say, are we going to see a glue, finally, the glue Lapu-Lapu matchup probably, in the XP lane.
They're
so that's taken out here. So yeah, we could probably just see the Martis or the Barretts picked up.
Man, I knew it. I mean, I think Omega saying, Pacbet saying, hey, thank you for banning the glue. Now I'm not worried about my Lapu-Lapu.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I was surprised too, because you would rather just play that glue into the Lapu-Lapu, if you're NXPE here.
So what do you do now?
So you just waited for them to really be on the trap, and they really baited out Nexplay EVOS to use that glue. Amazing. Okay, this is Coach Backbet seeing all possibilities on a different level. So if Nexplay EVOS now, what's the least thing that they can do with this?
I think you still go Brody or Harith. Oh, they go
Is
Beatrix?
that an Edith?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Beatrix used.
It's a Beatrix. Oh, that was the Prime skin.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so now you know that you are facing against a Beatrix. You're looking for a protective kind of your roamer. You're jungler, right? You go
Good
assassin if you're Smart Omega, or you just go Martis.
I would have rather.
Okay.
Lancelot.
Okay.
This is probably the tanks a lot, right?
It tanks a lot.
So they're gonna go that route
because it tanks a lot.
Tanks a lot of things. I get it, Wolf.
and Smart Omega will thank a lot if they win.
You're bringing your
That's
Tito
a 2 out of
jokes.
10.
Yeah, you're bringing your Tito
I'm
jokes
sorry,
here.
Francis. That's a 2 out of 10.
Yeah. Trying here.
Try again.
Thanks a lot. Well, let's see how will this lineup thank them and get this game to a tiebreaker one. Let's see. So they have a problem on game number 1 is the space for their gold lane. Now with the Diggy on their side, maybe for early game stability or jump start, maybe this could be the answer of Smart Omega's problem against Nexplay EVOS, right?
I'm worried about the Yuzhong, right? If you're here and you're Smart Omega, we have seen Yuzhong just wreak havoc a lot of the times. I would have rather seen that even Yuzhong ban instead of the Benedetta, to be honest. So it'll be a lot harder now, positioning-wise, for Kelra also to be able to lock in with this Farsa properly, you know, the full force of the Feathered Airstrike here.
Yeah. Well, who's going to strike first? Ryzen and Boyet on your screens. Showdown continues as one thing that we're about to witness to unfold is how will the rookies go up against the challenge against Smart Omega. Let's see how the early game starts here.
Yep. I think they will still play their standard gameplay. Just like in the previous game, we have a protective roamer. That's Brusco DR, the Lolita, to peel for doming. This time it's the Beatrix. You have nuke damage that eventually come from Goyong. You have Ding to go to the backlines. And of course, frontliner, that will be the Fredrin. A very standard gameplay for Nexplay EVOS. The brand of Mobile Legends that they really wanted to play.
Looks like it's just ABCs, right? ABC and 1, 2, 3. So if
that's right,
Smart Omega now would really want to have the gain control of the early game, because that was one thing that was missing, right? To rotate freely, because as you've mentioned, it's the XP lane and the jungler for Nexplay EVO. So with the presence of Ding right now, you would want to prevent them for rotating early on, because you want to really have to take care of your lanes.
Ryzen already invading, actually, the Skilled Lizard. Committing the Retribution just to take care of that. That means that, well, it's still 30 seconds before the second, the first turtle. But it means that you can see that he matches up against the jungling of Boyet.
Yeah, pretty much just mirroring each other,
exactly,
right? Even at that point. So, you know, they got all that information they needed on that. So, pretty standard, I feel like, early game here. No one going down just yet, like we even saw in the previous game where it was a early first blood. So now it comes down to that turtle dance so far, first one of the game. Ryzen, though, not going to have any help with this one just yet. Doesn't get it off. Boyd able to secure that. Ding just doing work with this Yuzhong pick early on.
Man,
it's the duo again, Wolf, what you're saying.
Boyd and Ding. And Ding, really, what he did was to... He wasn't stingy at all with the ultimate. But the timing was there. So what he did was to force the Thorn Rose when the turtle is still very healthy, so that you cannot go for that Thorn Rose Retribution combo that Lancelots usually do. So essentially, he forced the missed timing from Ryzen, which is amazing if you think about it. Ding is a role player.
Yeah, micro mechanics, yeah. Mind tricks for Nexplay EVOS in a mechanical way, right? So now they're leading on to the objective takes early game. Smart Omega is forced to rotate faster because, as we see, it's the duo of the XP lane and the Fredrin. And now we're looking how they would want to keep invading the jungle of Nexplay, because they have more control, right? They have more control in getting that space for doming as first 5 minutes goes.
Right now, I mean, in both these teams just looking to get any advantage they can. You know, we typically, by this point, you either have that first blood given up here, but none of it is happening in this game so far. So you can even see they're trying to press the situation right now. Stone could be in trouble here. Gonna Feathered Airstrike, wings by wings, dodges. Nice moves in grooves. Coming out from Stone.
Okay.
Able to avoid from dying here. Still no first blood yet.
I just can't help myself. Just how he evades everything.
Wow, that was sick. That was sick. You gotta have to hand it to Storm out there.
There's a wings by wings drift.
Yep. Still no first blood.
Still none. Still gonna be looking for it here. They get a flicker out. Renzio. There's the Black Dragon form too. They might be able to grab this one. Renzio can't survive the onslaught. Ding. Grabbing the first kill, first blood of the game.
Man, Boyd and Ding. Sounds like an action star.
Boyd and Ding.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boyd and Ding.
They're like action stars in the typical Filipino movies, and
it's like Bad Boys.
Yeah, the Bad Boys.
Brusco. Already getting that times journey out from Miko, so still the fight for the second turtle. There's the feathered airstrike
Wow.
coming down.
Wow.
The damage from Domang.
Wow.
And here you go. Kelra can't find the kill he was looking for. Boyet able to secure that second turtle of the game. Look at the damage from Domang.
2 turtles up for Nexplay EVOS, and Omega can't even get an appetizer for this.
Yeah, that's where you go for a sheesh, for sure. You see how he utilized his normal attack with the Renner and then immediately goes for the ultimate, knowing that Ryzen already burned the Thorn Rose and one of his dashes, and then he was walking in a linear manner. No way to dodge it. It's really on point. Man, Doming DR, a very important kill. Now they're up 2K in just a snap.
Like that, yeah.
They're rotating really fast right now, and Omega's being pressured to answer. Look at this.
Okay.
Ryzen.
They were trying to get that top turret. Smart Omega holds on for a little bit longer, but you know, they had to commit almost a full force here to pretty much delay the inevitable. Yeah, Domang's just going to go ahead and grab that.
Goodness.
Perfectly fine there. And now, with that little space advantage they've got, they can set up for their next eyes on the prize objectives.
Oh. This is really amazing, looking at Nexplay EVOS. Just because of the fact that they are just playing literally their brand of Mobile Legends. Nothing really special. They're just really good at it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of makes me think, is this like a rock, paper, scissors thing where Omega is just a solid rock when it comes to their gameplay, but
Like
Nexplay,
they're always the rock.
Yeah, exactly. But Nexplay just happens to be the paper, and they're just naturally countering everything from Omega. Because it kind of felt like already Omega is showing their comfort picks, but it's not working.
Yeah.
No, this is a different version.
Well, here's an attempt.
Oh,
Bottom side, nothing going to come of it, right? So it's a good point, Wolf, because right now it seems crazy, right? NXPE, with as stale of the first, 3 minutes were, now you have this almost 3K gold lead for NXPE 6 minutes in. They're already setting themselves up for a good time when the Lords pop up. They've got one more turtle to take here. We'll see if Smart Omega can do anything about it, but right now, just knowing the advantage that NXP has, it's going to be tough for Smart Omega here.
For sure.
Yeah, you have a good setup now on the last turtle of the game. This baits out Omega to really answer back. Zoning out can answer a few minutes, but now they're really taking away or push away the members of Omega right now. Not even getting close to the turtle.
They're just going to give it up.
Boyet.
They got cut off there. Boyet just caused some ruckus in this jungle.
Oh, boy, gets it.
Yeah, it looked like he got it too. So, you
Talking
know,
about wealthy again.
Yeah.
On the jungle.
Smart Omega was just paying attention here to the bottom side. They were looking for any kill they could get, you know, to start at least gaining some momentum themselves. But inevitably, they just gave up pretty much 3 turtles here in the hands of NXPE.
Total dominance coming up from Nexplay EVOS. Was it because of the draft? I don't think so. I feel that Omega has got a decent draft to go with, and Nexplay EVOS just playing their minds out just because of the fact that they're very comfortable with it. I guess this is more of a mastering a kick 1,000 times.
Yeah.
That kind of analogy, perhaps.
Like Saitama, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, right now, looking for another play here. Boyet not going to be able to escape that one. So Smart Omega finally putting themselves on the board for this game, but still have quite the work cut out for them. So focused bottom side, but Brusco there to back up Domang. Not sure Smart Omega actually wants to commit to this just yet, even with 3 members here. Yeah, like you said, Wolf, you know.
There's a lot of work to do here if you're Smart Omega. If you need time, you need pickoffs, and you need to get the perfect trades for Kelra, right? So with this missing, as 8 minutes flow in the game, this might be their chance of fighting back mid-game.
They're going to get pulled back, forced to use the Black Dragon form. So able to survive for now. Not sure if NXP wants to press the situation, though.
Boom.
Should just be happy that, you know, at the end of all of that, Ding didn't go down because slowly but surely Smart Omega can start to come back in this game. Again, that's why they are called the
Comeback Kings, man, for a reason.
There you go.
They prove it.
Do you know what Brusco means, Naisu? In the Philippines, you know what it means?
Isn't it a very large
dude?
Muscly man?
Yeah, like a hunk. Yeah. Essentially like a bouncer.
Yeah.
Essentially. And he's acting like one as well.
Yeah, he's basically a bouncer.
He's basically a bouncer for Doming.
Yeah, Brusco.
Yep.
Just being in front of everybody, zoning out members of Omega to not even attempt. But They really want this, Lord, right? They never had objectives. It's all inside of Nexplay EVOS. Now, they are hungry to get the attention, just to get one. But Ding here, Spatsu.
Gonna go, force them back here. Look at that setup. Nuno Blast finding the mark exactly where it need to in a Brusco way. Pushing back Smart Omega. It was only Kelra that went down, but the rest of the members forced to go back to base. And just like that, another objective secured in the hands for NXPE.
Look at the coverage and jump, Wolf, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Woo!
Domain!
Okay, way downtown.
It's like he's got something to say with his Beatrix pick here. And that was demoralizing.
Oh my
for
goodness.
Smart Omega. They are crumbling here at 10 minutes in.
Oh no.
Oh,
this is not looking good for Smart Omega. Just speeding.
Oh
Look at the damage
God.
connected to Kelra. Almost 3/4 HP down.
Oh, make it a case for the sniper as well. My God, dominating.
You know, no matter how many times.
Gotcha.
Sometimes I try to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's
no matter how many times I hear these jokes.
Yeah, it just happens.
You just let it happen.
Yeah.
Right now, even Smart Omega kind of just letting this happen. The assault on the base, they still got to deal with this Lord. It is only the first one of the game. We'll see if they can actually do anything about it. They clear that up. So right now, NXP is still working on these inhibitor turrets. Not going to be able to find anything just yet, but still look at the lead that they've garnered themselves here in this game. And just the threat of Doming lining up those sniper shots.
Forcing out ultimates.
Feathered airstrike for a feathered airstrike.
To get him out of the base, I'm just speculating here on how Smart Omega could come back from this case. With the gold lead, yes, time was missing for Keller, right? They were lacking out that who's going to jump in those team fights that Nexplay EVOS continues to commit. And while they're hungry for these objectives, they're baiting out Omega to really answer. There's a conceal play. Is this the chance that they're taking for? Oh, no. Not yet, but there's still a lot of work to do. But this lead, this case of Smart Omega, is the items enough for Kelra to bounce back?
Okay. Not yet, for sure. Does have the Trinity again of attack speed items. I think he needs a defensive item eventually, like Wind of Nature at least, so that he can man up against Doming. And then eventually an Athena Shield so that he will not be taken up by Goyo. Before that happens, he needs to farm. So to answer your question, no, it's not yet enough. I think that Omega will really have to go really late this game for them to bounce back.
Either delay the game by like, what, 15 minutes maybe? Or
by time?
Go for a Hail Mary play. And I feel like, you know, when you start seeing those conceals, that's kind of what they're hoping for. But, you know, does NXPE fall for that? I don't see that happening here.
Well, if we go back to some identities of Smart Omega, we could say Plan A, Plan B could work. Either a Hail Mary play or even risk it all. They're known for these tactics. Like, if they want to gamble something, if they feel like something could work, they would go for it.
Oh.
Are they going for it?
Right now. Ryzen had an idea.
No,
goes in! Able to get the Times Journey out there, but finds 4 members. So that's already a huge ultimate sacrifice here from Miko. There's nothing they can do to contest this Lord. Renzio going to take that shot there. The damage from Doming's too much. Can the Retribution battle go for Ryzen? He can't get it. Boyette secures it. Double kill Doming. And it's Smart Omega running for the hills here. Triple kill Doming.
This is just purely dominance from Nexplay EVOS. Look how Vrenja managed to jump and stand. He didn't have a chance to even move his cursor. Oh my God. Devastating. Oh, there goes the recalls now for Nexplay EVOS. Common is showing up.
He's got the recalls and the sticker. Right now, it's all up to them to make it 3 members. Can they defend their base? They're going to try one last effort. Domeng, though, unrelentless on this Beatrix 7-0-1. But still, Smart Omega holding on to the 1 inhibitor turret. 10K gold lead for NXPE. Do they look to punch it in or wait? Lord marching top.
Should they isolate? How?
Oh,
I
my
mean,
goodness.
I'm just looking for options here for Smart Omega and just by the total damage. Doming in Goyong. The only one who's standing for Smart Omega is Miko, aiding the magic damage from his own skill.
Can't believe it. We're seeing this. And oh my god, Keller was the one hit. Fortunately, he's very near the base.
This could be the last defense here for Smart Omega. You can look, keep an eye on Brusco.
Oh,
Might be
Renzio,
looking
what?
for a setup. He can find one. Last inhibitor turret going to go down here. Lord finally taken care of. One hit to the crystal. Smart Omega on the defense. They're in a bad position here. Feathered Airstrike does get used by Stome. Nothing committing just yet. They're holding on for now. Cleared up the waves. The Lord's taken care of.
Man, it looks like Doming just have a... Seems like he has a fleeting timer whatsoever because he's never too stingy about his usage of the ultimate. It always hits. Like, not really, not literally always, but maybe 90% of the time.
And it's usually like Kelra.
Yeah.
Like somehow.
There was a time where he aimed it at Renzio. Renzio actually made Bravest Fighter. He receives the bullet and then gets bursted down because already was near. And see, usually we know that the Lapu-Lapu is the counter to the Beatrix. But this time, the Beatrix is untouchable. Doming is just so good at the sniper shots. The Renner, Vasily Zaitsev-ish.
Yeah, and that was the word of the day, right? This is the peel factor of NXPE right now. And if they peel one,
peel factor.
Yeah, against Omega, one goes back, one can go in. The moment that they go and bounce back, two has been depleted by their HPs.
But that's the thing, though. Like
the defense. We could either check on the defense. Is this enough? I with this gold lead, by just looking at the numbers, Nexplay EVOS is just playing it clear and simple.
Clear and simple has garnered them the 10K gold lead they've got right now. And now that Lord is spawning again, Smart Omega, if they want to take the risk and approach this or rely on Ryzen to do what he's done before, he's made some amazing retribution steals. Oh my goodness! But Domeng
turned to dust.
Gonna just take another member of Smart Omega down here. They don't even want to approach this area. Ryzen quite low as a Phantom Execution out. Now Ding with the Black Dragon form, gonna hunt for more. Can he find it? Brusco with the setup. There it is. The flickers come in from Goyon, gonna be hunting down the members. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Kelra's got a bob and weave, dodges a bullet. Pops the Wind of Nature, but only survives. 3 members here for Smart Omega. They can't hold on long enough. NXPE, dominant fashion. They're going to sweep Smart Omega.
An absolute domination coming out from Nexplay EVOS as they destroy Smart Omega with their comfort picks, the style, and the brand of Mobile Legends that we know that they do in the amateur scene up until the MPL. It kind of felt like they countered everything that Smart Omega tried to do in this game just because of the fact that they're very comfortable with this play style. Smart Omega allowed Nexplay to play this game, and they played it so well.
Identity, determination, and confidence. Nexplay EVOS meeting the former teammate Kellera onto your screens is just something to go and bounce back from the loss last week.
Did you hear what he said? I hope people at home caught what Wolf said.
I'm not ashamed of it. I said it.
It's okay.
Doming Nation.
Yeah. Wolf 2023. Doming Nation.
If that's not your tweet after this series, I don't know.
I think somebody will tweet it for me, then I'll just retweet it.
You have to do it.
It's true, though, right?
That's right.
But still, Smart Omega, they've got a lot of work to do here. And I got to say, Doming Nation or not, what allowed him to get to that point was his team. And I got to say, man, Ding, boy,
I agree.
All these guys, just amazing. This is what we were painting the picture of early on with, the intro to this matchup is that synergy factor of these guys playing years and years together. May it be the amateur scene. It's clear. It's clear what type of synergy and what kind of, hive mind, uni-mind that they have.
11 championship titles and counting from the underground and amateur scene boils down to this. The mentality is just purely translating to winning results. And as we uncover how these former teammates meet once again, well, that's how you say hello back to Kellera. Now, if you're Smart Omega.
Yeah.
That's how you say Doming Nation.
Domination. That's right.
Right.
And by the way, what does a DR stand for? Do you know?
I think they had a team before that has DR as acronyms. I forgot what they what the team was. But basically, the owner of the team that eventually acquired Minana Cerebrum before they were Minana, right?
Okay.
When they were acquired as 5, they rebranded, they renamed themselves, and they added DR to that. And DR kind of stands for a team that I just forgot what team it was, but it's something like Divine Retribution, whatever, something like that. Something like that. Something like that.
It's about carrying something from way before that built you who you are.
It's keeping it.
Yeah, it's keeping it.
Yeah.
I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would do that if I changed my IGN. I would.
So
carrying the roots down into the professional league, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think it's like a what's that memento that you bring with you for
it's a memento.
like a shoebox of photographs that you keep in your high school. Yeah,
sentimentally, high school things, right, Naizu?
Yeah, I love your IGN, man. You know, stick with it. OSX, don't change it ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe some point we create a group in Mobile Legends. We carry it as we grow old, something to give the next generation. I don't know.
We are that next
generation.
We are the generation.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
We might be older here, but we are.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Well, as we go to that context, this is just Nexplay EVOS, gathering all their experience, their growing pains, and being on a ranking, 6? They were at 7th, I guess. So they're now higher than Smart Omega.
Yeah,
so with this sweep, it gives more time to them to climb. And as they meet on the 4th week, is this correct, Rolf? At the 4th week, they meet everybody, right?
Yeah,
everybody meets in the 4th week.
So no, after 4th week, you've already met everybody. Then
After.
it's just resets.
Okay, after.
So they will still have another shot at at this, but really just amazed about how Nexplay EVOS played in their own comfortable ways and then just pulled through. Yeah.
Amazing.
Domination.
I feel like they the first 2 weeks maybe they had a little bit of jitters, then they had to
and
settle
they shake it off, right?
Yeah.
They shake it.
They shake it off. Now let's welcome Marakina and Nexplay EVOS with their confidence, and that is Domination.
Nexplay EVOS have bounced back with a sweep. Congratulations! Point out natin si Doming DR dahil lagi ka nagpa-participate, lagi ka nandun sa farm, you're always present. In fact, ang layo ng damage dealt mo, even parang twice as much compared to your teammates. And alam mo ba na ikaw ang highest damage dealt second this season 11? Are you aware of that? How do you balance everything out and how does it feel na rookie year mo, pangalawa ka na kaagad?
Siguro po dun sa pagsama ko po sa kanila kasi nakokontrol naman po nila ako tsaka may tiwala po ako sa kanila. Lalo na po yung pag-cheer up nila sa akin bawat game. Tsaka
how do you balance everything?
ayun din po, yung bawat po, team po kami nag-ano.
Okay, alam mo ba, no violent reactions dito pero may mga nagsasabi na he's the next contender for the Filipino sniper. That is how good he is. How do you feel being compared to that?
Siguro po masaya.
Nanginginig siya. Siyempre masaya, pero na-expect mo ba na ganun kaagad yung impact mo?
Hindi po kasi naglalaro lang po ako para sa team namin Para makuha po yan namin. Momentum.
And that is really amazing. When you play for the name in front of your jersey instead of the name behind. Now, ang question naman natin, speaking of that, we talked about the Filipino sniper. Ikaw naman, you finally got to have a reunion and faced Calra. Ikaw yung storyline namin kanina. How is that like facing him again?
Masaya po kasi parang lagi ko lang talaga silang sinusupport, chini-cheer. Panapanood yun. Hanggang sa parang dito po yung first meet namin kaya sobrang saya po, nakalaban ko po siya and yun, kami po yung nanalo.
Kailan kayo huling nag-usap? Ano yung last conversation nyo?
Hindi ko na po matandaan, hindi na po kasi talaga kami nag-uusap
And how is that like nung nagkita kayo kanina? May facial expression ba?
Parang bring back memories lang po kasi siya talaga yung una kong nakasundo nung unang team ko rin po talaga
Parang besties kayo nun?
Opo.
Anong message mo kay Calra ngayon?
Tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap, galingan natin and magcha-champion din tayo.
Very heartfelt. Now, I want to talk about what happened today. Anong kinain nyo ngayon? I mean, you guys, great debut opening 2-0. Pagkatapos nun, you guys suffered a 2-game loss. Pero ngayon, you parang, anong klaseng reset yung ginawa nyo? It's like you ate something that gave you superpowers. Na-sweep nyo yung former MSC champs. What happened today?
Ano lang po, maganda yung gising ni Ding. Tsaka ano po, masarap po yung ulam namin kanina kaya ginanahan po kami. Tsaka yung kasi, yung mga last week po na laban po namin, parang nakaka-frustrate po sa amin kasi parang di pa namin nalalabas yung namin, talagang laro po namin. Parang medyo may pressure pa po, kaya parang ngayon po, yung mga nakarang araw po, yun po yung parang ginrind namin na kailangan relax lang. Enjoyin lang po namin yung yung laro, tapos with the help with coach po and also sa management po. Talagang worth it po yung araw-araw na paggalit sa amin, tapos yung pagtutok sa amin ni Boss Van. Like every game po, sinasabi po yung mali namin, yung mga kailangan gawin. Tapos yun po, nagbunga po ngayong week. Kaya sobrang thankful po kami yan.
That is so nice to hear. So it's not surprising that you will feel pressured going up against the players, the teams here. And kailangan pala talaga maging strict. Kailangan talaga pala pagalitan. What was something that stuck out to you guys before you started today? Na ang sinabi nila, sabi ni Coach?
Enjoy lang po yung game, tapos focus lang po lagi, clean win, at saka i-bring back lang namin kung ba't kami nandito ngayon, yung pinagdaanan namin yan.
And it was a clean win. Congratulations once again to Nexplay EVOS. You may now take your bow and go ahead. Your fans are waiting for you to walk to them. Just like what Coach said, bring back their capabilities. Remember why they're here. And take a look. They had a really clean game today. Once again, Nexplay EVOS bouncing back with a sweep against their opponent, Smart Omega. Pag-usapan pa natin kung ano nga bang naganap sa laban na to. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara. And that was Nexplay EVOS with a domination performance by Wolf. He got a line. And to go back on how they wanted to shape this inspiration, they go back to their roots. Why did you start? Why are you here? What makes you so determined to be here? And that's one thing that I felt back there, right? It was just purely a passion and mindset to not escape the opportunity that was given to you. And that's amazing for Nexplay EVOS.
Again, that's a big point, right? The journey that they made to this point, they've come a long way, and now that they're in the big leagues here, you want to see these guys very humble, by the way. Very humble guys, and you want to see them really set foot into this league and make a statement because it's clearly that they have everything they need to be able to do that.
Yeah. It's all about how their chemistry synergy works, but on the game number 2, how did Nexplay EVOS dominate in that game? Break it down, Wolf.
I'm not going to be ashamed of it. Yeah, it was a dominating performance coming up from Nexplay EVOS. But I guess we echo back what one of the players said during the post-game interview. For all of the fans out there who can't understand Tagalog, they said that Ding had a great start. He woke up at the right side of the bed today. And I would agree. I think that even when we're looking at the performance of both Boyet as well as Doming in the previous game, all throughout this series against Omega, the guy who's making all of the right moves is definitely Ding. In this game, the first turtle fight, he went in and forced Ryzen to already commit with the Thorn Rose. That means that the Thorn Rose retribution that typically comes out from the Lancelot is no longer a factor for the first turtle fight of Nexplay EVOS. Eventually, he always targeted the right heroes onto the backlines and jumped at the right moment. He even utilizes ultimate just to get out of the fights because he knows that his presence during those skirmishes matters so much. That didn't happen only in game number 2. It also happened in game number 1 as well, when you saw how Ding was just on point with the Lapu Lapu. I believe that he did not die as well in the previous game. This time he only died once. Really waking up the right side of the bed and just destroying Omega with his initiations. Just like what meta XP laners should be doing. Apply pressure to the backlines, go for that one-hit victory, and of course, apply the pressure so that your gold laner will not have any problems at all. And then Doming, 8-0-1, our MVP, this is the time where we say, okay, surely you're landing the shots. But all throughout, when it comes to like the grand scheme of things, he was protected by Brusco DR in the laning stage. And of course, during the team fights, you see how Ding was able to peel for him. What I'm trying to say here is that as good as Doming was during the late portions of the game, early game was definitely because of how they were able to activate and peel for their gold laner. So now we understand the comfort play start of Nexplay EVOS and how they can be successful is when they are protecting their gold laning doming and how they are able to activate this guy. So far, again, Ryzen not gonna have a shot at all. He's even stunned up, and of course with the XP lane advantage coming out from a Boyet, XP advantage, I mean, gets it. And of course, look at that, Doming. He just utilizes his ultimate so well in this game, and the sniper shots is always connecting. Apart from Ding, I think that he really had a hearty breakfast today, and even after they woke up early, they still managed to bring back that energy and play cleanly. I think the word clean was also brought up during the post-game interview, and I think that's what we saw in the 2 games from Nexplay.
This is a reminder for all of us here who always wants to start our day good. Always have a rousing breakfast, a good breakfast, and a good sleep, and that gives you so much way to move your day, right?
I'd love to know what a rousing breakfast is.
Yeah.
Can you describe a rousing breakfast?
Something that has carbs, coffee, and some
carbs, coffee.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of energy and.
Well, that's arousing. That's a lot of energy there.
Oh, Sex is
carbs, coffee.
He's not a nutritionist, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't follow. Don't try this at home, guys. Carbs, coffee.
Carbs, coffee. It's more like of a amping up your day, man. It's the first meal of the day. It's more. It's important in the context of what Wolf is just saying in how Nexplay EVOS had a dominating performance. Now, TNC is ONIC up next. My name is OSX. I'm with Nice and Wolf. Don't go anywhere, Philippines. We will be right back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung flash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos na lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon. Tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest. and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masishare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle take.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP layer.
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's Do or Die Lord Steal nung day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the second spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny QT at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and Benny QT will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny QT, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Apart memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines makukuha ang panalo na to.
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Galera ng Smart Omega at i-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga, may yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena pero nandoon si Tangsilot! Tangsilot Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron!
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos sinatira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Chap nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL at saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren ng malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masya-share.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nat's Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's do or die Lord Steal nung day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benecutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and Benecutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. 1 Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nat's Brody Bloody Massacre nung day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kakarespond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Gekadut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpakritikal sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na makakill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Galera ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon. Tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Chap. Patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Saka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 11. When ONIC rebuilt the roster last season, only one player remained, Ryota. He debuted in the Season 7 and has been utilized as one of the role players. But in fact, recently, he's been proving that he's much more than that. He's been dubbed as the strongest XP laner by two of the most distinguished individuals in the league. Talk about itaas ang lakas. Now, we're gonna be watching Ryota with ONIC Philippines as they face TNC Pro. Let's check them out. Casters, pasok.
One team is struggling and one team is climbing up. As they both find their groove in different situations, will this be the chance for these two teams to finally have an answer to bounce back up? We'll find out tonight for sure. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Sona for the first time. We have Young Wolf as the analyst for today.
Why do you have to say that?
Is that what we're calling him? Yeah, it's just you have similarities when I see you on that chair. But that is Sona, by the way, completely in the flesh. It's TNC versus ONIC Philippines. Today.
Yeah.
One is really struggling, man, coming from a loss, and one that just had an intense match yesterday with the code.
Yeah, I mean, ONIC Philippines, we talked a lot. It was us casting it, right?
Yesterday.
It was a lot here on the line for ONIC Philippines. They did a pretty good job, I would say, against, Blacklist International, but who can forget the way that ended, right? The amazing, four-man poll, I think it was, the Stampede from
amazing.
UA capitalizing on that, and there's the way that it all played, right? So ONIC Philippines, they kind of went through, this very big obstacle yesterday, and now they have TNC ahead of them. So TNC especially still looking for that series win.
Now, as they find the answer, let's enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit https://smrt.ph. Switch to Smart to know more. I just find it really funny just by reading it.
That's a lot of letters, bro.
Yeah, a lot of letters, but you can have the chance to switch and get a treat. Or for all the users out there, you know what to do. But going back with the match here, ONIC Philippines had an intense one as Naizu was trying to illustrate what's happening. They need to get back on their feet, ONIC Philippines. But now, one thing is really on the on my research here is TNC Pro Team from a straight loss, Sona.
Right, and that is one of the biggest factors that they will try to figure out heading forward into this match. Because again, TNC Pro Team, they are yet to secure their very first victory. But a silver lining that we could actually put into consideration is the fact that they've already tried to, funnel up the final 5 people that we will see coming in from the Phoenix Army.
As we continue to handpick the players of the teams, we now talk about the unsung hero, the third unsung hero of ONIC Philippines. Ryota, look at this. The career back in Season 7 from Laos Playbook to ONIC Philippines. The only one who's left as we quote an end of an era back in Season 10, right?
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that, with the recently concluded Seaball Combine, he was the only non-Bren player that was handpicked to become pretty much a national athlete, right? So that is just a little bit of info to pretty much how speaks the weight, the value that this player has. Ryota has been growing in his own way for for quite a few seasons at this point, right? And he sticks with ONIC Philippines, so there's that sense of loyalty there. And now, does he step up? Does he continue to hone these younger guys that are, some of them in their sophomore year now, specifically for ONIC Philippines?
Yeah, and not to mention that there's been a lot of players that are actually really looking forward to seeing Ryota play. I mean, as mentioned by Mara from before, right? It was, two very well-known players in the Philippines that have been really aware of what the other player can do, speaking of Ryota again.
A lot of things that we tried to see for the history of Ryota. One of the mainstays, right? He's now acting as the big brother of his team because back in Season 10, we've seen ONIC Philippines strive also to define one of the challenging teams. Blacklist, Nexplay EVOS back then, even RSG Philippines. Right. And they keep continuing to show. And again, in Nets' way of saying this day, it's just my normal day. Or will it be against TNC?
Here's the thing. With the way that ONIC Philippines has been playing, I feel like this is a game that should a lot of people be like, oh, this is an easy matchup. But from what we saw yesterday from TNC, that hope, especially if they stick with the same lineup, I feel like it's actually going to be a good matchup for this one.
It's TNC versus ONIC Philippines. So let's call our very own Odin. What do you have for us right now in the courtside?
Thank you, casters! Nagbabalik mula sa courtside, this is your very own Odin. At nandito tayo ngayon sa ONIC Philippines. Kasama natin ngayon ang pinakamagaling na XP laner according sa coaches ng C-Ball Combine. Maging na mga players, sinabi rin na siya talaga ang nag-stand out. Hi, Ryota! Hello! Anong feeling na ikaw lang yung player na hindi kasama ng Bren Esports na talagang magre-represent ng Philippines sa C-Ball MLBB?
Siyempre po masaya, pero may pressure pa rin po. Parang doble yung pressure kasi mas tataas yung expectation sa akin ng mga tao.
Kinakabahan ka ba or hindi naman masyado?
Sakto lang po.
Sakto lang. Ano naman ang nagiging preparations mo? Paano mo nababalance yung time mo dito sa MPL at saka sa training nyo sa C-Ball?
Wala, sakto.
Kaya ba? Kaya?
Oo, kaya naman. Kaya naman i-handle yung oras.
Best explainer yan no? Nakausap ko yung malapit sa team nyo. Malapit sa ONIC, lalo na sa puso ni Sensui. Ang sabi daw, gigil daw kayo ngayon sa match-up versus TNC dahil magkadikit kayo last season. Ano naman ang ine-expect mo sa laro nyo ngayon with TNC?
Siguro mas malinis at mas madisiplina po.
Napaghandaan nyo na yung pagharap nyo ngayon. Ano nga ulit yung sinasabi mo kanina dito sa gilid? Para may gusto kong sabihin Pinapa-shoutout mo.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, thank you po. Subscribe to Lyric Tutorials.
Yes! Yun naman pala. Ang bab ng ONIC. Maraming salamat, Ryota. Thank you so much. Yan, at marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro. Casters, balik muna sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Odin. Looks like ONIC Philippines is up and ready and confident to face TNC. But one thing struck me the most is the coach of ONIC Philippines. Man, if I remember in the podcast back last year, he was just a logo of Rapid Boots. Now he has a face with ONIC Philippines that we see back there on stage. Now they continue to blend. They find more groove in the situations that they wanted to fix from every match. Because in time, ONIC Philippines had struggles in refining their own ways.
I think one of the biggest things is for a while, right? ONIC Philippines was known for what we call the banana split, mentality, the play style that they had.
Season 8.
To be fair, it's still there, right? We even saw this yesterday, right? But Nets himself,
present.
Yeah, if it's just a typical day for him or not, that threat is still there. But what has happened with ONIC Philippines and some of those changes specifically is now they have a little bit more of a dynamic to them, right?
Yep.
So, and that's something that we actually noticed even the previous season, Season 10, where a lot of these guys were in their rookie season, and you see how that unfolded throughout the season 10. And now that we're in Season 11, it's a lot more refined, right? So one thing that want to point out with ONIC Philippines specifically is now you have all these options, I guess you could say, when it comes to actually the game plan from ONIC Philippines, and it can actually work out really well for them. And as they're going against TNC specifically, still, like we said with TNC yesterday, it was a David and Goliath type matchup, right?
It is, yeah.
But this one can still be similar, right? TNC, this is their time to prove, like, okay, if we've fielded the same roster, we're ready to give this one a go and come out swinging. Because, again, they're still looking, like you mentioned in your opening, they're still looking for that momentum. They're still looking to rise here. You know, these guys are known as being the Phoenix Rising. Well, it's got to start now. You know, you're almost done with week 3.
Well, technically, you have to start somewhere, right? And for TNC, there's nowhere to go but up for them. Fortunately for them, from 10 players, we're finally, hopefully, going to be seeing a pretty refined lineup coming in from the Phoenix Army, given the fact that there's just a lot of experimentation, I believe, that happened during the first 2 weeks. I mean, we've seen a lot of very interesting heroes that we haven't seen in MPL for a very long time, and they've managed to try and get a lot of victories done. But one possible build-up that I could potentially add to this match is their matchup with Echo. That match was certainly went head-to-head, toe-to-toe, especially during game number 1. So with the new lineup, with a combination of both of the teams, it's really going to be crucial moving forward.
Yeah, moving forward, because TNC right now, we're seeing openings on how to bounce back. As Nisa mentioned, they have done the checklist. Let's see how will they form themselves in this game. Let's call on the teams. TNC Pro Team and ONIC Philippines calling up on stage.
As they persevere through the challenges, the true spirit of the Phoenix Army still lives on. They always rise back up, and they will rise as one TNC Pro Team!
What time is it? It's ONIC time!
After an intense series with the Code yesterday, the Yellow Hedgehogs are hungrier than ever to take back a win. Check your clocks, it's ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Lift. Who is going to rise up to the challenge? Will it be TNC or will it be ONIC Philippines?
After all the struggles, they still manage to smile and do their thing. It's CNC Pro Team not giving up right now. Look at this lineup. Again, they have done the first thing to do. Be consistent in the lineup. They're not doing any experimentations. This is a TNC. on the first one.
This is what I like, right? We talked about this extensively yesterday, and that's what we need to start to see them do. You develop this consistent lineup, and so far we're going to see it again. And specifically, too, starting with King Kong, we saw what he could actually do against very world-class type junglers, right? So allow King Kong to start in the jungle as safely as possible, snowball the team here. And now let's go ahead and take a look at ONIC Philippines.
For ONIC Philippines, if we're talking about consistency, this is the team to go because it's been the same group of people that have, played for 100% of their games, well, except for Ryota. But again, Ryota has been one of those key factors to at least having the result in getting their win. So with the mix of having Ryota and they're playing alongside each other or playing, not simultaneously, with the huge amount of hero pool that both of these XP laners could go, TNC might have a problem given that Ryota really is one for the books in terms of just trying to control his very own lane.
True, and looking at the team head-to-head here, it's leaning more towards ONIC Philippines. But in a game win rate, yeah, obviously TNC is coming from a straight loss. But if we look at this damage, and mostly the KDAs of the team, is always rising on the side of the ONIC Philippines.
The one thing I want to point out here, too, is like damage per minute, right? Damage per minute, you know that TNC likes to play a little scrappy. They have playmaking potential, but so far, not to mention also their hero pool is quite, extensive, but they're still, the fact that they're still looking for a series win, this speaks dividends, right? And at the same time, you need to allow this roster to set in place and really shine. They have to start to shine. And that's why when you look at that team-to-head stat breakdown, obviously it's going to be way in favor of any other team that they're playing while they're trying to get on board here.
I'm actually glad that you've mentioned that one. But also, when you take a look at the other side of things, First Blood ratio will go into the hands of TNC Pro Team, which means that they have better early game advantages in terms of whenever or wherever, whoever their opponents are. So one of the few things that we have to take a look at here is how can they take control of the early game lead that they will have. If they manage to take control of it, build on it, and snowball right through, it's really going to be momentous for them to get their very first win of the season, or maybe even in the series as well.
Momentum is key for TNC Pro Team. On a light yesterday on how they managed to go up against, well, Echo. Wasn't easy, but in some moments in the early game, they had chances, okay, to make their composition work. But on this match, let's throw it over to our Alice for the keys to victory.
Thank you so much, casters. Now it's TNC trying to rise as one, and ONIC taking their time to take their victory. Ito ang kailangan nilang gawin upang manalo dito sa matchup na to. Ito ang ating Infinix keys to victory. Now for TNC, kailangan nilang idol yung very, very sharp at ultra fast na Sensui instincts. Kasi ang malapit dito kay Sensui, lagi siya nakakahanap ng way para makapag-secure ng objectives. Whether it be Lord or Turtles for the side of ONIC, kailangan naman yan i-control ng TNC. Kasi ang kailangan nilang mahanap dito is yung fundamental gameplay para ma-disrupt yung laruan ng Hedgehogs. Now, for ONIC naman, ang kailangan nilang gawin is i-dominate nila yung mid-lane matchup against Escalera. Kakabalik lang ni Escalera dito sa position na to. Maybe na kumakapapa, lalo pat tinaharap nila yung dynamics sila ni Bentings. But Super Friends has been really phenomenal in the support position, and yun yung kailangan i-capitalize ng ONIC in maximize nila yung performance ni Super Prince para mas makatulong siya magbuhat dito sa game na to at ma-amplify yung pressure and aggression na kayang ibigay ng ONIC. Now, for both teams, disrupt each other's pacing. Again, very different and stark playing style. You have Fundamental on the other hand, and you have a very, very aggressive team on the side of ONIC. TNC, kailangan nilang i-disrupt lalo again yung jungler ng ONIC kasi Sensui with Escalera and Bentings, and sa kabila naman kailangan nilang kontrolin yung pagtatake ng objectives naman ng ONIC. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams. Now, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight, for the keys to victory. So one thing and similar is disrupt each and everybody's pacing. Built on momentum. TNC done it yesterday. Maybe they can do it again.
I wanted to ask that, what does that look like when you're disrupting each other's pacing? What happens then if you're both off pace? Then what? It's just free-for-all? I mean, how does that work right now? But
yeah,
well, I get it. And at the same time, I'm wondering what it looks like because
if everybody's scattered across the map,
yeah,
do what you need to do in step 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. I mean, all you need to do is to just technically follow there's something that we call like the scientific method, right? Where you just follow an amount of steps and then you finally get the answer. But what if one of those things were missing? That is where their instincts will step up, right? If you tend to disrupt Sensui's instincts in terms of getting his very own objectives, then it will be a lead for you. Because again, objectives is going to be the name of the game for TNC heading forward into this matchup to at least get the the early game lead that we've been talking about for quite some time.
Early game lead. Something tells me that there's always focus on the roamer, right? But now, let's give light for the head-to-head. We have Cram and Ryota. As for the KDA, we have the Yellow Hedgehogs much higher against TNC.
The thing I want to point out here, too, is, Cram has sort of struggled settling into the current meta, right? There was a time when it was Cram time. It was, Cram was all over the place, especially when he got his hands on Esmeralda, who that hero alone has fallen off into the meta, right? I mean, it's still possible, but looking at those stats there too, even with Ryota, you can see that, yes, he might not have as much, team participation, but sometimes it's Ryota literally carrying on the hero that he picks. You saw the KDA there too. So this is what I mean by there are some teams, there are some games where the XP laners turn out to be massive carries for the team, right? It's not always that gold lane. It's not always the mid lane or even the jungle. Sometimes it is the impact of these amazing XP laners.
Yeah, it has a master switch for everything that they want to make something work. Now going for the first draft of the game, we have ONIC Philippines on the blue side. We have one on the red. Now the Prior Bands here, this tells me the ONIC Philippines setting up for either Fredrin or the Valentina if TNC bans it.
Which actually falls into one of the keys to victory for the side of ONIC Philippines. Give Super Friends a very good hero heading forward into this matchup, and that is possibly looking forward into this match. And again, Fredrin, no surprise there. It's been one of the strongest heroes that we have all throughout the season. And knowing Sensui, kind of more of a utility jungler type of player, he knows how to maneuver in difficult situations. So I'm very interested on what King Kong is going to be picking up here. Because for TNC, there's a lot of heroes that they've used, given that they've already utilized their 10-man lineup. But for now, Farsa and Melissa is going to be the choice here. So pretty early, if I should say, with the pickup of the Melissa. Because again, a lot of counters could possibly be the case here for ONIC Philippines.
Good pick up for the Phoenix Army. You have the Melissa and Farsa. Way to aid how an AoE magic burst damage plus an independent defense for a Melissa. Still a good way of TNC showing their own choices in the first phase. Now this gives ONIC Philippines to counter back with an AoE setup type of hero, which is an Eve.
So, as we see more and more of this meta sit in here, a lot of the Eve, the Farsa matchup, Melissa's locked in here. That's going to be a lock-in for the Lapu Lapu. So another common pick, right? So now it really does come down to how do these teams execute this? Because even in the previous series, we were like, man, it doesn't make sense to actually pick a Melissa against what? Earlier, the Kadita and the Farsa, I believe it was. And it still worked. So even when you're looking at this first phase, now that Diggy's locked in too from TNC, it really does just come down to that execution factor. And this works so well because you have now Melissa and Diggy. Diggy should be able to help this Melissa. If it's babysitting in the lane for the majority of the early game, then that can work out for them. But then, of course, you have that times journey to really help out your teams when you're going to have to fight into that real-world manipulation.
The only concern that I have here from TNC Pro Team's lineup is there's not a lot of durability. Like, yes, you have ways to get out of very difficult situations, but when we're talking about just face-up, squaring up against each other, with the sustainability that the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin imposes, with the Fredrin being possibly your very own jungler, it's really a problem for TNC once ONIC Philippines gets into the backside of things. So now, TNC Pro Team will have to try and secure a little bit more of those utility junglers because King Kong, again, has used the Martis from before, but unfortunately, it's banned out. So ONIC kind of got their number on that one.
You've mentioned King Kong, and from all of the matches of TNC, we only seen Hayabusa, we only see a Martis. Now, ONIC Philippines is saying, go squeeze out some heroes for the new guy for TNC. What could actually work here? As Sona mentioned, something for utility that can also be a frontline, a pseudo-tank in a way, in most of the heroes right now of TNC, since the first three is a bit squishy early game.
You know what? That's actually pretty interesting because, again, you've already mentioned Hayabusa, right? But the rest of the junglers that TNC have used all throughout the season are Hayabusa, the Hanzo, the Fredrin, and the Karina. So Fredrin's already banned out. Martes is already gone. And you're only left with technically Hayabusa and Karina, and Hayabusa has been picked up 3 times by King Kong all throughout the season. So now, heading forward into this match, if you want to have at least that kind of early game scaling in which TNC is actually getting a very good amount of, you might go the Hayabusa route here. But again, that will be a ticking time bomb factor for the side of TNC Pro Team, because when you take a look at the ONIC Philippines squad, it seems like they could sustain this lineup even all throughout the late game.
Yeah. And seems like, as answering all of those speculations from Zona, now we're handed over with a show for TNC.
I'm wondering, with this Cho, right? Do we see a world where they try to put the Cho in the jungle?
Well,
it's looking like it, though.
Season 9 happened, and RSG did it for the first time. Yeah.
And I mean, teams have done that before, but right away, look at these locked-in last picks here for ONIC Philippines. They're going to go ahead and take the Beatrix after how we saw Beatrix in the hands of Domeng previous series. Not surprised here, and also locking it in with the Franco pick.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm very surprised that Glue hasn't been picked up, but again, the ban is finally there. So at some point, I'm waiting if there's going to be another new XP laner that the rest of the Phoenix army will be using. I mean, Edith is still available. The Benedetta is still available. It has been used by Cram from before. So now it's going to be up to Cram if he will have someone from the backlines. And yeah, definitely the answer here.
Okay.
When you take a look at their lineup, yes, they can fight from a distance. They can fight and get out of situations. But when they need to go into the backside to attack the rest of the squishy members from the side of ONIC Philippines, Yuzhong might be your answer. So that is, or those are the lineups heading in for both teams.
Looks like TNC for this draft is heading in for a good start. Now, these are Smart Talent predictions. And yeah, that's me. Still rooting for TNC. They need to rise and
believe.
And I believe there is still hope for the Phoenix Army to bounce back. And as we all know, all teams in this season are really rising up to the challenge.
I feel like you were influenced. You were inspired, encouraged yesterday from what you saw from TNC. So maybe this is the series where they can pull something off here, because they need it. They've got a good start with this first draft. We'll see if the execution is there for them.
Yeah, as all Sona tried to alliterate what could happen in the lineups of TNC. Maybe this is their only way to get them to another faster way of eating up their momentum and progression, right?
Franco might actually be the X factor for game number 1, because again, the Diggy can't stop the Franco's bloody hunt, right? So at some point, it's the battle of the pickoffs. King Kong has that capability with the Way of the Dragon, and heading forward into this match, you were kind of having a little bit of a reflective state with TNC using this Demon Slayer emblem from before, and also using that show as a jungler. So heading forward into this match, it is actually looking like they're going to be trying to figure things out.
Here's the world that you're asking for, a Cho jungler.
Yeah, I was just going to point it out too. I get that it works. I know, teams have done it successfully before, but my gripe always when a Cho jungle is locked in is you lose that flicker cool combination. You don't have the flicker Way of the Dragon combination that you see so many times when it's in the roam position, right? So now you're kind of just relying on basically his base kit to get in position. Now, will that work? It's up to King Kong to do that.
You know what? That's where the reverse time comes in, right? So at least just to get a little bit of a pull, and for King Kong, even without the flicker, to go ahead and get the possible pickoffs done. I'm still curious to see if this is going to be kind of a little bit of a damage build type of Cho, but heading forward into this match, it is still looking like TNC is getting a little bit of the amount of gold that we are consistently seeing now, and they're also taking care of Innocent up top using this Melissa, and we've seen Innocent use this for a lot of times now. But again, when you're stuck in very difficult situations, what is ONIC Philippines going to do about it?
Well, if you want to have a good momentum early game, start with aiding your gold lane. But as pressure is concerned here, it's on the XP lane. On the other hand, we have Escalante and Kramen, ONIC, and Super Friends. And C's probably this is a good setup, because one thing that TNC is lacking here could be the damage early game because of the Cho, Rock, and the Demon Slayer. So I say from this point, just by looking at the draft, ONIC has the upper hand.
Already uses the Way of the Dragon here. It's going to be secured by Super Prince, actually. King Kong trying to get out of dodge. Left alone, though, it's Cram. Can he escape this one? Gets the flicker out of Super Prince. Can't find the kill. First blood going in the hands of Sensui, plus the turtle. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, at the end of it all.
clean turtle take coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines. They've managed to divert the attention. It started off with Ryota using that bravest fighter to at least gather the attention from the Phoenix Army. A lot of ultimates were forced here coming from the side of the Phoenix Army, and then from there, they've managed to take another kill for themselves. Although TNC also got a kill for them, as Sensui was the one that was taken was taken out of context here for the rest of the members. So heading forward into this match, it's still a tied ball game, but TNC not having that snowball factor.
Yeah, for snowball factor is concerned, I believe Bentings could have a right away and also have having a safe angle and place for this Melissa. As ONIC Philippines continues to progress and also giving pressure to the gold lane, maybe they are also taking their time to make progress with their items.
And itemizations here looking pretty standard for both of the teams, and it's still actually, you know, somewhat classic in terms of what we are about to see. But for now, it is very important that we are somewhat seeing the advantage of Melissa onto the top side, given that Bentings is there for the assistance. Bentings not really doing much as of the moment. We're not seeing full-on Time's Journey just yet, but having Innocence back is really just the most important factor that we have to take note, because if this is brought into the late game, there's just a lot of problems, and maybe durability is not the answer anymore for ONIC.
Well, in all things that being given here to the table by Sona, so we've seen progress for Innocent getting that in for the Corrosion Scythe. So something tells me they're going to have some edge here in taking this objective, because if Bentings here is lacking some point of placing one of these skill kits of a Diggy in the side of ONIC Philippines, maybe he could give more vision, right? An advantage, just as this.
Gonna go for the kick. Ryota quite low here. Gonna try to survive the best he can. Still, King Kong able to find Ryota on the kill. Turtle still up here. Sensui quite low too. King Kong gonna push him back, force him out of the area.
They're going for it.
Should be able to secure that turtle now. The rest of the TNC still there. So Kakadu finds it. No kill pressure just yet. Able to secure the turtle though in the hands of TNC. And they're happy with that. They get a kill plus the objective.
Oh, it looks like now they're stepping up the pace. Well, that combo could be deadly. Hook and the Cyclone Eye, but it's the safe passage for TNC to go through.
Good prioritization coming in from TNC. They noticed that Ryota already utilized that bravest fighter to go into them, and they technically led in numbers, but now it seems like Kram is going to be the one taken out here by Ryota himself, so he avenged his death from earlier. Even with TNC actually getting that turtle, it's still going to be Ryota having some extra gold in terms of laning matchup, so Kram really needs to step up in this game. He needs to find the backside that he has been trying to figure out, you know, for the past few minutes, but it's still not working out. Even so, TNC still leads by a little bit.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Also, ONIC is looking for ways that how to have Bentings on a steady position, right? You don't want an annoying Diggy planting all those bombs, getting all those visions, because in having the Impure Rage with you, we kind of expect a Diggy to freely rotate and harass more of the lanes. But one thing he's aiding here is mostly with Innocent, right? So the progress right now is not even sure with the items if he can go up against Nets. But Sensui falls down.
Sensui gets taken out there. I mean, a lot of action top and mid, both sides, but this is what I was saying. Kram should be fine here. Gonna use that Black Dragon form, but this is what I was saying about King Kong specifically. The guy's got talent. He's good at what he does. He's making this Cho jungle work even without, you know, having that flicker available to him. And so far, they're setting up the pace here for TNC specifically.
We're starting to see the effect of having that Cho by your side, right? Because when you look at that,
just like that, again, a cook.
Still survives.
Thought he was going to be able to get that. Escalera, though, might be looking to clean up here with Feathered Airstrike. One hit away, the flicker to survive. What a play from Ryota. Able to avoid death here. Now it's Escalera that's in trouble. Appraiser's Wrath right there, taking him out. Now the fight for the turtle. Last one of the game. Mid lane, Bentings falls. They give up the turtle. King Kong actually able to secure it. They lose two, though. And they're going to put pressure here now in the mid lane.
ONIC Philippines with a secure kill and another one for the side of Superfed. Is that worth it for TNC? They only got the turtle.
I mean, it's an objective if you ask me, but when we're talking about ONIC Philippines, they got more than what they wanted when they reached the fight. I mean, they lost a turret, they lost a few lives, but again, it's the only important thing that we have to take notice here is the fact that they finally disrupted TNC space. TNC space, they're trying to just, you know, get Ben Things and Innocent out of that top lane, and they're finally going to do that now.
That's almost half HP. Nice.
They're going to get sandwiched down here. Sensu in the backside. Nets grabbing a kill on Escalera. Innocent trying to do his best. Auto attacks are on target. They find one. Sensui falls. There's the Bloody Hunt lockdown. Now they're going to be punishing ONIC Philippines here. Kekadut trying to run. Nets has to flicker out. This should be able to be a chase down here. King Kong waiting for it, trying to get the kill.
Go.
Innocent looking for it if he can get it, but King Kong ultimately gets that mega kill. TNC right now on fire.
Good utilization of Innocent by using the turret plus the zone up of Cram. Gives so much weight to Ben Things and also King Kong to hold on.
Bro, that go away was fire. That's
I
all
know,
I have
right?
to say, man. It was really pretty
Amazing.
good given that TNC, they were stuck in a very difficult situation, but the only thing that placed ONIC Philippines at a disadvantage was that the turret was still there for them. So that's extra damage plus extra durability for the side of TNC at the figure of percentage. And TNC utilized their skills, maximized the potential of having that go away while also using that Way of Dragon to at least maximize the potential damage output that TNC could pose. So now from 1K, they're now at 2.3K as Lord is finally here.
Maximize potential. Lead is on TNC, but Kekadut spots one.
Okay, they're going to zone out Nets here with the feathered airstrike. They punish Kekadut on top of it. TNC able to get the numbers advantage as this Lord dance now ensues here. King Kong feeling pretty confident as well. Still has that Way of the Dragon. Uses it to on Sensui. Wrong way though. Not going to go the direction he wanted to. So now even more dire situation. A lot of ultimates are gone on the side of TNC.
Okay.
Gonna be crucial how they deal with this. Innocent still holding on to his. ONIC Philippines, they know they've got to buy a little bit of time here. Kekadut now making his way back. See which team decides to connect on this one. Ben Things.
That is hurting
taking a
for
huge
Ben
shot.
Things. Now TNC slowly waking up with this lead. They need to maintain it. They need to be consistent how to approach this. Who's getting the first Lord?
Real World
On this
Midway
game.
comes down.
Woo!
It's secured by Sensui. Both teams. Okay, they get the flicker out too. Both teams committing a lot there. Inevitably, it turns into a Lord for ONIC Philippines.
Sensui instincts are finally online in this game. Let me tell you, it's just an amazing showcase of events. ONIC Philippines knew that they had it in them with some extra defensive items. When you take a look at the itemizations right now, those routes that we were talking about specifically coming in from the Lapu-Lapu and the Fredrin, locking in that Dominance Ice and Athena's Shield to have at least a little bit of, tankiness that could help them potentially during that Lord Skirmish. And it did by lowering down TNC's gold lead to now just being 700.
Well, player's gold right now is on the side of Innocent. I say he's doing a lot of good progress. Someone got hooked. Follow up by Hook and one sniper from Nets.
Nice layering there. Still going to be competing for it though. Escalera waiting in that bush, going to dodge that hook as well. Still going to hold them off here from taking the tier 2 turret. TNC though, they got to deal with this Lord bottom side. Ben Things too. I mean, that was a hook, a shot. They got the Times Journey out. So right now, they're going to play around it, get more space around the map here for ONIC Philippines.
And they need more push as well. Look at the damage, Sona.
I mean, there's a lot of damage given by Escalera because of those sneaky positionings that he has been trying to impose here for the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines. But in terms of all throughout damage, there's a lot of AoE skills that ONIC Philippines continues to utilize to get the leads done. And even with all of that, TNC just leads by a little bit because of the extra amount of kills that they have heading forward into this matchup. So this is still a good sign for TNC given that Innocent is still there, but ONIC Philippines are on a roll right now. 6 turrets are finally out. Inhibitors are only left, and TNC is slowly trying to group themselves up together just to save face and just to get the itemizations done.
They just need to be more consistent this time. They have the rope right now on their side. They just need to keep moving forward. But the problem here is for ONIC Philippines, they have a lot of jump. They have a lot of catch. They have a lot of good initiation. They have flicker. So for the side of TNC, they're the ones who are waiting, who's making the first move. And if that thing is the way for TNC to rise back in every team fight, they need to have a good amount of defense.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? Right before the start of the draft, it really was the durability that was the problem for the TNC lineup. I mean, Diggy, yes, you can get out of those types of skirmishes where you were left of at least 20% of health. But again, what's next after that? How can you fight back? And this is how TNC could potentially go ahead, try to poke them out using the feathered airstrike and also using those skills brought about by Innocent. And then from there, try to get the maneuver or try to maneuver yourself, get away from those kinds of initiations that ONIC Philippines is trying to bring. Because as you've mentioned, OSX, there's the Iron Hook, there's the Taunt, and there's also the Bravest Fighter. So a lot of things that TNC needs to worry about.
Yeah, deplete their sources, Naisu. How do you remember yourself in the playground in the monkey bar, holding for your safety back there in your childhood?
Oh,
this is what happened. This is what's happening here because the Lord is the monkey bar for you to hold on, and who's gonna even blink first in this team fight?
Well, if anyone should hold on, it's King Kong, right?
Yep, right.
So hopefully he's good at holding on here. Right now, he's going to have to fight this Lord dance. The rest of TNC getting in position. Still, it's going to be a half health. Ryota trying to get the vision he needs here. Still, Cram also needs to be able to find the angle he wants with this Black Dragon form. Feathered airstrike going to come down from Escalera, pushing him back. Lord's going to reset a little bit here, but most likely just going to be started back up. Still, teams at a stalemate between each other.
That was pretty good poking capabilities coming in from Escalera because he popped off the feathered airstrike. It landed on the right target. So now that was the result. The reset finally happened here, but King Kong has been taking a pretty decent amount of damage, and that is what you want if you're ONIC because it's finally half health for the Lord.
Yeah, and this just keeps on going and going. And the challenge now is between King Kong versus Sensui in getting this Lord and gaining a push because right now there's 3 turns left. Who's going to get it?
Fourth of the health here. It's secured by Ben Things. Innocent able to grab a kill too. Looking for another as Ryota falls. Double kill in the hands of Innocent. And TNC with a long Lord dance. They come out the victor. And now they're going to be pushing down the mid lane of ONIC Philippines.
Bursted them all down, tore them to pieces just when the information that, Farsa Escalera was finally back on base. ONIC chose to go ahead and give it all they've got. But unfortunately for them, TNC using their very own skills, a lot of burst damage courtesy of that feathered airstrike. Even Innocent maximizing the utilization of his skills is really becoming a problem right now. And as soon as Kekidut doesn't hit those iron hooks, it's now going to be starting to make problems for ONIC Philippines.
Well, speaking of problems for the Yellow Hedgehogs, how can you outlast the burn, the damage from Escalera, the poke from Bentings, and now they just keep on pushing. Down bottom, yeah, that's just the Lord just waving through without any towers. Now, this is one thing that TNC needs to hold on for. The destruction of the base of ONIC Philippines because as of the moment, there's no initiation starting from the Yellow Hedgehogs.
Cram's going to go ahead and start his own here. They're trying to get this inhibitor turret down if they can. Real world manipulation comes down. Ryota follows up, but look at Innocent. The damage and the ultimate just making it so Ryota has no entry here. One hit away on this turret. They should be able to grab it as they do. Even with the damage that Nets can provide, TNC not backing down at all. Eyes now set in the mid lane, looking for another hook, not going to land on the target. And right now, TNC very well ahead of this one, knocking on the base of ONIC Philippines.
Slowly inching closer to their very first win of the season. It's really going to be, it's so close, and all they need to maintain is that discipline. They're finally getting enemy objectives, trying to at least, lengthen the gap, widen the gap between them and the gold of ONIC Philippines. And ONIC-PH, they're making some sort of initiations, but beautiful call coming in from Bentings or whoever is actually calling from the TNC base, because again, all they need to do was to just, burst down the first hero that comes to their senses or first hero that comes to their sight, and ultimately that is -1, and ONIC Philippines can't really go ahead and try to retaliate and fight back.
Yeah, we could ask after the interview and who makes the call for TNC right now to make their compositions work. I said this is a different version of the Phoenix Army that we're seeing, right? From all of the losses, they've taken it together, and now we have 3 members having the highest damage right now in this game. Innocent, Bentings, and Escalera.
I just say Bentings is top 2. Bentings is a roamer.
Yeah.
Bentings using this Diggy, we've seen it from before, and you know, there's been a lot of situations coming in from a lot of teams where they say that Diggy is finally having that carry role, and this is actually manifesting to what we have seen here. And as soon as, again, the Iron Hook won't hit, the mayhem will start.
Well, if there's Kakadu able to avoid that. A lot of back and forth here. Ultimately not converting into anything. Now the Lord is up. Both teams using a lot of resources.
Yeah, we're talking about roams here. Ben thinks if Ninja Killa is present in TNC, call it Killa Ben with his Diggy, because Kakadu is also the carries the same characteristic of being a killer roamer, right?
Yep.
And one thing that we're expecting for ONIC is to make the first move, and as they hold on for their own way of setting up a good team fight, TNC's having their own way of getting stronger by the minute. Time is what they need right now, and just keep doing it correctly.
Yep, and time is also of the essence coming in from TNC, because cooldowns are at an all-time low for this squad. When you take a look at it, there's been a lot of utilizations of skills that have been used, but Ben is using that time's journey pretty early.
Oh, did ONIC squeezed out one key ultimate for TNC to defend themselves in this lore dance?
I mean, it's just 12 seconds, right?
Yeah. Who's going to get it?
Right now, the Lord's pretty low. Who's going to be able to grab this one? It's Ben Things again! How is he doing it? Securing the Lord. Innocent just popping off here. Able to find another Escalera, grabbing a kill. 2-for-1 trade so far, but again, Ben Things grabs another Lord for TNC.
Oh, Killa Ben.
Bro, how is he doing that? Like, there's...
In a Diggy form.
In a Diggy form, man. Whatever, it's
amazing.
It's Ben Things, right? This is finally him kind of like showing us what to do. I'm pretty sure that this will show in the next Ben tips that we will see in social media.
Yeah, I expect from a clip here right now.
Yeah, but heading forward, it's really just, the full build of Ben Things. Also, in addition, with Innocent unscathed. So this is pretty impressive, but Escalera hurting pretty a lot.
Escalera pretty low there, but
that burns.
Right now, they respect the damage, right? They're going to go ahead and deal with this Lord quite fast. And TNC doesn't have any waves to really push into this. So despite getting that Lord there, honestly, it didn't result into much, right? TNC can't actually get any more turrets right now anyway, because ONIC Philippines, their high ground defense is actually pretty good. So just like that, we're back to this.
Okay, let's talk about the comeback potential of ONIC Philippines right now. It's still not out of the equation right now, Sona, because we have Kekadut, we have Super Fins. And from what we see, how the damage crawled the HP bars of Escalera could mean something if they keep on waiting for that perfect moment as they see.
I'm glad you've mentioned that one, because it's not only the depending factor that we see, but also with the wave clear. Yes, there's some similarities and differences between the lineups that we are consistently seeing from them, but look at the damage to Nets.
Okay, they push Nets back here. Cram going over the Black Dragon form, but Innocent again finding a kill here. 6-0-5, unleashing. Looking for Ryota if they can be able to find him. They get the knockout. Ben Things with the kill. ONIC Philippines, it's a disaster in the base. Nets gonna get kicked, but can't get the kill himself. King Kong falls, but Escalera's popping off along with Innocent, and that's gonna be it.
They're not
TNC grabbing game 1.
Wow, would you look at the smiles on the faces right now of the members of TNC. Look at the relief, man. Their first win of the season.
All smiles for the Phoenix Army, guns blazing, everything's on fire. They had that early game lead, and they held on to it at the end of this match.
Wow.
It's beautiful to see, beautiful to see some smiles on their face.
Right.
They deserve it, man.
They completely deserve the chance. Like how they entered up the stage up until now, they still maintain a smile. They're happy of what they did and becoming consistent from the lineup. Now their own approach in the game. This is something for TNC to move forward on.
Like I said, for TNC, one game at a time. If they can focus on that, then maybe they take the series. So yeah, they got their first win for a game. But even better yet, if they can get their first series win. That's really what they need as well, right? So they get those points, they get on the board here. This is what we wanted to see, though. We wanted to see that consistency. TNC brought the same lineup they used yesterday. We were talking about it, how there's hope there. It's obviously there. This is against a team that's done very well. ONIC Philippines, right? I mean, this should be a moment to celebrate for all the TNC fans out there.
Yeah, the Phoenix Army, right?
Yep, and I agree with what you've mentioned. Job's not finished. So there's still, another way for them to go heading into this match. And that is potentially what we could see for game number 2.
Well, for game number 2, so they have done step 1, step 2. Well, what could be step number 3? Now, let's throw it over to Sona on what just happened in game number 1. TNC finally got their first win.
They finally got the one that they need to continue and build up the momentum that they have as TNC Pro Team takes care of business and gets game number 1 against ONIC Philippines. Welcome to the analyst desk, and all I can say is that they they held on to what they had in store in terms of the gold lead and widened the gold gap whenever ONIC Philippines was simply trying to maneuver themselves heading forward into this matchup. Let us take a look at the rest of the stats that we are taking of notice here on your screens right now. I mean, TNC has done their job very well. There's a reason why they picked up the Melissa pretty early in the draft, because they know that they could take care of Innocent pretty well, and pretty clutch pickup of King Kong using this Cho as well, because again, Cho is something that we are seeing a lot of times during the rest of the matches that we have in MPL-PH Season 11, but King Kong used this and utilized this to the fullest of potential to first try to get Sensui away from the major objectives, and 2, not get caught with the taunts that Sensui is trying to bring, because again, Sensui, as much as he is really using his instincts in terms of the Lord, he really didn't have a very much of a perfect game. As we take a look at the team fight participation brought about by both of the teams, there's just a lot of burst damage. I mean, there's not a lot of sustainability because there's damage taken for quite some time. 495,000 compared to only 344, but that's because of the fact that there's really not a lot of durability from the side of TNC Pro Team. So they just, doubled down on the damage, and it worked out for them. Also, mentioning the 94% that Ben Things was just really wreaking havoc for the side of ONIC Philippines. And not only that, because he also managed to take 2 crucial Lord objectives, and he is the MVP of this game with a 1, 2, and 15 KDA, a 486 gold per minute, and that kill participation was just masterful coming in from the guy. A Divine Glaive with an Enchanted Talisman was what made ONIC Philippines really this, kind of double-doubted themselves on what they were supposed to do during these kinds of fights, and the highlights will definitely show that. ONIC Philippines had a little bit of a gold lead. Actually, it was a seesaw battle between the first few minutes of the game, but one thing that stood out here for me was the individual plays that ONIC Philippines were trying to do, because TNC went in there with a plan. It was to take care of Innocent, try to leave Cram alone, and from there, it was just, the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines that tried to go ahead and get the engages done. But I think this is the most crucial play that TNC had the upper hand because of a little bit of an overextension coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines. And from there, they were very confident establishing themselves with at least a double, 1,000 gold lead or even more. But speaking of which, there's just TNC having a lot of really good engages and really good burst amount of damage potential, wherein whoever is the first person who actually gets close to them is the one that will receive the burst amount of damage and will also get burnt in the process. So this is pretty good utilization of skills, also with the discipline that was displayed here by the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team, thus getting game number 1. It was courtesy of Uncle Ben that was really the best part about the, manifestations of TNC is to getting that first win. With great power indeed comes great responsibility.
One game at a time, says Nice. So I believe now TNC is finally opening up the books from Chapter 8. Well, let's skip to another book. Throw it away. Make another one. And how this is going for TNC is really good.
I don't think, don't throw away the book. You don't have to throw it away. Start with the foundations like we talked about.
Bro, save trees.
Build upon that book, right? Because this is what I think is important, is the fact that King Kong, again, had an amazing game. This is something that we actually talked about yesterday, too. I think he was playing the Martiz, if I remember right. He actually has individually good games generally. So you got to allow King Kong to do that, and this sets his team up for the rest. And now, like Sona pointed out, Ben thinks, right? Ben Tips, Uncle Ben, whatever you want to call it. The man took two Lords, with the it wasn't the bunnies. Was it the bunny skin? It was the
I think it was the stars.
The Pigeoneer.
No?
Yeah,
I
well,
know, yeah.
regardless,
Yeah,
the man,
think.
Ben Things, took 2 lords with a diggy, right? Who needs a retribution when you
No.
have Ben Things, basically? So, overall, this is what we wanted to see. We were looking for consistency with TNC. They finally are having it. They're shining in all their different roles. Cram struggled a little bit, right? He was having a little bit of a hard time, but overall, as the game developed and went on, he had some really good entries with the Black Dragon form. And I
True.
feel like that is another key component to why they succeeded so often in their objective fights. And this allowed King Kong to just, kind of be confident in actually fighting against Sunsui, who has time and time again been compared to some of even the best junglers in the league right now, right? So this has a lot to say on King Kong. Now, as we look ahead to the game next of us, can they actually sweep ONIC Philippines? That would be a hell of a morale raise for not only this team, but all the Phoenix Army out there.
Yeah, plus 100 automatically.
Yep.
If you're a Phoenix Army, that's how you want to have that momentum going because they just keep on finding their grooves, right? ONIC Philippines and TNC. TNC importantly, right? Sona, as you've mentioned most of on your analyst segment, they're answering the dots, correct?
Yep.
They're connecting it slowly and they want to have this way of a refined force up against the next match because if our concern on the first game was the Cho pick, you were mentioning like, well, the Demon Slayer, he was lacking damage. Who needs damage? I have Ben Things, and I have a Dicky.
Yeah, and that was most certainly, that was the problem that ONIC Philippines really didn't have a lot of answers to. I mean, they did, but Diggy had an answer of his own with that Time's Journey. So it automatically got them out of, very tough kinds of situations, and from there it was just ONIC Philippines just prioritizing not only even one game at a time but one hero at a time. That is exactly what they did from there. They bursted down a single member, and from there, just because of the amount of damage that all of the heroes coming in from TNC Pro Team had, it had them at the offensive advantage. I mean, offense is the best defense, if I should say.
Oh, true. I can see it in how you make your moves every Thursday, right?
Yep.
That's how you do it. I see our photos.
Well, yeah.
What moves?
You can say that.
Yeah.
The basketball moves?
Yeah, the basketball moves. Great defense.
Probably something like that.
It's not all.
Yeah. Why?
I don't play basketball. I mean,
really?
I mean, you also got the moves.
Yeah.
I don't.
And the height.
Yeah, I mean, when you're 6'2". That's a common question. Do you play basketball? No, I don't.
Play basketball, bro?
What a flex.
Sorry.
What a flex, bro.
Sorry.
But that's how... Well, if TNC gets a complete sweep, that's to get their first 3 points, right?
And they're going to be feeling like they're 6'2", bro.
Oh, yes, they will feel like they're 6'2", especially if they do it against a team like ONIC Philippines, who has been doing, quite well, I would say. And a team that, once again, they went through their own struggles previous season, kind of proving, I feel like, a lot for their own, players that are now in their sophomore season. So now, again, it's TNC. And working around that 10-man roster, if they settle on this, then great for them.
Well, as you show your amazing face right on the camera, nice. So it's time for our Smart Game Face of the Day segment. So we're now on the look on who's going to win this game. Look at that guy. He's already smiling, and this one is just preparing. So we're all speculating on who's going to win the Smart Game Face of the Day. Team Shooting Gallery, be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtags Power of Smart on your devices in the green background. Once the camera is right in front of you, go ahead and make that awesome game face. But right now, I can't see through the masks.
Well, they're making faces, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that printed face.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's it.
There it is.
That's it. Okay. That's how you make the game face of the day. Very creative as well. Not just plain green.
Someone's chatting him.
Oh. And he's saying, I can see you on TV.
Yo, chat later, yo.
Yeah.
Oh,
no! We always get to visit.
I mean,
that
they're
face
always
right there.
graced, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why do they even look for the game face of the day if there's already one?
You know what it is
Yeah.
about Butters, man?
They have Butters, we have Naisu.
You know what I'm envious about Butters?
Right.
Those flowing locks.
I know, right?
Like, Butter, I don't know what it is. I don't know what shampoo Butters uses, but his hair is on a different level, man. And every time I see him put his hands through his hair, I'm just like, man, it's on all.
Yeah, bro went
it's a
to
natural,
Boracay,
right?
bro.
Like how he just does his hair like an anime slow-mo feel.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you see those episodes, right?
Yeah,
It
dude.
happens every time when you look at Butters.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was looking at Aaron Yeager from a while ago.
Oh,
but,
right.
You know,
It
looked-
started.
Yeah, he started growing, and from ultimately saw it was just flowing, and it was cool.
No, your voice sounds really familiar.
Yeah, dude.
I see it right on the
I saw this
waiting
coming.
screen.
I saw this coming,
Yeah,
bro.
if you heard that kind of tone, yeah, that's the guy who makes
Yeah,
the top
dude.
5 plays
Yeah.
this weekend.
Who would have thought that top 5 plays can be done so seductively?
Yeah, it's just his own signature. And in some voiceovers back in the season, even the caster search, he's the one who does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Effortless.
Well, now you get to do the one, because I'm pretty sure probably a top play, at least from this series here, was, Ben Things taking 2 Lords.
Yeah, I'm expecting
yeah.
him to do that on the next weekend.
I don't know if I'm going to be the one who's going to do, the top 5 plays for this week, but, you'll see me when you see me.
You'll hear me.
You'll
when
hear me.
We'll
when
hear you.
They'll hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You can't see me, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
We'll take note of that, Soda, because right now we're going into game number 2. ONIC Philippines. Is there something wrong from the Yellow Hedgehogs? Because as I look at their draft earlier, they were just lacking how to activate their own switches, right?
Yep.
And one thing that, Ben thinks and the rest of the team did was break the momentum right away.
I mean, for me, when you think about it, it's just that Diggy pick that was picked up in the later portions of the game. I mean, you could have at least banned it if you were going for a lot of heroes that were reliant on crowd control, because again, you have the Lapu-Lapu, you had that Fredrin, and those heroes have a lot of taunts. And when you have that Diggy, it just eliminates the threat of all of that. So when you have those kinds of heroes in your arsenal, maybe, take out the Diggy while you still have the chance, because it will really pose a lot of problems heading forward into this match, because again, you have the Beatrix, you have the Eve, so technically you have a lot of wave clear and a decent amount of damage as well. So heading forward, ONIC Philippines probably just needs to, take the Diggy out.
Like
Respect ban?
Yeah. Think about it. If for some reason ONIC Philippines was like, you know what, we don't want to deal with the Diggy, think how many times they would actually converted kills, because there was multiple times or instances when Kekudu landed the Iron Hook, and then the shot from Nets actually was there, right?
Right.
So, but a lot of the times they utilize that, but every single time that they hooked someone, it seemed to be Ben Things, which then he just ended up using the Times Journey to get out of it, and they disengaged, right? And they knew by that time they could follow up with something themselves. And we actually saw that, right? Where I think you pointed it out in the highlights there from the previous game, where TNC had a pretty good lead.
Mm-hmm.
ONIC Philippines got rid of that lead, and then TNC got it back. So that's and I think that goes back to the keys to victory, right? Disrupt that pacing, disrupt that pretty much momentum for both teams. So now that could be solved. Hey, just take out the Diggy for one. And the other thing is, do they swap sides on top of it?
It's actually pretty funny because, they disrupted each other, and you finally got your answer.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
What does it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like?
You
It
asked
looks
for
like
a world
that, right?
with a Cho jungle.
Yep. You had a world where Cho was a jungler. You had a world where, there was a lot of damage dealers heading forward. But
Yeah.
again, it boiled down to, I believe, the overextension that ONIC Philippines did in at least that 7th to 8th minute, where the turret was still available for them. But unfortunately, they kind of underestimated the damage potential that TNC was about to give. And so TNC continuously punished them. And from there, they got a lot of their second items, their second or third items. And Innocent, man. Innocent is just, a Melissa
He's not innocent, man.
roaming
No,
around.
he's not.
He knows a lot of
know?
things.
Innocent's
Yeah,
not
bro.
innocent. He just unleashes.
He's a big boy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give him the Melissa, maybe.
Yeah, dude. Maybe. Yeah.
So they have, if I'm ONIC Philippines right now, I'm worried about banning out the Diggy or taking the Melissa for myself.
Yeah.
That's one thing that gave them pain in game number 1. So since ONIC right now is onto the blue side, they have upper hand on what are they going to get on the first pick.
And looking forward at the sides here for both of the teams, it seems like it's somewhat a little similar, but the Kadita and the Fanny is still going to be banned out here for the side of ONIC Philippines. They still have the very first pick, so the question is, will the Fridrin be opened up once again by the side of TNC Pro Team? Because again, it seems like they have the answers to, the Fredrin question by just having that burst amount of damage, because as tanky as Fredrin is, there's really not a lot of mobility that, Fredrin imposes. So it might just be another route that TNC could could potentially go to, which is why they're going to be banning things out. But there you go. Diggy's finally out of the equation.
Okay, that's the respec from ONIC Philippines. Now what's open here is the Melissa.
But they
Farsa
take the
picked up, though.
Farsa.
Oh,
Interesting.
Okay.
Do we see them just grab the Melissa right now?
Or the Fredrin, maybe.
Maybe Melissa Fredrin?
Could this be a wise decision for the TNC, Sona?
I mean, when you think about it, Farsa has been, a pain in the neck for the side of ONIC Philippines in the very first game because aside from the ticking time bombs that, Uncle Ben or Killa Ben has been giving here for the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines, it was also the Farsa that was giving Eve a harder time. So with the extra mobility that Farsa will continue to impose here with the Wings by Wings, it will really be detrimental to the team's success. But for now, Claude is going to be the choice here, and Fredrin as well. So again, another set of new heroes are going to be brought about here by the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team. They had the Melissa from game number 1, but this time, let's try to change things up a bit and pick up Claude and Dexter.
Okay. Okay, a different way for TNC to approach this game number 2. So they're letting loose the Melissa together with the Farsa.
Yep.
I don't want that combo, but okay, if they're ready to answer this with Claude, well, then so be it.
Yeah, I can see them taking up the Melissa here, right, in this first phase if they really want to go that route. And also maybe securing themselves an XP lane pick, to go ahead and give in the hands of Ryota. You have a lot of options here still available to you on the table as we get a preview. Looks like it's going to be the carry, though. Carry Lolita.
There
so
we
they
go.
with neither. And carry is interesting, right, because still, we've seen that work really well. We've seen it struggle. But usually, paired with a Lolita, has a much better time.
Yeah, works wonders if you have a Lolita.
And given the situation that TNC or ONIC Philippines is trying to impose now, we've seen Ben Things from game number 1 being the Diggy, just taking care of Innocent up top. So now, for the other side, ONIC Philippines is planning to do the same. I was actually very concerned in terms of the damage output that Carry is going to be giving up in the early portions of the game, but Farsa could potentially just, have that under control. So now, with the Diggy finally banned out for the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines, they could freely go ahead and set things up for the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team. But for the final pick here, it could possibly be I was about to say Faramis, but again, the Valentina could be picked up here once again for the side of TNC Pro Team, and it's going to the hands of Escalera. So he's also going to have a feathered airstrike of his own.
Yeah, this answers the one thing that we're trying to talk about. You let go of the Farsa. Oh, don't forget, the Valentina is still open. So this answers a lot of ways that they can burst down carry, especially the goal of the keys to victory is probably break down momentum, break down something that they can not go for their goals here. So maybe that's the way.
Actually, going back to the keys to victory, right? The first point, I believe there, or the second, was to give Super Friends an advantage in terms of the mid lane matchup. And that is exactly what ONIC Philippines did, which is why they prioritized the Farsa in the early portions of the game. But when we're talking about at some point, does it really work to pick up the Farsa that early? That might be the choice that they're going to make here, because they would really want to give Super Friends that type of mage carry that could potentially lead them to the victory heading forward.
That's a good point, Sona. I believe, yeah, it might be early, and most of the teams, they either go for a Fredrin or the Valentina. Maybe ONIC Philippines is squeezing out something out for TNC, as they still don't have that jungler. They're trying to trim down the choices of Sensui, the Karina. So will they go for that another ban for another jungler?
They could. There's an option there, but we've seen Sensui really develop as a jungler, so his hero pool, he's got a lot of options, right? Even looking at the head-to-head here, Kekadut and Ben Things, honestly, it's somewhat even, right? I mean, look at the stats alone. Very even between the two, and which is also surprising because Kekadut specifically, especially early on in the season, I feel like he's had to check himself a little bit, especially when he plays Ruby, because a lot of the times he likes to play that aggressive roam style, and then if it doesn't pay off for it, so he plays a little bit too risky and he ends up dying early on, he kind of has to check himself mid-game, and then you see him adjust. Ben Things, in a way, has done similar things, and I think that's why, stat-wise, you see very close similarities between the two.
And at some point, when you take a look at the draft that we have now for the remaining 2 picks, I'm not going to be surprised if the rest of the members of TNC will be picking up the Lapu-Lapu to just, get in. But again, since the Yuzhong and the Kufra are not going to be available, the only thing that the rest of TNC needs to worry about is the Numenon Blast that will be coming in from Kekdut. So the rest of the members could potentially pick up that Grok for themselves. And again, with the Kufra ban, there's finally room for a lot of dashes. So Cho is going to be going into the stage, and they might just, use the medicine or use the poison that was used against them for the other team. And Cho is looking like it's going to go to the jungle lane.
Well, if EXP lane is concerned, I'm thinking Phoveus.
Wow, we have not seen.
I'm thinking Phoveus for this. They have locked down Kufra, and they've forgotten about the glue.
Unless they decide to go ahead and pick the.
I'm honestly thinking about the Lapu-Lapu, yeah.
I was going to say, unless they decide
Still
to just
present?
go with Lapu, yeah.
Or have this Grok into the XP lane, but he's going to have technically a hard time with that glue. So what is going to be the choice here? Maybe the Benedetta for Cram, because he used that from before, right? So again, the answer is D. None of the above.
Well, to answer.
So this is an XP
it's
lane
a jungle
Fredrin.
Hanzo, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's XP
lane Hanzo? Oh, no. It's jungle Hanzo.
Yeah, it's jungle Hanzo.
Yeah, it's jungle Hanzo. But, that's the thing about Fredrin, right? You don't 100% know. Well, usually, I would say 90% of the time, you're expecting him to go in the jungle, right? So that was the curveball that TNC had.
And we're somewhat, this is something that is no longer new to us, because Hanzo has been utilized by TNC from week number 1. So this is kind of the same situation that they would want to go for. And the story about TNC is their early snowball factor. And Hanzo can do that pretty well, because the scaling of this hero is from the early to the mid stages of the game. It's the same as Hayabusa. It's the same with the Martis. So now, heading forward into this match, how can TNC utilize those extra few seconds of mobility to get them the win, or the possible series win for today?
Well, we'll find out for sure for game number 2. So other teams gone up against TNC. They respect this hero. Now they have it on their hands. Let's see what they can do. As Sonawat mentioned, will this be a sweep for the Phoenix Army to gain back their momentum, or will ONIC Philippines prevent this with a reverse one?
Man, it's going to be a problem for them. But so far, when you take a look at it, a lot of heroes, or specifically 2 from the side of ONIC Philippines, are holding that Avarice emblem. And I'm very much surprised that Farsa is holding that one, because, again, he really needs to have some extra amount of gold to at least fight using that Feathered Airstrike. So maybe that is the case here for the rest of the members. Meanwhile, Nets and Innocent, 2 very late game-centric type of heroes, are going to be very crucial in this match, because all you need to do is to just mind your own business, get the minions, get the items, and you're finally in for action.
Oh, look at that. A good hold from Ben Things. You want to get that pokes if mid lane is concerned for these 2 teams to gain pressure. Because for the matchup that we see, we have Carry and Claude, right? Oh, look at that. With the peel of Kekadut on Super Friends, that is Escalera. Be on a trip back to base, but no, he's still holding it.
Yeah, King Kong might be looking for Super Friends. Again, he does have that high and dry, right? So here's the biggest thing about Hanzo, because we've seen him a couple times, and a lot of the times we have seen him, it hasn't been as successful as teams hope, right? Sometimes it is a big gamble to lock in the Hanzo, especially if you don't get this early kind of momentum snowball going, right? If you don't get those early kills, you kind of have a difficult mid to late game. Now, yes, you can sit in your base and whatnot, but still, eventually, especially up against this Cho for Sensui, it's going to be kind of difficult here.
Also, yeah, I was about to mention, especially with Sensui, who's just, going to find you and use that Way of the Dragon, but hold up.
Yep, look at King Kong. Is he going to be able to grab this turtle? Sensui just waiting patiently. The stun's going to be there. Tries to go in. Sensui able to retribution that away. Securing it, plus the first blood. Going to the hands of Ryota here. ONIC Philippines off to a good start. in the game.
Good delay and pull, though. He managed to hold Cram at bay on the first take of the turtle, and knowing that Cram could aid in taking that first objective, that's just one way of keeping an eye on the possible threat early game, so that you've mentioned.
Eliminating the sustaining factor for the side of TNC has been the good first step heading forward for ONIC Philippines, but Nets getting a lot of damage here.
King Kong, can he get the kill with the Kinjutsu? It goes to the hands of Innocent, but that's a nice setup already there. That is the pressure, exactly where they want to put it, in that goal lane against Nets. So nice little pickup there for TNC.
Got some extra lead given here for the side of the Phoenix Army. So Sensui and the rest of the gang will be going down and try to assist their guy.
Well, now as they look for a good early game start here, it's Innocent and Carry. But for me on top lane, Fredrin on the XP hasn't been that effective for me. I have mostly, even in my games and especially in all different kinds of regions, it's much more effective in the jungle, right? But for this matchup, how is this?
Well, taking a look at the matchups right now, it's somewhat, of the essence to have the extra mobility, which is why a lot of heroes are picking up the Benedetta, picking up at least other heroes that really have the agility to move around the side of the map. But for that Fredrin, it will really rely on the laning stages of the game because, again, you could sustain yourself, you could aid the rest of the members whenever the turtle is actually near you. But now, it seems like TNC playing aggressive.
King Kong gonna put the pressure where he wants to in the mid lane, but still nothing. Hold on. Escalera, okay. I think they were a little off timing for that one because even if Escalera was able to get that, he changes back and couldn't really follow up the way they wanted to. Ben Things, though, still holding on to that wild charge. So now next turtle is going to be up here. Let's see if TNC can grab this one.
They would want to have that setup from Kekadut, right? And you want to hold things in place. You want Sensui, you want Super Friends to hold that position when you can actually penetrate their back line. So I see that's a double steal if they keep doing it. If TNC right now wants to see a good way of penetrating ONIC Philippines defense, that's a good way to go.
Well, King Kong might be looking for an entry if can. Okay,
wow.
It goes in.
Wow.
Didn't know if he was going to make it in time. But just like that, using the Kinjutsu, gets in range and just takes it away.
That is exactly what you call a drive-through.
Yeah.
That was just, him taking his goods and running away like nothing happened. It was, again, the agility for TNC that made sure that they were able to take that, that objective and got them the lead back. So again, for the very first 5 minutes of our matchup, this is similar to game number 1, pretty much a seesaw battle that we are seeing. Just take a look at the instant replay brought about, right? There was a significant amount of distance where King Kong was unreachable by the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines, and from there's nothing that they could do. TNC now with the lead.
Thank you so much, Infinix, for capturing that perfect moment. Because by not being there, Hanzo just keeps on setting up traps that forces ONIC Philippines to respond in squeezing out their chances and taking objectives. This is one big problem about the Hanzo. Do you really chase the guy on where he's hiding? Because at the moment you saw him, there's a lot of teammates right in your back following you through to even burst you down. So they need to check their clocks correctly. They need to have the damage right heading into mid-game.
King Kong, again, putting pressure on the mid lane as often as possible. Gonna get kicked away, but already did some damage to Sensui. So still looking for something. The thing is, TNC now having this lead, they're off to a very similar start in terms of momentum and lead that they had the previous game. So this time they have the chance to not let it fall out of their hands. And if they can just maintain it, continue to find kills if they can, objectives, you're going to be in a good position as they put pressure here in the mid lane again. Cram coming in from the backside. Sensui, though, gets the way of the dragon off, but the turret goes down. King Kong was still focusing there mid lane. Ryota taking the brunt of damage here. No one going to go down just yet. Not enough damage, but still, TNC grabbing another objective. And now eyes set on the turtle.
And also, this opens up the camp for Hanzo to take it aside of ONIC Philippines. They need to get their hands busy as how King Kong is rotating around the map. This is getting deadly.
It is getting deadly, and those crucial taunts coming in from Kram is slowly being felt here because the Wave of the Dragon really didn't push through. It was supposed to be a pick-off for the side of ONIC Philippines from that mid lane, and Kram really just giving a lot of problems. Ryota forced to use the ultimate.
Ryota going to be in trouble here, using the split. Can't get out, though. King Kong finding a kill. So one down here for ONIC Philippines. Kekadut trying to give the vision that he can But this will ultimately just go in the hands of TNC if it's no contestation here. And it looks like even Sensui just giving the call, you know what, just give it up. I'm going to grab the buffs and just let them have the turtle.
Well, King Kong having the time of his life here. 2 objectives right in his hands. Now TNC could freely rotate around the map to give pressure for ONIC Philippines. How's the items now for the Yellow Hedgehog, Sona?
Oh man, it's a huge lead when we're talking about the items. Yes, we're seeing a 2.9k. It's not that big, but when you're taking a look at the marksmen who are slowly minding their business, just take a look at Innocent, man. Just playing the Innocent game, 6.2k, minding his own business, and now it's finally time for him to show up.
Escalera going to charge up with IMU copy of the new one on Blast. Can they get the kill? Innocent goes in, grabs nets. Kakadu with a response. Oh! What a play! He's going to get punished himself, but does it with finesse with that flicker, and now Ryota going to be quite low here. A massive play for TNC.
Now I want to be the voiceover of top 5 plays, man. There's just a lot of top 5 plays that we're seeing.
Give us one more week.
Give us one more week. But again, it was just, you know, facing up with that Numenon Blast, and Fredrin Kram just said, nope, you're not going to do that to me. And that resulted to 2 kills and an extension of TNC's take.
Okay, that's something that, you know, XP lane Fredrin with Flicker can do that the jungle Fredrin can't do. He can't pull off those
mirrored.
Yeah, those cool, you know, Flicker, Brazier, Wrath combos.
There's your answer.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
there's the 10% of Fredrin's in the XP lane.
Okay, thank you so much for pointing it out, boys, because even me proving that Cram on this hero is gaining so much good gameplays, right? And to take 1 down, take 2 down from ONIC Philippines slows down more progress that you want to bounce back in a few minutes from now.
They're slowly creeping into the enemy objectives as ONIC Philippines are at, you know, the mercy of just getting their purple objective, because TNC are not leaving any prisoners behind, and they're trying to take every single advantage that they have as the first lord of the game is about to spawn. And even so, TNC is looking at a very comfortable 4k gold lead that we are talking about. Not to mention, Innocent hasn't been getting pressured at all by the side of ONIC Philippines, because there's always answers from TNC with King Kong taking all the spotlight.
Well, how ONIC will answer this late game probability of a mayhem? How? Setup is still there though, but who's going to take this Lord?
They're going to be looking to fight for it. Who gets the retribution off? It's King Kong securing it. Super Prince with the artillery for the feathered airstrike, going to push them back. No one falling, but TNC furthering their objective takes here.
Well, that's just how you build momentum and morale from game number 1. That's how you maintain synergy. That's how you be consistent. Now for the side of ONIC Philippines, how do you bounce back? Well, in Kekadu's item, slowly, is this enough to mean a perfect setup for Netsona?
Maybe it is, but in terms of the damage, it isn't just yet, because you're taking a look at the 6k gold lead. There's a lot of items specifically coming in from Innocent using that Blazing Duet, and when you use that Numenon Blast, Innocent can just use the BMI to get away. So you have to bait out the BMI first to get inside, then you can use the Numenon Blast to just take them all out, because as far as I'm concerned, Innocent is just playing like, you know, it's his last game of his life. He's playing like he's mad right now.
That's how you live every day. Carpe diem. Seize the day.
Yep.
Whatever you do, man, live life to the fullest. And that's how Innocent is doing it right now. Bouncing back from all the losses of the days that they had the match. And to think and to go back on the side of ONIC Philippines to bounce back, they're lacking the damage right now. Nets and Super Prince needs to have the damage. Set up.
Charge up's going to come through. Still working on the turret. It should go down here. Actually, they hold on a little longer. Lord finally taken care of. But ultimately, they lose the top inhibitor turret. ONIC Philippines with a concealed play of their own, and not sure if they want to give this one a go. It's a 7k lead they're working against here. TNC in full control of this game, 12 minutes in. Eye set now on the bottom side. Charge up here from Escalera. Doesn't find the target. Innocent on the backside, though.
Look at the peel!
Do it. He BMI's out of there. Going to be just fine. Already putting the pressure here, though. The chase down. Ryota trying to zone the members out he can, but nothing results out of it.
As we've said, right? Just force him out to use the BMI, and then from there, they could just, you know, they will just retreat as soon as they see Innocent at, you know, 10% health, and it's slowly becoming problems for TNC now to just how could they go ahead and finish this game off? But again, they're sitting at a very comfortable 7.6k gold lead. So time is in their hands, but time is also of the essence for the side of ONIC Philippines, because the longer that this game goes, the carry will start to become online. So that is something that TNC needs to worry about heading forward into this matchup, as you know, the rest of the members of TNC very comfortable where they stand. It's a very low kill scored ball game, and TNC loving this because they have the early snowball.
Well, 8k gold lead. I'm going to happy with that. Now just keep on closing the doors here for ONIC Philippines.
Yep.
The hungry for objectives. Look at that, King Kong.
Ow! Damage! One sliver away. So, King Kong going to back off here, but Lord now coming up 2 seconds. Actually, it just spawned TNC, man. What's going on here?
I know, man.
Oh, man.
This is just something new.
It's different.
TNC turning on the Jets, bro.
Yeah, 3 members, Escalera, Innocent, and Cram, are on to their game in total damage after this game.
Well, they're going to be going for their next Lord here. There's nothing really that can be done. A nice wild charge secured again by King Kong, forcing ONIC Philippines on the backside. King Kong looking for Sensui. Can he grab it? As he does, before he goes back to the body, happy with the Lord, the kill. And now TNC, could this be the march into the base to secure themselves the first series win of the season?
Can they defend this? Is the defense items ready for TNC's lead? Momentum, confidence, man. This is just building, and the last turret in the middle is gone.
Well, they're still holding on. They've got one left, but their eyes are set on the prize. The Kistel's going to be worked on. Lord's still up, and TNC does it! Sweeping ONIC Philippines, grabbing themselves the first series win of the season.
Week number 3. They rise as one, and they just keep on learning what they have lost. Oh, this is just a purely plus 1,000 morale in this game for TNC.
Rising as one for series number 1. TNC, for game number 2, they didn't even look like they were a winless team. If you take a look at TNC and just covered, you know, the names, you would kind of like think of other teams because of how dominating that win was for them, and they finally have all of the pieces covered together. And this main 5 that they have, that they played for 2 consecutive seasons, it's something that a lot of teams need to watch out for.
This is
wow.
Again, I mean, I keep saying we talked about this yesterday. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, man. You know, that game that they had where it was, you know, against the David and Goliath story that they had, they looked really good. We wanted to see more of this. We got our answer. You know, we got our wish. And
you mostly.
Me mostly. You know, look what happened.
Yeah.
Right? One game at a time, and now they've got the series under their belt. So that does secure them, what, 3 points, I believe, on the board. They still got a long ways to go. But this alone, the fact that they ran with the same roster and they had this results, and they even had the ability to flex that Fredrin, surprise, you know, some of us that thought it was going to go in the jungle. And then they picked up the Hanzo, which actually ended up working well for them in the hands of King Kong, who I've been saying he's, you know, mechanically a very good player. You know, and he got to shine here on the Hanzo. So just overall a great series there for TNC. And a lot of people, like, you know, are probably like, wow, we didn't expect that. But
no, nobody did.
But after what we saw yesterday, there was that hope that they could get things together. And I feel like that's what we're seeing. That's what we saw there. Now, you know, they still have distance to cover, but this is a good kind of sight for the future, hopefully.
Yeah, it's just week 3. And this gives them back right where they have lost on how the season started, Sona. And maybe with this type of mindset and consistency to polish for the next days of MPL Philippines, well, there's one thing that we can expect for TNC to perform.
Performance is really, you know, masterful coming in from the Phoenix Army, if I should say. And it really was something that, you know, we were expecting from them. Like, when is the win going to start showing? Where is the fight starting for the side of the Phoenix Army? And this right here is that moment for them. And you saw it, the aggressiveness, you saw the spirit coming in from these guys. And now that they finally have their very first win of the season,
sweep.
And a sweep at
Against
that,
ONIC,
too.
wow.
Against ONIC, who has really been doing pretty well this season. I mean, there's no words. I'm just very impressed.
Yeah, even doubted that Fredrin pick right now. So I just can't contain the energy right now of the crowd. Now let's throw it over to Maro together with TNC rising from their game.
Finally, TNC Pro back to their winning ways and a statement game with a sweep. Congratulations. Okay, I just really want to focus on today's win. Talagang napasaya nyo ang crowd. I don't know if you guys can hear it on screen, pero the entire time, people were screaming, TNC, TNC. How is it now getting your first win of the season at sweep pa yung nagawa nyo?
Malaking tulong po para sa team, para mas umabot pa yung confidence namin.
Speaking of that, Bentings, nung mga... wow, grabe sila. Yung mga series na natatalo kayo, when you go home, how was that like for the team? And paano nyo nilagpasan yon mentally na in terms of confidence? How were you able to lift each other up? How was the experience?
Unang-una po yun sa management and coaches po. Hindi po nila kami pinapabayaan. Lagi lang po kami minamotivate. Tsaka kami pong mga kumbaga, veteran na sa TNC. Napagdaanan namin to, mas binubos namin yung mga kampi namin na wag sila madown.
Ikaw ba pinaka-vocal sa tingin mo sa buong koponan?
Hindi po, si King Kong.
Si King Kong! King Kong, ikaw naman. Okay. Ikaw daw pinaka-vocal eh. So, yung mga days na down yung team mo, how were you lifting them up?
Bali yung ginagawa po namin, syempre hindi naman namin masyadong dinadamdam yung mga talo namin kasi madami pang games. Tapos may isang linggo din kada series bago makapaglaro. So makapag-practice kami ganun. So kada practice namin, nagtatry ng ibang strategy na sa tingin namin gagana sa next series namin. Tapos enjoy lang lagi kahit ganun. Basta wag namin kakalimutan na kailangan namin mag-practice kasi madami kami habulin ngayon.
Oh, kamusta ngayon? Sweep?
Masaya po, pero pag-uwi, syempre, back to normal kasi ang dami pa naming games na kailangan panalunin.
Speaking of that, marami pa yung kailangan panalunan. Coach Dale, we're wondering, bakit kayo palit ng lineup?
Kumbaga, para lang kami nagluluto ng adobo, hinahanap namin yung pinakatamang timpla, pinakamasarap na timpla.
Yung first 5 nyo ngayon na pinakita nyo, ito na ba yung timplahan ng TNC?
Let's see.
Let's see. Oh, eto naman. Sige, naghahanap tayo ng bagong timpla. Escalera, you went from roam to mid. Eto na ba yung magiging role mo for the rest of the season? At bakit? Why the switch?
Hindi ko na rin po alam kung anong role ka Kasi, basta piniprepare ko lang yung sarili ko sa kung ano iba to sa akin ng mga coaching staff. Dapat para sa akin, pag pro player ka, dapat lahat na ibabato sa'yo ng mga management o coaching staff, dapat ready ka doon.
That's right. Coach, ikaw ba makakasagot bakit he went from roam to mid? Anong nakita mo sa kanya?
Siguro parang part lang yun ng namin, ng pag-explore namin sa lineup namin. Yung mga ganun.
And right now, by the way, nakalimutan ko sabihin, ang galing mo mag-digi Ang galing. Okay, anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng fans na talagang todo suporta kahit anong mangyari? And right now, they're screaming over there. Enjoy!
Unang-una, literal na thank you, Lord. Kasi 2 beses ko na kay Lord. Thank you, Lord talaga. Tapos, sa mga walang sawang sumusuporta dyan, manalo matalo, kayo yung nagpapatibay sa amin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga sigaw nyo, yan.
One more time, congratulations, TNC Pro Team! You may now take your bow and go ahead. Walk to the crowd. Yan. Congratulations. Finally. Sabi ni Escalera, saan tayo bababa? Hindi alam kasi hindi na nanalo But now, you get to enjoy the Walk of Triumph. Finally, TNC takes their victory. And what a sweep. Himayan natin ang ganap sa laban na yan. Balikan natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. Whatever you call it, a buff, not being complacent, TNC manages to pull through everything with all the challenge and all the potholes that they encountered with their very own jeepney. They just went through the roads. And that's how you do it.
Their own jeepney.
Yeah, their jeepney.
They swept through it.
No matter how rocky that road is. And I'm just happy how the fans are just completely supporting them up until this day. Who would have thought, man? Who would have thought that they would have their backs against the wall from how many days? Now they're finally facing up, smile again with confidence. This is just something for TNC to really be happy for. I'm personally be happy to see the Phoenix Army one smile again. And as he said, as Cram said, where do I go down? I have never walked that aisle before. Well, TNC got their first sweep and first matchup of the season. So to break things down for the Phoenix Army.
It was just a wonderful game number 2 and a wonderful series as a whole for the side of TNC Pro Team as they get the victory over ONIC Philippines. Welcome to the analyst desk, if I should say. My name is Sona, and let us take a look at how TNC got the victory for game number 2 against the Hedgehogs. As we take a look at the statistics here, there was just, it was pretty much a one-sided affair for the side of TNC Pro Team, given that there is a lot of damage outbursts that was given here by the rest of the members of TNC. Not to mention, ONIC Philippines couldn't really predict who to try to prioritize for, because again, you have King Kong's Hanzo, but whenever he appears in front of his enemies, he's not even the real thing. It's just the shadow. And aside from that, you also have the Claude that was minding his very own business, flying under the radar and built up to at least 15,000 gold, and Innocent was just wreaking havoc from the enemy base. And taking a look at the team fight participation, yes, there was 100% kill participation from Gekkedut, Ryota, and Super Prince, but that is simply because of the fact that there were minimal casualties possible for the side of ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for TNC, the maximum was 5, and all of them had a 60% minimum, with Escalera and Innocent being the ones to just try to go to the front lines and unleash a stupendous amount of damage at that. And now, Innocent, Escalera, Ryota, and even Escalera having those total assists were really detrimental to the team's success because of the fact that the Valentina was just a huge, contributor to the victory. But speaking of contributors, King Kong, the MVP of this match, using that Hanzo 2-0-1. 754 kill participation, and with that high and dry as your emblem, he definitely showed that he is him. He is him at this point because of the highlights that you are currently seeing in this matchup. It was just a lot of skills that were given by the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines. They had a plan in mind to just try and set up, get rid of the Diggy, which was one of the ways for them to, approach this matchup that we have for game number 2. But again, there was just a lot of stuns moving forward for TNC, and they could have had the Diggy for themselves because of the lineup that we have here for the side of the Phoenix Army. But again, it all boiled down to the rest of the objectives that were at the hands of TNC Pro Team. When you take a look at Hanzo, when you take a look at Innocent as well, crucial BMI plays and the Blazing Duet combo that were just a lot of problems for the side of TNC, or for the side of ONIC Philippines rather. And from there, the burst amount of damage and also having that wide gold gap just maximize the potential for the rest of the members of TNC Pro Team as they get the series victory for game number 2, and also having 3 points for themselves.
I say open up the books of the hero pool of King Kong, and that's how the magic works for TNC.
King Kong's got it, man. And the first time I started seeing him play, when he actually was in that game, when I came back, week 2, I was like, this guy's got skill. And it just falls into place, right? So we see that, and now, again, hopefully TNC can continue to refine this roster. Like Coach said, they were working on their adobo to see what the best Timpla,
the best version taste
of the
I
adobo.
believe there's a lot of different adobos, Sona, right?
Right, and all you need to do is to let them cook. That is the most important thing. While every other team has figured out their recipe to success, there's no there's no time but now for TNC.
That's right.
Right, and completely We're just happy for the Phoenix Army. For the next match is Bren Esports and RSG Philippines. Once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Sona in behalf of Brigida. This has been Team Rogue. This one's for you, Coach.
Brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masya-share.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC. Dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Aleto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle take.
Sinapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's Do or Die Lord Steal nung Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our third spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para ikat ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the second spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny QT at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung clash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack no, patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Saka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren ng malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Doble Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back to prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boyet DR's do or die Lord Steal nung day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boyet DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila to gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form platform para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kakarespond lang na ONIC members sa Lord pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines makukuha ang panalo na to.
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na makakill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Galera ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na makakill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung flash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL at saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy. Pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito. Dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masya-share.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. On the 5th spot is Nat's Benedetta counter go against TNC nung Day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's do or die Lord Steal nung Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Nexplay EVOS. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si BennyQT at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and BennyQT will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. 1 Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nat's Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kakarespond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si BennyQT, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold din, si Benny. Hi, ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSG.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw
Yes.
talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shot daw na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Dito sa Pilipinas, walang shortage ng talents. Walang humihina. Palakas lang kasi sila ng palakas. Ngayon naman, maghaharap ang dalawang pinakamalakas na Melissa players ng ating liga. We have Super Marco, Season 10's Gold Laner of the Season, going up against Emin, the reigning MSC MVP. Mapuputol na kaya ng RSG Slate Philippines ang win streak ng Bren Esports? Yan ang ating aalamin. Let's do it! Casters, pasok!
One, an international champion. The other, an Olympic competitor. All eyes are on our gold laners in tonight's final match as we go all in. At your service, my name is Leo. Welcome to Mabuhay. We're joined here by Sona and Wolf. Gentlemen, how are we?
Oh man, I'm feeling excited, especially for the final series of the day. This is thoroughly going to be intense, and as Mara mentioned a while ago, these gold laners are going to be at the spotlight. So let's see how things are going to be going.
You know, my adrenaline has been pumped up because of the first two series that we saw, especially with the surprises like NXPE winning over a very important team that was Omega, and then of course TNC winning 2-0. And I just can't wait for this surprise because Bren versus RSG, I'm sure that it will be very close.
Yeah, if anything, this should be the match that goes all three games. Given how hot both these teams are, again, RSG Slate Philippines have gone through what would some say a re-roster of a century. They have scored themselves an amazing jungler in H2O, and they just reconfigured a lot of what works for them.
Yep, but at the same time, these are also the two teams that are at the upper half of our standings as we take a look at Bren Esports and RSG. One that has made, you know, some changes with their roster, but speaking of Bren Esports, these are the guys that stuck with the same group of players that they've had, especially from Season 9. So you already know that the chemistry is developed, the instinct is there, but at the same time, RSG, as the longer that the season goes, it seems like they also have it under control.
And they have seasoned coaching staff as well. Like looking at Bren Esports, of course, Ducky was already there. Now the Southeast Asian Games coach, and has always been part of the professional scene. He's a veteran for sure. That's also true with Coach Panda. The thing is, for Bren Esports, we know that they have already established their chemistry, and the synergy is already there. For Coach Panda, even after winning, and even after both H2 and Exhort claiming that they have good synergy, Coach Panda is not yet content about what they have shown, and that's we know Panda. He's a very strict coach. We know for sure. It's a high standard of that he holds.
I mean, if you've hit the strides of one Brian Lim, SEA Games gold medal, MPL champion multi-time, SEA Games champion, MSC champion, right? With Coach G at the helm, with him supporting from the back. You have to understand that there is just sky's the limit for these two teams. Now, speaking of which, if you want to fly high in this current metagame, you have to have great gold laners, and that's where the whole Eman versus Super Marco situation comes in.
Yep, and this is also the reason why, in terms of what we see, especially in the draft, in the technical aspect, we kind of see a lot of marksmen being picked up first in the very first phase of the draft, where in the previous seasons, we don't usually see it because they kind of just reserve those kinds of picks up until the end of the draft. So now, there's really a huge amount of importance that is being given specifically to Eman and to Super Marco heading into this
match.
match.
And they both have their eyes on one specific hero, right? They want to get that Melissa.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that they did as a team, both Bren Esports as well as RSG, they play this Melissa so well because they play in a box type of strategy, like what you normally see in the new Ube strategy that we can see right now.
Right.
But yeah, RSG for the longest time, Coach Panda is one of the inventors of that box that they always play around with. And that's also true with Ducky, just making sure that it is the blueprint that they want to follow when they do play in games. So I think this will be a very, very interesting match because now you're not just going to see a team fight. You're going to see how teams are able to protect or activate their gold laner.
Yep, it's within that box that you either win or lose. It's feast or famine for both our teams. For now, let's throw it over to our very own Odin for some courtside.
Thank you, casters. Magandang gabi. This is your very own Odin, nagbabalik mula sa courtside. At nandito nga tayo kasama ang Bren Esports. Hindi naman masyadong halatang kinakabahan kanina si Super Marco, di ba? Ang ating isa sa pinakamagaling na gold laners ng Pilipinas, Super Marco. Anong masasabi mo sa Melissa ni Eman?
Ano po, malakas. Kasi lahat ng mga Melissa games niya, dominating siya.
Papalag.
Opo.
Papalag. Ano naman ina-expect mo ngayon sa match-up nyo ng RSG Slate Philippines?
Ano po, magandang laban.
Magandang laban. Mukhang papalag silang dalawa talaga. And ano naman message mo para sa fans nyo ng Bren Esports?
Ano lang po, patuloy nyo kaming supportahan hanggang dulo.
Thank you, Super Marco. And alam naman natin na marami talagang supporters itong Bren Esports. Ano naman ang masasabi mo sa teammates mo? Sobrang supportive nila sa'yo dito. Kanina ka pa nila sinasabi, chest out. Gumaganon sila.
Sabi ko pa sa kanila.
Masasabi mo sa kanila?
Ano po, galingan nila.
Galingan nyo daw. Kakampi mo daw sila. Naririnig natin dito sa room ng Bren Esports na sobrang sinusuportahan nila talaga yung mga ka-team nila. Ano naman ang ine-expect mo sa mga susunod pang laban ninyo? Makikita mo ba or nararamdaman mo ba na composed kayo or talagang every game meron ka ba?
Wala po, consistent po kami.
Hindi daw siya kinakabahan at consistent sila. Thank you so much, Super Marco. Marami tayong dapat abangan dito sa laban ng Bren Esports versus RSG Slate PH. At malalaman natin yan with our casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. Again, a word with our MVP of the week for Week 2, Super Marco of Bren Esports. It does take a special kind of player to tell your teammates right in front of you, do good.
Yeah. And I think he understood us when he said, can we have a word with you? Yeah. He said yes.
Yes.
And literally said one word all the time. But yeah, I think that he, it does not translate how confident he is when it comes to playing and him talking, right? But we know for sure that when he plays, Super Marco has already established his name as one of the best gold laners out there in just 2 seasons. And I think there's a lot of potential still for this gold laner, for this young player.
From what we've seen from Super Marco, it seems like he lets his game do the talking, right?
Yeah.
Who knew that someone so deadly in the Land of Dawn could be, so much of a one-liner type of person? And that's how Super Marco is. And we are yet to discover, the dynamics and the dimensions of how he plays in the Land of Dawn.
Sona, you're right. It's usually the quiet ones.
Yep.
Right? It's usually the quiet ones. And I think you could say the same for Eman. Super Marco shared a few words about Eman's Melissa or the way Eman plays in general. And he had very few words. If you switched the script, right? If you had Eman speak, I bet he'd say about the same thing.
Yeah. And I think it takes a lot of courage, or at least a lot of respect, I mean, for a player to say that his matchup is very dominating when it comes to playing the Melissa.
Yep.
It means that he understood the assignment. It's like, normally people will just say, yeah, I think I can handle him. But he said, every Melissa game is dominating. It means that they have been watching and they know that he knows how to play this hero.
Yep, he kept it real, and I'm hoping it's that same respect that Super Marco has for Eman's hero pool and Eman's playstyle that we see here in this best of 3. Let's go ahead and welcome Bren Esports and RSG Slate. They are coming off of a hot win streak, sweeping all in their wake. Who can stop this World Championship squad? Welcome on stage, Bren Esports! The reigning Kings of Sea entered the season looking to defend their crown. Tonight, will the Raiders finally hit their stride? Here is RSG Slate Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Panda. Expect a close match in tonight's closer, a best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Bren Esports starting lineup. They're fielding Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, Few, and Ogwin.
It's been the same lineup that we've seen that had the 3-game winning streak, except for the fresh cut from Ogwen. There's nothing really different from this Bren Esports squad.
I like it.
They've been dominating a lot of games so far, but in terms of what they can do as a team when they're placed up in a corner, that is something that they could also outmaneuver their opponents with. So that is something that the others need to worry about, especially now that, you know, a lot of the games have been played by both teams.
Yeah. What I heard from Bren Esports is that they also checked in on the outside of the game factors and specifically fix them during the off-season by doing a lot of like activities and making sure that their chemistry is there. There's also a lot of focus on Flap Teasy, who did not have a lot of playtime last season, but now they have found that Flap Teasy have already resolved his whatever he was going through back then, and now he is back in his M2 form, if not better.
The young Charles David Canon took a break, and he is rejuvenated, and he's ready to go for another championship run. We're hoping that Bren Esports' new setup, I hear that they're back in a boot camp, so they're living together, and they're spending more time together, and they're going to need that synergy going up against RSG Slate Philippines. They're fielding Eman, H2O, Nats, Exhort, and Light.
Speaking of synergy, this group of players that you see right on your screens right now has also done the same thing, won a lot of games, but also experienced some losses in the process. So given that they are kind of a new lineup with some mainstays from the previous seasons, we are consistently seeing how they kind of bounce back from those losses and now are still at the upper echelon of the standings.
Yeah, they did find good wins. But like we said earlier, Panda is not yet content about their performance. He wants to go for more. I wonder what happened during the weekday and how they prepared for this. What we do know is that there's a lot of changes already. Like Kyle TZ picking up the Assassins, and we know that H2 will also be doing that, but not this season, not under Panda. Under Coach Panda, you have to play all of those utility tanks.
And I think it's this same switch up that both teams understand. And you saw in the player entrance, wherein it's the coach's turn, these two coaches are so close.
Yeah.
These two coaches, they're a bird of the same feather. It's excellence that runs through their blood, and it's that same, how do I say, strictness and drive for excellence that they pass on to their players.
It's like the golden standard of coaching, if I should say. I mean, they know what they're supposed to do, but speaking of which, this head-to-head might just be the case here to know more about the details.
It's almost similar. Like if you're looking at kill participation, that's almost 6%. It's almost negligible. First blood ratio, 75 to 50. It's still the same across the board. We know that both teams are able, and they know what they needed to do. Like we know that they can play the Assassins on Bren Esports, and then of course utility junglers and Bren. Maybe that's a difference. But the way that the side laners play, how they activate the gold lane, how they peel for the gold laner, it's literally just same discipline across the board.
We've put a lot of focus on our gold laners, on our junglers, and our roamers. But exactly what do these teams need to do to actually win? Let's throw it over to our analyst for those keys to victory.
Maraming salamat, casters. Now, for the Raiders and the Hive, these are the things that they need to consider for them to win. Ito ang Infinix keys to victory. Now, for Bren Esports, beware of RSG's tendency to snowball. Dala ito ng kanilang fundamental gameplay at na may konting hint na chaos pagdating sa early to mid-game. Kasi nakikita natin recently yung RSG talaga nag-emerge kapag gumagawa sila ng mga movements na hindi mo ine-expect. Even though meron silang sistema na ini-implement, sometimes si Light nakakahanap siya ng mga plays na talagang sisira ng early game momentum mo. So yun yung kailangang ingatan ng Bren Esports. Now, for RSG, know where and how to shut down Master Ogwen. Kita natin to from even the previous seasons and actually the past few weeks na talagang kabisado ni Ogwen kung paano gumalaw sa mapa, ano yung mga lanes sa kailangan niya i-cover, and also yung galawan sa river. Very important to kasi once na makita ka ni Ogwen, may mga movements kagad na si-shutdown, and of course, yung kanyang capability to either gather information and engage into teamfight. Kailangan ingatan yan ng RSG. Now for both sides, roamers, take care of your gold laners. Again, labanan to ng mga gold laners. These are the two win conditions for both sides. There is definitely a huge task on the roamer to definitely set up against the enemy gold laner while also being able to protect and zone for your own gold laner, kasi alam naman natin gaano kainit si Super Marco at saka si Eman kapag nag-pop off sila sa early game. Definitely kaingat-ingat ang kanilang mga ginto rito sa bawat kumpanan. Yan ang kanilang keys to victory. Now, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much. Midnight, our friend Robert Neal there covered that last bit that I wanted to before we threw it over. Yes, the junglers and the gold laners are going to be key here, but none of those will be possible without the roamers.
Yeah, and we emphasize the importance of gold laners, but without those roamers that they have been continuously mentioning about, I think it would really, entail their victory as to how those roamers could protect the gold laners moving forward.
Yeah, there's so many kinds of roamers nowadays, and even across RSG and the Bren Esports, they play differently. There are some games that they play the killer roamers, like the Kadita or the Natalia, or maybe something like a setup tank. And of course, some of them are peel kind of roamers wherein you babysit like Diggy, Lolita. For both teams, Ogwen and Light, they were famous of those setup tanks. So I think that's what we can expect in this matchup.
Yep, much in the vein of the M4 world champion Yawi, both these roamers actually are solid on the show, so watch out for that. But Ogwen has started to show a little bit of oh my Venus rocking that Diggy, winning back-to-back, and it helps our gold laners, right? It helps skew these numbers for Super Marco and Eman. And yeah, Eman can take care of himself a little bit better with a higher KDA, but look at the rest of these numbers. Those turret damage per minute, and the damage dealt shares just astronomical. When you're taking this into consideration for Super Marco, 7-point-something% over one of the best gold laners in the past year.
It's a lot.
Well, actually, this kind of confirms one of my theories where maybe Super Marco is activated earlier compared to sooner. Yeah, that's right. For example, your RSG will spend more time giving a lot of farm for Emman. It's like Emman reach 6 items first, then we activate you. For Super Marco, let's give him the earlier marksman, like maybe Melissa only needing 3 items, or maybe something like a Bruno back in the day, or a fairly early Beatrix pick, right? So maybe they activate, at least on the Brent side, it's sooner compared to RSG.
And that just adds to the whole theory, since RSG Slate PH debuted in Season 11, that they might be slower this time around, more procedural than they have ever been since debuting in the MPL Season 8. Now, going into the draft, Game 1, it's Bren Esports on the play, RSG swinging back. There goes the Kadira and the Kaja, while RSG Slate ban out the 1-1 and the Joy.
Honestly, there's a lot of similarities with Bren Esports and RSG Slate Philippines in terms of what they want to do, the type of players that they have. Probably the only difference that I could think of at the top of my head are the heroes that, you know, H2O and Kyle TZ has been using all throughout the season. H2O is more of the durable kind of junglers that we have been consistently seeing all throughout the season. Meanwhile, Kyle TZ has started to explore more on the assassin side, try to go with the mobility and the agility for the rest of the team. Yeah. So now, with almost all of the bans for the first phase been brought up, I think there's still a lot of heroes still open for both teams.
Glue and Eve. I think Bren Esports is a team that will not prioritize the Fredrin compared to other teams. Like maybe they can go Glue first, or even a Farsa. Actually, we saw that in the previous years. That's a weird priority by the teams. But I think between these two teams, it will be RSG to prioritize the Fredrin instead of Bren Esports.
Yeah, I can see even a Valentina coming up first because Few has been amazing with the new Starlight skin hero for the month of March, but it looks like they're okay with getting the Glue first, even if they did not set up the Fatamis ban.
Yeah. So it's Glue, then you pick up Fredrin here for RSG. Then you pair it up with something like a Farsa, then you're already okay.
Or Val.
Or Valentina, that's also
Val is solid.
Yeah.
As much as you can, you know, give some comfortable picks for your other lanes, if the Glue is already starting to become a problem on the XP side, then RSG Slate is going to be fine, because again, all you need to do is to just have that decent amount of damage to take control of the durability that is going to be posed around by Bren Esports. But Bren could also go the same route, because they could potentially go and get, you know, more of the heavy hitters as well, rather than those that relies on defense. And instead, RSG is still going to be sticking with the same status and picking up Fredrin and the Valentina.
I called it.
Yeah, you did call it.
Play
wonderfully then.
Thank you.
And this means that you still have access to the Eve, although would you actually pick up the Eve?
You want to give it, right?
Yes, because it's an ultimate. But you still have the Melissa. You don't have the Melissa, but you still have the carry. So we know that carry is also a considerable hero that is considered to be okay versus the Fredrin types of composition, because Fredrin, you want to go in front of your opponents. Carry loves that. When he can really hit from a shorter distance.
With a setup like this, I am not hesitant to say that maybe the Kufra might show up once we go to the second phase.
Yeah,
for sure. If RSG Slate doesn't ban it out. And there's the Carry Wolf, you mentioned it. And of course, the Faramis. So they don't mind having it being potentially stolen away by Exhort on the Valentina. But hey, at least Glue doesn't have to deal with it.
That's true.
And imagine the extra sustain that Bren Esports is bringing to the table here. There's also that damage coming in from Few. I mean, we're still not sure if this is going to go to the mid or their own position, because it's still flexible as it is. But Super Marco very comfortable with the hold now.
They may give, RSG might consider Lapu-Lapu this time. I think it's decent laning versus the Glue. But instead, they will pick up the Emman special. That's the Beatrix. So why did I say Lapu-Lapu? It's decent versus the Glue when it comes to laning. Great versus the carry in team fights. You have that -1 potential already. And with all of the swings that they can do with the Bravest Fighter, you can actually dwindle down the extra HP, extra shields that you can get from the Faramis.
Yep. Even if you, let's say, get burnt yourself, it is sustainable enough that after Cult Altar has expired, you're still going, you're still swinging.
Yeah.
All right, now going into the second phase of banning, RSG Slate can choke out junglers. Kyle TZ doesn't have a clear pick yet. That aforementioned Kufra should be on the lookout for. Bren Esports, though, it's clear that they should take out the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, it could be a potential choice for them to at least force the other members, and there you go, right? Kufra, take it out of consideration here for the side of RSG Slate.
Forget about it.
Forget about it, man. Never
about
mind.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Both teams are very good with Kufra, so...
Yeah.
That's true, that's true.
Not taking any risks,
Light
though.
is solid on the Kufra.
Does that mean that Cho will be the next one on the list, like after the Kufra?
Oh, yeah. Well since Kufra is out of the equation, the Cho can just roam around just freely.
Oh, Edith will be the ban for Bren Esports, RSG. Yeah, the Cho is already available. What are the heroes that you go up? I think the Lolita should be also a hero that both teams will consider, in fact, as they both protect the carry at the same time, kind of both protect the gold laners and also counter the gold laners. Lolita versus Beatrix, that's good. Lolita versus carry, that's also good because just because of the bulwark. So either the Cho or the Lolita here for RSG.
Yeah, stock for Lolita should be much higher for RSG Slate, given how it interacts with the Cult Altar. Right, the Numenon Blast again helps with that. So if they're able to score the Lolita and the Lapu Lapu come second phase, if Bren doesn't ban it for some reason, that's a win.
Yep.
That's a huge win for them because not only do you get the setup, but you also have the extra mobility and the durability that will be displayed once you pick up that Lapu Lapu, which is still open, by the way, as the rest of the members of RSG Slate PH will be taking out that Atlas as well. So they're trying to force Ogwen to a pretty, different hero. I mean, he already has used a lot of heroes in his arsenal, but now they're trying to force it in.
In before Diggy.
In before Diggy.
What if?
Yeah.
What if? Again,
We're just waiting for whatever fourth pick RSG has. If it's a CC heavy hero, boom.
Oh yeah, I think that RSG are actually looking for a roamer as their pick number 4.
Yep.
Just because of the fact that they want to keep the flexibility of the Fredrin. You don't know if it is going to be a jungle Fredrin or an X-Plane Fredrin yet.
And there might just be,
there's the Lolita ban.
A chance that RSG could pick up the Franco if the rest of the members of Bren would pick up the Diggy, because again, Time's Journey can't really stop the guy who lands the hooks and lands the Bloody Hunt, so at some point it could probably be something that they could consider moving on.
There's that Cho that can be potentially be picked.
There it is.
Instead, it's the Franco. It's the light special Bren Esports. Since the Atlas has been banned, the Franco will be an easy pickup. I think the Cho is still good for Bren Esports, all things considered. And there's also the threat of the Grok with the Flicker. However, you give a big ultimate to Valentina, so that maybe is the only risk. Then again, Cho is already also a good ultimate to snag.
I think it's a matter of the lesser evil.
Lesser evil,
Pick a poison, man.
So the Grok or the Cho, or maybe something safer like a Ruby for Bren Esports.
Not as simple, right? Like even if you do get the I'm offended, Exort still has to play around it.
Yeah.
Right.
So you go Martis as well to counter the Fredrin. So, well, there's the Ruby.
There it is.
And the Hayabusa.
Okay.
Carl Teasy played a solid Hayabusa yesterday.
Do you play Yuzhong or Lapu Lapu here for RSG? Yuzhong deals against both the carry and the Hayabusa. For Lapu Lapu, it's carry and Fire Mist. Either of the two will be good for RSG.
Like, the question is, who do you want to stop with this final pick that you have, right? So there's a lot of things that the rest of RSG Slate needs to consider, but either way, they still need to, fight other types of duos. As, Wolf mentioned, there's still going to be some heroes that could potentially maximize their, use of their skills heading forward into this match.
Lapu is still open.
Yeah.
That's the simplest answer.
Lapu or just Lapu or Yuzhong? Lapu is against carry and Fire Mist. Yuzhong is Hayabusa and carry, but instead it's Tiroth.
There's a classic.
Yeah.
We haven't
Nat special.
Yeah, we haven't seen Leslie's younger brother in a while.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean,
That's true.
It's somewhat of, a decent counter towards the glue because it could potentially eliminate the split, the jellies right away. But when you talk about the other members of, the predictions that we have, it seems like we're all united in this one.
Yep, even without the draft, it's unanimous. The MPL talents call this game black and yellow. Bren Esports, we're looking for them to take it, but with that being said, folks, there should be a poll that comes up. Go ahead and hit it before time runs out. Use Smart's Powerall 99 for 8 gigs of data. Only TikTok, only text, and free Smart Giga Arena tickets for 7 days. Load now. One more look at these two lineups. Folks, fellas, how we feeling?
Ooh, okay. When it comes to lane-to-lane matchup, surely I'd say Diroth fares better than most XP laners versus the blue. Maybe the Grok is the most supreme just because of that Grok block factor. But I think that when it comes to team fights, they might lack the damage. I don't like the Diroth when it's up against something like a Faramis composition. That's because of the fact that you expose the Diroth so much. When he goes in, does the combo, everybody survives, and now you're left open against the carry.
It's very all-in, especially when the rest of Bren Esports can just dip and dive out.
Yeah, that's the question that needs to be answered heading forward into this match, as both of the teams are just simply trying to get the objectives done. I think there's going to be a lot of, contesting in terms of the neutral objectives that we have all over the map, because as soon as you get the snowball factors early, especially with your gold laners being the spotlight of the match that we have today, it's really going to be important who gets the early scaling just to get the position in terms of the turtle.
I think that RSG will be focusing on really activating Eman this time, but in a slower pace. For Bren Esports, since they have the Faramis as well as the Ruby, they can play very active in this case. All they have to do now is to make sure that Exort will not have a good time with the Valentina. So maybe just force him to copy the Faramis ultimate and then just overpower them afterwards.
Just to have some sort of extension that they will need moving forward in the game.
Yep, already we were seeing, at least when it comes to EXP and gold, we're at relatively deadlock. Nobody's starting with any interesting items. Look, interesting, an early steel leg plates for Super Marco.
Yeah, right. They wanna really duel against their lane matchup this time. They don't want that when they get hooked, they immediately get bursted down. So they want to prevent that from happening. But then again, it's now the turtle fight, a very quiet game for both teams. Not even pokes. Not even pokes, right?
They're just technically minding their own business, but I think this is where business gets minded for both of the teams, as the Turtle Dance is actually beginning. Turtle still deciding on who to hit as of this moment. Flap TZ, H2O being the frontliners of the squad.
It's a tug of war for this Tortoise. And Flap wins. Look at how far he's pulled it back. And RSG says, touche, we're going to get out of here too.
Oh, man, never mind.
Never mind, because the buffs are already spawning.
Oh! That's a start for it, as the Bloody Hunt is going to be there. But at the same time, it's Few and Flap DC still going to get out of there, as Nats and Light still in there. You go. Nats is going to be taken down with the shadow kill. The rest of the members of RSG will be going back. First blood goes to Bren.
My goodness. Few's really 11 seasons and he still makes the pixel perfect plays. Goes for the flicker, pops the ultimate so that Flap TC will be able to survive.
And the fight continues once again as the rest of the members of Bren Esports will go inside and landing on the split, making a grab as well. H2O is stuck in the Lord Pit, or Turtle Pit rather, and he might try to find a way to get the escape, but not for long as the retaliation fights back. RSG with their very own kill, but it seems like the Turtle will go into the hands of Bren Esports.
Good try by Nats, and of course Light just doing what he can, but Bren Esports never blinking, never leaving an opening, scoring this first turtle.
I'm just in total shock of what Few did, because it's very mechanical. Like what he did was to flicker in, pop the ultimate. What happens is you survive. Flap TZ survives for a while. Yes, he gets stunned up, but the thing is he pops the ultimate and he gets some stack on so that he can actually go for the grab so he gets more life, and then Kyle TZ just mans up again. That's again all in from the Dira.
Speaking of all in though, H2O finally getting away from that fight, and it seems like these two guys have the same kind of objective that they want to focus, and they would just meet up whenever there are turtles available on the map.
Yep, so far I'm expecting Bren Esports to continue this pace up until they have a solid lead. I'm looking at 2K maybe ahead, 6 or 7 minutes in, which puts them in the right timing for the first Lord of the game. Question, Wolf, what happened there? Why did Nats fall there down bottom? Like, Was that something he expected?
No, definitely not. But then again, he doesn't have any armor items. He went in for magic defense first as his boots. So KalTZ identified that and he's isolated. High and dry procs gets maximum stats, and also that was a time where you have maximum potential because you just got the turtle, right? You have a lot of boosts. You have your items up. You have the level advantage as well. Penetration will be there. And the thing with Diroth is he has to hit someone so that he will be tanky or sustainable. But, hitting a shadow, it's not going to help him.
It is not going to help him indeed. The resident members of RSG are now going to be focusing their eyes on that one. But the Shadow Kill hurts Exort so much he has to get away from that fight. And it's because of this kind of initiation that Bren Esports tried to pursue. Nats caught by the I am offended, but he brought him back as FlapTZ tries to run away, but there goes the kill. H2O runs away, and Bren Esports gets another for themselves.
Bren Esports done just changed Nat's zip code. You see how far the young man went? Our Season 9 Grand Finals MVP was expecting to survive. He was sitting right behind their river wall, and then he got pulled in.
From Ortigas to Makati. That's what Bren Esports did. They snag him from the middle into the middle of the city with all of those displacement tools. You have the glue grab, of course, the ultimate, the run Wolf King.
Yeah. And then I'm offended.
I'm offended.
And because of those small, mishaps that Bren Esports is forcing RSG to do, they've taken another turtle for themselves, and it really showcases on the itemizations of both teams.
Yeah. Well. Bren Esports are winning everything. And we did say that when it comes to just the draft, Bren Esports are very comfortable with theirs. And they have a very early power spike compared to RSG. We did doubt this Diroth pick coming up from RSG, and we believe that Nats will be able to pull it off. But unfortunately, when it comes to just the theory of everything, he is definitely countered in this game. Diroth just... It doesn't cut it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I believe the word is skeptical. We were skeptical as to why RSG slate might have picked up the Diroth here. Last pick, when that last pick should have been super powerful, should have countered, 2 or 3 heroes from the opposing side, but I guess they leaned too hard on it.
Two good options, like Hujan and Lapu-Lapu, and they chose the gamble for Nats. Well, we do know that Nats is a very strong Diroth player. And it's not yet over for RSG. Surely there's a big lead for Bren Esports. But you still have that Beatrix. If they find the opening, this is Franco plus Beatrix. Nobody can survive that in the late stages of the game. Unless they get saved by few.
Yeah, and they could also, Exert could potentially copy the cult altar that is going to be displayed here by Bren Esports. So there are some contingency plans that RSG could, use moving forward into this game. Not to mention the potential wave clear that they could have in terms of the inhibitor defense in case that they lose all of their turrets outside their very own base. So Bren Esports, they're really on a roll right now. They're not letting anything up in terms of their overextensions, and RSG kind of forced to group up together just to secure objectives.
Yep, that's a purple buff that they're helping H2 take, at 8 minutes with Bren Esports at 3K gold ahead. KalTZ is going to make quick work of this turtle, the last one of the game. And this is difficult, seeing RSG just have to stay 5 all in mid just to protect their last tier 1.
Yeah. Can you imagine such, a methodical approach towards the game that we are consistently seeing? Because it even translates to the itemizations that they have. Just take a look at this.
Yeah, KalTZ is very confident about this. Picks up the BOD after the Hunter Strike. If there will be pokes coming up from Bren Esports, he's definitely the finisher. And he can one-shot anyone at this point.
Oh, speaking of one-shot, though, H2O is going to be the one person that is standing there forced to go back into the enemy territory. And there you go. One turret brought up, but another goes down as well. As the stop coming in from Ogwen with I am offended combo saves Super Marco. It gets out of there. Meanwhile, Light and Exort, nothing else to do about it. Bren Esports just one step ahead.
They're still going.
They're still actually going here. Ogwen, though, caught them all under the radar, and Bren Esports will just settle for the turret.
Now, we just said that there could be a one-shot play coming up from KalTZ, and did he get it?
Kyle!
Yeah, he got it.
Kyle!
Got it.
Got him. No retribution needed. Just the kunais being retracted back, and it's enough.
That's a no-look steal.
Yeah, no-look steal.
So fade
no
away.
need to look steal.
Whew. Bren Esports at 5K. they have the items right now, and fortunately for RSG, they're gonna inch their way up top, but they might be focusing their efforts into the mid lane defense. Can they actually defend this? Maybe when Light gets a hook.
Oh,
looking
that is also
for
the
it.
question, though. Light has been caught, but I'm offended, but he caught him right back with a bloody hand as well. Tries to go vertical altar to save the rest of the members. Save the FlapTZ can run away, but Nats goes and forces the kill out of them. But Nats will also get caught in the process as well as Light. Exort, stop there in the silence as well. Another Iron Hook wouldn't manage to hit, and Bren Esports. RSG tried to go for the consolation prize, but they also got punished with
blood for blood. I mean, an XP laner for another, and you still didn't make much moves in mid. Again, I can't blame RSG Slate here. The map is blue. They can't really go anywhere else, and they make quick work of this First Lord, pushing H2O away.
Oh, man. What a tough break. RSG, I mean, Unats, understandable that he went for that play. He had to burn the flicker, though, because some, again, few with the saves. Flicker out from FlapTZ. They really wanted that kill badly. Had it been that FlapTZ has a kill streak, if it was 3-1 for 3-0 for example, or 3-1 for FlapTZ, I think that will be a great shutdown. But the fact that they had to use the flicker on that play alone kind of means that Nats will be ineffective for another minute. I don't think that was a worth trade for RSG.
And not to mention, you know, that Deroth ultimate is just kind of like a one moment kind of ultimate. So as soon as it's all over, he's going to be stuck in a dilemma on how to escape. And now Bren Esports maximizing the potential of the lineup that they have, using the agility to not only get turrets up top, but also in the mid lane, with KyleTZ even focusing his assets and his utilities down bottom.
Yep, and what's going to happen here is Bren Esports will slowly choke out RSG's resources. Best believe H2 will very rarely get his own buffs, even small camps. Oh!
Look at how it hurts, though. Nats at least 20% of his health, and KyleTZ will go away just like nothing happened. And it took one person for the rest of the members of RSG to go down bot that forced Bren Esports with the top lane inhibitor.
I don't know if it was just a happenstance, but you know what Bren did? They maybe communicated KyleTZ. For Nats to be able to survive that ultimate coming out, they have to group up together. So the high ground will be there, as well as the the shadow kill to be distributed. And what happened was nobody had a chance to defend top lane, because they were all trying to help Nats survive.
To not die.
Wow. It's crazy. Bren is crazy right now.
And that's where you'll see here, 12 minutes in. See the total damage? It's a mix-up between Bren Esports' mid laner and jungle. That's where a lot of this 8K gold is in. It's not even between Eman and Super Marco. They're actually just about 1,000 between. No, it's H2 and KyleTZ. I saw last about 2K, 3K between, and Few and Exort. Same, 2K, 3K between.
Man, it's just, you know, the individual stages of both of these teams, specifically from the player's point of view, is just really maximized here. And, you know, the one thing that is good about the side of RSG is that, you know, Eman really hasn't died yet. So he has a lot of gold. He has enough damage for the wave clear potential. But Bren Esports, as soon as they keep stalling the game, it's really going to be a good sign for them, because, again, RSG needs to find a way to secure these objectives. And fortunately for them, they do.
Light.
All right. I mean, a win is as long as it doesn't go to Bren, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd it go, though? Oh, it's on Eman.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. They're putting all the eggs on that one basket called the Eman basket. No conceal play from Bren Esports, but they do have superior net worth. That means that they can brute force their way in. In fact, Super Marco is already starting with a burst down on the Lord.
Yep. As the Iron Hook won't be able to hit there, and the rest of the members of Bren Esports are all but surrounding the Lord. RSG starts to make a move, but H2O has been nullified by FlapTZ and Ogwen. But it seems like there goes your sniper! Eman is back at it again for the price of H2, and that sniper shot was all it took. RSG probably back in the game.
Let's see exactly how he did that again.
Literally hitting it.
That's it. It literally was just one shot.
One shot. Weapon Master, orange buff in hand. You have the I think he has Blade of Despair and Malefic Roar.
Ow.
It was enough. It's like a retribution.
Oh no, are they even prepared for this?
So many
Are they even ready for it to go for the fight? And it seems like Carry is out. Ogwen and Few are stuck in the dilemma now, but it seems like the burst back, the counter attack coming in from Bren Esports. There goes their shadow kill. FlapTC catches light, and it seems like the light of day is nay for RSG as Bren Esports 3 heroes down.
Say what you will about Lord Steals and, of course, Light doing Light things, but if you're outgunned at 14 minutes, you're gonna feel it.
That's really what happened in there. It's just that literally RSG not having enough items to survive and deal the damage. They did take out Super Marco though, so that's great for RSG. And then finding all of these skills, very important in this defense. However, with only the Valentina and the Fredrin and the brunt of Bren Esports and CalTZ, the top gold for Bren Esports,
Light
will
is
be
alive
able
though.
to defend for a while.
And they will be able to defend. The rest of the Raiders came back on time to defend what is left of their base as RSG is trailing 6.8k gold behind. And Bren Esports has all but one inhibitor turret left to bring down before they could potentially leave it open.
CalTZ is eating good. Look at this man. 13k almost.
At 15 minutes.
At 15, that's
As
more,
a jungler.
That's about more than 1,000 per minute,
Yeah.
right?
Man.
Close to it.
Close to it. Maybe 850.
Yeah, and this current metagame, that's high.
That is very high, especially when you're coming in from a jungler's perspective, because typically you want to really put everything on your gold laner. It's not like he's taking some gold away from their gold laner.
Right.
Their gold laners are still rich.
Yeah.
This is like an assassin jungler's dream, if you may. As Bren Esports, they're just really trying to clear lanes, you know, not really give RSG an inch of advantage. And with RSG kind of knowing where the rest of Bren Esports are, they're going to be the ones to back away. Because again, you have the wave clear, you still have Exort. Having that mystery shop is really going to be very important to have the rest of the items in. But it's still 7.1k gold. And as you've mentioned, Leo, it's still gonna hurt and you're gonna feel it at this minute of the game.
We're about 15 seconds away from the next Lord. Depends on whoever gets it at what point. Still not going to be evolved. So if this is a steal from RSG, that puts him closer to equilibrium, breakpoint. But if it's Bren Esports, oh man, I don't know how else they're going to be able to come back. 17-minute mark here. Emma needs to clean up the base. I guess that's what hurts, right? When you have a lineup or a team that can clean up base like this. Whoa, wait, what up?
Oh no, H2O has been caught once again. Carry gets the Lord, and H2O is brought back to the enemy territory as Bren Esports takes control of the Fredrin, and RSG left with 4 members just waiting for the Lord.
I'm surprised that they utilized Emin instead, because they didn't really have any influence around the Lord area. Not even a way to steal it. Because the thing with the H2, still holding on to a Fredrin, which means that he has to walk in front of Bren Esports. You saw how ineffective that was, and he was taken out so easily by Bren Esports squad.
It's too honest.
Too honest, but it's also goodness for the rest of Bren. As Light catches another one though, but it seems like the Gold Altar will be able to save them. There goes the grenade launchers coming in, but no! I'm offended, lands to 2, and it seems like 1 will be enough as Exort goes down as well. CalTZ lands onto Nats, and it's mayhem moving forward, but one thing is for sure, Bren Esports secures game number 1 of the final series of the day.
Amazing start coming out from Bren Esports in this game as they took it, and it was Few and FlapTC combining for 2 kills in the first turtle fight. And because of that, CalTZ had a great time. He didn't take away anything from Super Marco 2. That's why there are 2 big money makers coming out from Bren Esports that RC just cannot defeat. They were able to steal the Lord, but unfortunately, Bren Esports' firepower is just too much to handle.
Yep, that's what you call a snowball, and this is what we miss from these assassin junglers, and it was put on full display by Bren Esports' CalTZ, who I actually noted in my vlog last week. It's clear that Ogwen is happy, right? Ogwen is happy with how the metagame is. He's shining with his Kufra, here with his Ruby. He's able to play with the Diggy, but I asked, hey, yo, is Kyle happy with the current metagame? Because assassin junglers don't come out as often, right? We're still in the era of Akai, still the era of Fredrin, and now with Hayabusa coming out like this, it's clear. I'm hoping that CalTZ is indeed happy with how things are. And is it too soon to say he might be our MVP?
In this game, I think so. There's a lot of good plays from Few. I mean, my personal favorite is Few in that game just because of the fact that he did so well the first few minutes of the game.
All right. Well, we will no longer have to speculate because Wolf is about to break it down. Wolf, talk to us about what happened here in Game 1.
Word of the day, or at least for the series, skeptical. We saw that Dairoth pick coming out from RSG Philippines as their last pick, despite the fact that there's Lapu-Lapu and Yuzong, two of great heroes that would have countered both Calteezy as well as Super Marco, but didn't. They chose the Dairoth this time, and I guess we were correct to be skeptical about it. 1-5-2 was the final appearance coming out from Nats, and it did not look good. Bren Esports, however, on the opposite side, Super Marco untouched, even through Light and Eman's signature picks, they were able to pierce through all of the defenses of Bren Esports, especially when Few is there with 2, 0, and 9. Position 4, Faramis with all of the magic items providing so much defense, and Flapteezy, so many times was he close to death, but he only died twice in this game. 826, 30 GPM off of what we expected out of 850, but him being the richest guy as well as the ace at the same time, that kind of tells you that this is not just a farming kind of player. He actually contributes to the fight. In fact, he's part of 64% of the kills that Bren Esports did. However, still, Flapteezy and Ogwin, a lot of like contribution all throughout this game, and Few and Flapteezy, the two of the people that I will be talking a lot about during this analyst segment when we are dissecting what happened for Bren Esports. RSG, unfortunately, they weren't able to activate Eman in time. And we did say that their early game mishaps did not allow them to get it. But, oh, look at that. 0-0 and 13. One of the classics from Ogwin. I remember there was a time in MPL Season 10 we also tallied 0 deaths with a lot of assists. And this time, even with 13 assists, he guarded 93% of the kills. Side of Bren Esports with all of the defensive items he has, and of course a lot of saves with the I'm Offended, and even the initiations you saw in the middle part of the map where he's able to just utilize the strength of the Ruby. Unfortunately, Light, it did not convert. Look at that, Few pixel perfect flicker and ultimate, and Flap already had a lot of stacks and will be able to use the ultimate on to Nats, recover some HP, and then survive. Then afterwards, just a few seconds afterwards, he will have another ultimate onto H2, a very important hero because he is the jungler, the retribution holder for RSG. They will punish Glue, but in the end, Bren Esports will just get so much control of the objectives. Again, H2 being snagged time and time again, a lot of displacements, few with the saves, and that's unfortunately will be the trade-off. And then there will be a steal coming up from Eman. All hell breaks loose, but there's so much displacement. You can see the connection coming up Few with that one-man Shadow Stampede into a three-man Shadow Stampede into the bottom lane that we see right now. Overload of firepower coming up from Bren Esports. You see another save coming up from Few, which is then converted into Ogwin snagging 2 heroes in combination with another Shadow Stampede. There's so much pulls that Bren Esports were able to do in this game, just because of their synergy, the way that the draft worked, as well as the fact that they snowballed earlier on. The way that Bren Esports played, they look really, I would say, perfect in that first game. Let's look at the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Beware of RSG's tendency to snowball. I guess that it was the exact opposite. Bren Esports snowballed in this game, and they didn't shut down Master Ogwin. And the last line, they didn't even need to protect their gold laner at this point, just because of the fact that the real focus was Few and Flapteezy just combined together, the veterans of this team, in pixel perfect executions.
Can you even imagine how the third point wasn't even a point during that match? Like, it was just really the rest of the members taking care of business, and you mind your own as soon as, you know, everything is said and done, as soon as you get your items, and we're finally good to go. And that's exactly what happened.
And it's that same yin and yang, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that there is and there is not, that made that gold lane matchup that we were setting up in the beginning of this series all the more important. If the rest of your team aren't winning, what more can you do to help out? And we saw what Eman was able to do, even if the rest of RSG Slate Philippines were losing, right? Even if they could not get any turtles, was relatively in no shape to contest for the Lord, Eman still stole one. So at least they have that. What can they do going into Game 2 to leverage that one strength? Should they invest in the goalie? Should they have duoed gold lane to make sure at least Super Marco can't be part of that Bren Esports snowball that we saw in Game 1?
We can really say that, but I guess it starts with a draft. I think we have enough reasons to be skeptical of that one.
One last spot.
Yeah. Imagine, had it been a Yuzhong or Lapu-Lapu, Super Marco will not be confident. If it was a Yuzhong, there is a threat of the one-shot against the Hayabusa because traditionally Yuzhong also was picked up to counter the Hayabusa. If it was a Lapu-Lapu, the carry will not be safe, and Few will not be able to do his own thing as well. His Cult Altar will not have the most value. When it comes to Dirath, yeah, sure, it can win the XP lane battle or the laning stage, but it cannot translate to an actual victory. So, unfortunately, I'm going to dodge your question by answering in a different manner.
Yeah.
And that was the answer.
That's a totally valid answer because I'll have to say I agree. I concur, Wolf. Sona, any other points that RSG Slate PH might want to put into their playbook, put into Panda's ever-illustrious notebook to say, you know what, maybe we can do this different?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when you take a look at the way they actually landed the sorts of team fights that they were trying to prove, they've had some, slivers of, or silver linings rather, because they managed to take Lord, they were trying to get initiations with a Franco, but it seems like their draft was more of a no kind of plan B execution type of thing, because you have the Iron Hook, but once the Iron Hook really doesn't land, you don't have other ways to, execute and try to initiate your fight. So with the rest of the members of having that I Am Offended combo from Bren Esports, it has a very low cooldown, but it also enables your other teammates to also have the other kind of, damage potential, and the spotlight was scattered over the place for the side of Bren Esports to the point where RSG really didn't know where to go at that point.
So you're saying RSG Slate went full dive.
Yeah, something like that.
And you never go full dive.
You never go full dive.
Yeah, because you're right. The way you put it and the way we saw it is they really only have a way in and no way out. If this fails, then that's it. We wait for the next team fight. We have to reset.
Which is interesting because the Faramis was picked up earlier on. And, typically, when you are facing up against a Faramis, you veer away from full dives. Right? You want to be, depending on like DPS or, sorry, not DPS, DOT, damage over time, like sustained team fights. But they were so all in. And, the RSG, they have been successful with that before. They know how to take their fights. But I guess against Bren Esports, a team that has already developed their chemistry, their problem-solving techniques are also on a very high note already. That's what I can say for Bren Esports, that they have developed all throughout their off-season and now during the regular season. They know how to solve problems. And in this case, they didn't have any problems to solve at all because they were so in the zone already.
That's true.
Yeah, they are thriving. It's at that point wherein this long-term investment by Bren Esports to try and create a new lineup to re-spark that magic that won them the M2 World Championships is now currently paying off. I mean, a majority of this lineup, this whole lineup that they played in Game 1 against RSG Slate is our national team this coming SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia. So you're right. Not just are they looking for problems to solve, but if anything, they're in a place where they can experiment. Like, who knows? If anything, the fact that they're playing the Hayabusa so confidently is in itself an experiment in this current metagame.
No, Kaltizi was a beast. I can't imagine. Like, we always say that the junglers are now like the second or position 2 players. Like the priority is on the gold laner. In this game, they aren't even trying to prioritize Kaltizi. Kaltizi just made his own place. And he's not taking away gold from his gold. It's not like a utility jungler wherein you forego some of the jungle camps or even the mid lane or some of the minions just to give it to the gold laner so he'll be really stacked up. That wasn't the case at this time. Kaltizi just played so well. He got the right kills and they didn't even need Super Marco in the end just because of the fact that Kaltizi is already a big problem for RSG.
Not just he wasn't stealing away from Super Marco, he wasn't even stealing away from Few. Few was also friggin' rich.
Yeah.
He was filthy rich.
Now that you mentioned that, we kind of saw some situations where Kyle TZ was stealing from the enemy.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So he's giving away his very own kinds of, objectives and all the other stuff to Few and the rest of the members of Bren Esports. And he's out there seeking for blood, looking for more objectives to conquer. And then from there, there's no goal for the side of RSG, and then Bren Esports goes double, goes triple, and that resulted to what we've seen from before in terms of the charts where Kyle TZ was on a roll. And that was courtesy of the positioning and the spacing that was given by, Few, Ogwen, and Flap TZ during that time.
My friend, you're right. I'd like to go back to that point. Kyle TZ starved and dehydrated H2. He got nothing. It was so close to H2 getting nothing. If I'm not mistaken, right? Around the 8 or 9 minute mark, they had to go 5-man into H2's purple buff just to help the Fredrin secure. So I'm wondering, where does that put H2's mindset now going into game 2? I'm pretty sure he can reset, but does that mean do they have to switch anything up? Are they considering, H2, maybe this time, first time season 11, maybe.
That's exactly my idea. This is time. H2's feeling it. It's like, hey, coach, it works. Assassin junglers work. Let's not try to fight off meta by playing meta. Let's fight them in their own battlefield. I'm going to show you why I'm famous as a good jungler, right? So I think that this is definitely the time to pull it up. Give an assassin to H2. And maybe the Fredrin for sure, it can work, whatever. But, I mean, if you're this... If you are this close to getting, get 2-0'd, and after that game you feel that, okay, we can maybe fight toe-to-toe against a good jungler as well, maybe that's the time.
This is where you say the gloves are off, pal.
Right.
It's time.
It's time.
My turn.
Hyaling or Lanceling.
Why not? The El Clasicos, right?
Can you even imagine, right? It's been such a long time since we've seen H2O using those kinds of heroes as part of RSG's composition, but it seems like the questions will be answered now heading forward into draft for Game 2.
Yep, we no longer have to speculate. We just have to spectate. It's RSG slate on the play. Bren Esports answering back. They got the 2-pick swing on the red side. RSG slate first takes out the Fanny, as you should, against Kyle TZ.
And then the 1-1, I think. So at this point, these are just what was I forgot what nicest term was. It was the blanket ban. So it's what's it called? Designated ban. The 1-1 on the red side, of course, the Fanny on the blue side.
Oh yeah, that's usually like the red side Esmeralda from seasons past. Yeah.
Might ask him later about that too.
Okay.
But honestly, for now, while I'm thinking about it, they've switched sides, right? So Bren Esports will now be here in the red, and I think this is where it will matter for the side of RSG, because from the previous draft that we've seen, it seems like RSG was placed in a very difficult corner with just not a lot or not a handful of heroes to choose from. So now with the first pick, they could potentially pace the way that this draft is going to go, and it could potentially go into their advantage, knowing that the Faramis and Glue, which both heroes were used during Game 1, are finally out for the side of Bren.
There's the Joy. That still is open, but I doubt Bren Esports will let that go, which kind of makes me think, will RSG just go for the typical first pick? It starts with Fred and ends with Rin.
If they do, then the next option or the next hope, again, where we're looking for something to change, right?
Yeah.
They might flex it.
Yeah.
That's
I
true.
hope that will be the case.
First name Fred, last name Rin.
Yep. I'll be the... Yeah, I will not be surprised if that happens. Yeah.
And the Valentina will go to the other side, right?
Valentina for Bren Esports again. Yeah.
Seems like the trend.
Few is just so good with it. Then you go. Do you go back to the carry if you're Bren Esports in that case?
Val carry?
Yeah. Or the far side the carry, perhaps? Since they're... Oh, but again, Valentina is open, so you don't want to really give that up. Even when you win game number 1, that still is a very strong hero.
Yeah. If you want to pick something up, you better, pick it up now as you're comfortable with it. But in the same way, Kyle TZ will go for the same thing, but it seems like there are some differences with what we've seen today. It's Kaja making his way into the series, and also the Melissa.
Yep.
I get it. I get it. What they're doing here is they're leaving open the Valentina, the Farsa, and the Eve.
Yep.
Dare you.
Pick one, RC. What will you do? I think that I think my prescription here is the Farsa. Even if you give away the Valentina to the opposing end, at least you have that way to deal with the Melissa. You always need a nuke mage. Then for Eman, do you go back to the Beatrix? If that's the case, if they don't pick up the marksman here, right, at this slot, they are considering definitely the Melissa, the Beatrix. But if they do want to pick up a marksman already, I think it's Brody. Or maybe even Harith, actually, for RSG. Or instead, it's the Claude.
And the
Alright, the Farsa, as expected. So you go back to Valentina if you're Bren Esports.
So they did somewhat pick up the Farsa for themselves just to, have a better grasp of the Melissa situation that will translate into the later parts of the game. But the Claude could also potentially be an answer in terms of the late game. So it's a very well-rounded first 3 picks for the side of RSG slate.
Yep, I'd like to think this is a solid way to recalibrate, that they're not exactly reinventing the wheel. It's not like they completely flubbed game 1. There definitely was a concept there. And here, of course, with some very important audience members, this is the H2's better half, Miss Mika Salamanca. This has to be a way for them to get to game 3.
Okay, there's the Valentina that we expected them to pick up. I think Bren Esports might be considering banning up the Ruby or the Lolita here, or the imported ban on the Kufra, as we saw in the previous series. The first game, I mean. Kufra still is good, but I think that the heroes that will be concerning for Bren Esports will be both Lolita and the Ruby. Heroes that will be decent versus the Melissa, and okay.
Okay, hi.
Okay.
I guess he's
What?
practicing. I was very surprised to see the screen because
I thought it was a player.
Yeah, I thought we were drafting, man.
Okay.
Is he not a player though?
Yeah.
Do you know the guy?
He looks like a.
He looks familiar though.
Looks very familiar.
Not a bad Beatrix.
Yeah.
Back into the draft. There goes the Atlas.
Yeah.
And RSG slate. They're looking to choke out heroes from Kyle Teasy's pool. I'm pretty sure they should start pressuring the young jungler.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, right?
Hayabusa and Ling, perhaps? Yeah. I think Hayabusa merits a ban, no matter what. Although there it goes.
Yep.
Hayabusa is more like a rain check against Kaltizi. Yeah, play another hero. Let's not get off of your momentum.
They don't want to go through that again.
Yep.
Because, again, Kyle TZ just really plays well with that one. But given the bans that we have specifically for Bren Esports, it's the Atlas and the Edith, both used by, as far as I can remember, Light and Nats from their previous games. So they're also forcing RSG Slate Philippines to use some other heroes as part of their arsenal. And now, with a well-rounded lineup that RSG has, what could potentially be the possible picks that they could have heading into this match?
Yeah, for Bren Esports, I think Lapu-Lapu and Yuzhong still is available. For RSG, they will have to look for a good defensive roamer here. I think Lolita still is a great pick for RSG.
Yep.
Great defense, and of course it can protect both the Claude as well as the Farsa. Decent versus countering the initiations, because what happens is when you go as the Kaja, at least you have a way to counter engage with the Lolita ultimate.
Yeah, you can stop it. Once you see it and it's down, you know that you can pull in.
Yep.
But here we go. We pick up the Lapu-Lapu. Again, a great answer to the Farsa, and that's pretty decent at hunting down Claudes.
For sure. So, that being said, you want to go for perhaps a Yuzhong for RSG. If they really want to go crazy here, I think Esmeralda might be cause of merit for RSG.
One of the all right answers to
All-right
Lapu.
answers. But yeah, I think at this point you would want to go maybe Benedetta for RSG, as it is Nat special anyways. That could be the one of the other choices. And when it comes to their tank, their roamer, I think Lolita or Ruby will be the only choices left.
Because when you think about it, I mean,
Kufra,
there's a lot of
oh,
stuns, right?
wow,
There you
Arlott.
go.
All right, second showing in all the weekend. Second showing today.
Yeah. Martis should be the last choice here for Bren Esports. Or maybe if they want, they can go back to something like a Barrett's so that they will really put everything into the Super Marco basket. But knowing Bren Esports, they might go back to Assassins. So do we go for Ling?
Lancelot or Ling?
Yeah.
Just to reach the the back room compositions for the side of RSG, so might be the case.
They've gone this far.
They've gone this far, so why not commit it? Yeah, might as well.
But we're not sure. I mean, is it going to be an XP lane Fredrin? Because we have seen XP lane Arlott.
Yeah.
And a lot would argue, the Arlott's useless without Petrify.
That's true. But instead,
Nani!
They relied on it again.
Nani! Jungle Kaja!
Jungle Kaja.
Alawise! No!
Bro switched it up.
Kyle TZ, what?
But it has a dash. It has a dash.
2 chickens. Just saying.
Oh, the eagle and the chicken and the owl. I mean,
the owl and the Garuda.
Yep, the Garuda. Oh, okay.
That's a crazy change of pace though from Hayabusa in game 1.
It was a what? Silent voice in my head. Hey, yo, might be a Jungle Kaja, but I didn't expect it to come true.
What?
But it is true now.
Okay, so how defensive purposes for sure. You have your initiations. And of course, Diggy. What does it cancel here? What does it protect him from? Of course, Kufra will be countered by that. It makes it so that Melissa will be, it's like a crowd control immune beast of a tank.
It's a moving turret.
Moving turret, yeah.
Best case scenario, Bren Esports makes Super Marco moving turret.
Yep.
Oh man, and that is gonna be a problem when it reaches late game in game number 2, man.
It's the muddles as well as the time bombs. A lot of
mini
summons.
mini
Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
Yeah.
It's an adorable gold lane for RSG.
All right, so confirmed. It is an XP lane Arlott, but it's a different configuration. It's using Flicker.
Yep. Honestly, like when I saw the Petrify Arlott, I think it was too gimmicky for me. It was so all in.
Too much.
Yeah, I think this is where I can know, yeah, sure, we are going to see Arlott gameplay now with Flicker. Petrify just, you go in, you stun someone, and then you don't have a way to go out.
Let's see.
Oh, starting to become a problem though as Light catches Kyle TZ there, but Kyle TZ has a decent amount of HP to get out of there, and there goes the pressure given by Bren Esports in this top lane as Eman and Light are kind of having a deja vu moment because they've been through this before.
Oh. Okay. We can see that this mid lane will be a very, a very stale one, say the least. FapTZ is baiting. H2 might be prepared for this, although he is holding on to a Fredrin.
They're going now, though. They're going now.
Oh!
With a knockup.
Wow!
Is going to be enough to get the first blood for the rest of the Raiders as RSG takes first blood.
What a timing from H2 with the knockup. Even after the flicker, FapTZ, mid-animation going to be caught.
Yeah.
And that's a great play from H2. I doubted that he will make that, but if he is that electric, man, it's amazing. Oh, Exort!
Exort utilizes very own Feather Airstrike. So the result is Bren Esports getting the turtle and more. Time's Journey is going to be committed here by Ogo and the rest of the members, but the fight is about to continue once again. The Snaps gets one, but he also got caught in the process. RSG loses the turtle fight, but also wins in terms of that 1v1 casualty.
Something tells me Lapu. FlapTZ earlier was waiting. Underneath the turret, he was expecting to get level 4. That's the only way I think he would have survived that engagement.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, RSG with H2 just getting that. Unfortunately, I think that might be a misclick coming up from Exort because he didn't have any target.
Yeah.
And not having the Feathered Airstrike meant that Bren Esports are very confident around the turtle area. Nats went all in once again. That's a problem with Arlott. Once you are in, even after the flicker, it wasn't enough to get out. The Bren Esports just collects the turtle afterwards.
Now 3 minutes in, Bren with a solid, 300, 500 gold lead. That's at least a solid item on one of your cores here that could win you the duel. Oh, Light stretching up.
Stretching up, catches Super Marco, lands the revenge combo, but still the Time Surge is going to be able to save them and get out of there as Super Marco still alive. And another casualty has been committed on to the other side. It seems like it's an ambush play. Light gets caught in the crossfire, and RSG retreats back as Bren answers with another counterpunch.
Like a cheap B movie, somebody dies off camera. You saw that, right?
Oh man.
RSG Slate was already down a man, and they still didn't leave gold lane.
Wow. Okay, and that's what happened. I mean, Bren Esports, they baited RSG in. They waited for the right and opportune moment to pop the Time Surge because I thought it was late, but you know, it was just on time. Ogwin, Master Ogwin is never late. He's always on time.
Always on time, man. That is the essence of having this, Diggy in your hands, because the time is yours. You hold the time in your hand, and it seems like it's time for them to, you know, maneuver into this turtle.
Time is subjective to Master Ogwin. And you see, look, even if this is a flubbed pull, again, because Kyle TZ wasn't ready yet, right?
Right. Yeah.
So this is just Bren Esports, again, jockeying for position. This is it's a 5v5 waiting to happen.
Yep. And Ogwin does have the ultimate.
Ultimate might be the case here for them as Light continues to stretch once again, goes for another play, but Ogwen doesn't seem to get caught. Feather Dash is going to be committed, Time's Journey as well, but Kyle TZ secures another turtle for the side of Bren Esports. No casualty right after that, just secure the turtle and retreat.
Clean take coming out from Bren Esports. Ogwin just, you know, just delaying the turtle for Flap because Kyle TZ wasn't ready yet, was taking the purple buff. Then when it goes in, Time's Journey, a threat from Flap TZ, even Few just being around the corner with the stolen Farsa ultimate, it was already enough to break the formation of RSG. And what I really liked about it is that the moment they got the turtle, they just got out. I mean, even with the ultimate or the activated with Flap TZ, they didn't want to commit. Discipline coming out from Bren Esports.
Yep, there wasn't really much for them to do there. Again, the winning image for Bren Esports is to make Super Marco a walking turret, and he's not exactly at walking turret status just yet.
Yeah, and for now, they're just trying to, you know, build up the structure itself, getting the items done. And Super Marco, honestly, is in a pretty good shape right now. 1-0-0, hasn't really been part of the major team fights just yet, but that's also because not a lot of team fights are happening. I mean, these 3-3 kill score that we have here between both of the teams are courtesy of the pickoffs that they've been seeing while rotating in the lanes.
Yeah. Now they're going to be parking Kyle TZ, Ogwin, and Few up top. Oh!
There goes the pull for H2O, and it seems like death is near for that guy. 20 seconds into before respawning once again, and it seems like Bren is on the move. Kyle TZ takes notice of the 3 heroes that are on to the bush. He had them under control. Light catches him though, and it seems like the Rage and Revenge combo will be able to hit, but Ammon catches a lot of damage, and Light will be pulled by the reverse time, but still stays alive. But Bren with an immense amount of damage for that one.
You know, last game it was Few saving them. Now it's Ogwin. Again, the way that he utilizes this ultimate, he waits for RSG to be in a very bad spot before he pops the Time's Journey so that it will not only defend his teammate, but also threaten for a kill. And Light had to commit the flicker out of that just to get out, and Bren Esports are just chunking away all these resources, winning all of those trades, eventually taking another turtle, then eventually the top lane. Might be conceding this bottom lane unless Flap TZ fights a good opening, but they will not overstep. Bren Esports are very, very calculated in this game.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened here. RSG Slate just gave up on the gold lane. It's like, yeah, we're not winning much fights here. Nats, how you doing down there? All right, we'll send Eman. And that's what exactly happened here. And I'm glad that at least there's some returns for RSG.
And there's some adjustments being made by both of the teams just to, you know, tie things up in terms of the lead. But so far, it's not looking good for them as another attack lands into 4. But Time Surge is going to be committed. Blazing Do It catches none. And the rest of the members of RSG goes for the retreat once again. But Bren won't let up. They will still continue. But the fight's about to resume once again. Nats from the backside. Melissa gets off. H2O says it's go time, Raiders. The raid is on, ladies and gentlemen, and Nats tries to find another way, but H2O, that is going to be the end of the fight. Retaliation is the key as Raiders kind of a wake-up call.
All right, so that's how the Vengeance into Final Slash works.
Yes.
That's the best case scenario for an Arlet.
Call the ambulance, without for me, says Nats. as he's able to find a very good pickoff. That's Super Marco down for the count. And that slashed the deficit that they were running towards, down to 630. And Eman was farming all along. Surely they will lose an important hero, but all the grand scheme of things, RSG are getting what they wanted, and now there's no lead by Bren Esports already.
This should put the fear of God into Super Marco. He is so confident, and he had such an amazing early to mid game that he hasn't even bought boots. No one has gotten so close to him that he needed to run away. But now, I'm guessing into the next few minutes, like I'm guessing before 10 minutes closes, he should buy boots.
Yep. So he's somewhat considering it right now, like, we're only at least at under 1,000 in terms of gold ahead, so all we need to do is just try and figure out how we can maneuver, and that will be through the mobility. But again, due to the fact that the rest of the members, H2O was able to pick off that purple objective, so Kyle TZ doesn't have it as of the moment, and it paid off. But for now, RSG still trying to find their moves, and the Feathered Airstrike is a little too far from the fight. So now, Bren Esports, knowing that there's no Feathered Airstrike for the side of RSG, they could potentially go for this one, but one thing is raging. Light is letting it cook, but he stops it right away.
Something else to note, Few has Final Slash. What's he gonna do with this Arlot's ult?
Yeah, maybe just group them up together, combo with Flap TZ, perhaps that's the case. Also, one thing to take note, H2 has a level advantage of Kyle TZ from out of nowhere.
Yep.
Because Kyle TZ has been joining the fights, and H2 has been farming.
Oh, look at Light.
Light, though, starting to stretch. Looks for the other brush onto the riverside, and the Lord is still trying to march in. It's another reset happening for both of the teams. It seems like they're completely unsure, but Light finally shows himself, but catches onto the damage of 4 other Bren members, and the Hive knows where the Light is going from, or coming from, as RSG and the rest of the members of the Raiders will now be on the defensive, as Bren now gets it into the tug of war.
Oh!
The fight is happening once again, and Time's Journey making it happen for the rest of the members of RSG. Now Light catches it, popping up the immortality. H2O goes down as well. There goes the revenge combo, but Blazing Duet finally making it action, but because of the knock-up, 3 heroes are down for only the price of Ogwen. Not Sinexort, the only ones alive, and the Hive gets the Lord for themselves.
That's a timely Time's Journey. Again, Wolf, this is what you were mentioning. Not only does it save Bren Esports, but it allows them to clap back with impunity.
Oh, never late, never early. That's Master Ogwen for you. Eventually he falls down, but he already made a lot of moves. And Few, the stolen Arlot ultimate, also clumping up the members of RSG for Bren, for Super Marco to have a maximized ult usage of the ultimate to go away. Also, I want to take note, after the usage of the ultimate from Light, that was when Super Marco activated his own ultimate as well. That's why the Tyrant's Rage isn't really maximized by RSG. So it's a Bren Esports just being not only pixel perfect, but also millisecond perfect in these games. They are always on point with their timings, and the end result was not only do they defend themselves, but RSG was put in a very bad spot that they can punish afterwards.
And this is Wolf after you noted that H2 has a level advantage over Kyle TZ.
Exactly.
That was a non-factor.
Exactly.
And not to mention the patience that Bren Esports displayed, especially during that Lord take. They waited for Light to show himself up before they could actually go ahead and initiate the fight, was something to commend for, as Bren Esports, as a result of that patience, they are now trying to go ahead and initiate as much as they can, as now they were trying to go for the attack. Flap TZ cut off to at least 50% of his health, but will be able to stay away, securing the middle inhibitor.
Wow. You see the mechanics on the young Charles David Canon. You see how he just came in like, oh, I'm out. Within a second, he used his ult just to buy time enough for the penetration.
Exactly. And that is like character development for Flap TZ. Maybe this is what we're talking about. But Ogwen? Okay. What is this trend? Roaming diggies. Making the most damage.
Them bombs.
What is with the bombs right now, man? It seems
well,
like...
if you have Divine Glaive.
Yeah.
Oh, he does not have Divine Glaive even.
It's just Ogwen.
Hey, Ben Things had a Divine Glaive when he stole a Lord earlier. What's this build looking like?
He's only up with Talisman and Athena Shield.
Impure Rage, though.
Yeah.
He's building hybrid.
Wow.
That's got to be a fleeting time on the way, too.
It has to be, right? It has to be. There's just a lot of damage in such a short amount of time, but they're making it work. And Bren Esports, Ogwen is just, putting those time bombs in every single portion of the map where you could step on. And immediately, as soon as someone steps in there, that's not only damage, but that's also information given to the rest of the Hive.
Wow, can't believe how Bren is playing this. Fuel, once again, holding on to the Arlott ultimate. It's all about the displacement now. Now the crowd control. He's not the main crowd control for Bren Esports. Maybe they're trying to combo up the Bravest Warrior and the final slash. We'll see.
This is unorthodox because, again, on paper, numbers-wise, right? You want to get the Feathered Airstrike, but here, the way Bren Esports has approached it is, yeah, Few is on purpose, getting the final slash.
And look at those ticking time bombs that is being placed by Ogwen, right?
Oh, H2
Before
scared.
the rest of the members of RSG managed to land into this lore pit, they passed about around like 7 ticking time bombs before everything is happening, which is why the rest of the members or the others are actually retreating and fighting back. Look at the damage H2O is taking from those ticking time bombs alone.
Freshly picked up Divine Glaive from Ogwen. He hurts before. Now
he's gonna hurt a lot more.
I wonder what's the superlative of hurt.
He invented a new word. That is above hurt.
Above hurt. Whatever that is.
Whatever that is. Probably someone from the dictionary or someone who invented the dictionary could come up with it, but
someone from
now,
Oxford,
right? Maybe. But now it seems like Oxford doesn't matter because they finally know what they're supposed to do. As the Bravest Fighter is going to be committed here, as H2O taking a lot of damage here, but it's too far away from the Lord. And Light tries to go for it, then initiates, but the bouncing ball might get popped off here. And the rest of the members happen from the backside, using that Blazing Dew to at least fight back. But no, no, not is that happening for them right now. Farsa takes one down, but a double kill for Ogwen. We questioned or we've asked why he is the top damage dealer, but the question is right there. BMI to escape. Eman and Exort. Good thing that RSG still have their wave clear, but it seems like Red is knocking on the door.
How did Ogwen not die, and where did the rest of the damage from Bren Esports come from? They should have just crumbled when Eman went straight for the back line.
And they're going for it with the Lord. 3-man strong, Bravest Fire, Blazing Dew with only answer, but it seems like the rest of the members are locking in, and a sweep is ensued. Bren Esports continues the win streak.
That's their 4th series win in a row. All of them sweeps. Even the Kings of Sea have to fall to Bren Esports.
I can't believe Ogwen dealt the most damage without the Divine Glaive yet. Then he holds on to Divine Glaive. Eventually, it was almost over. Like anybody who comes in front of the box that Bren Esports built, they don't even have a chance to get in. It's like just entering the box meant that they had to go through those mines, those bombs coming up from Ogwen. And of course, Muddles coming out from Super Marco. The damage output is there as well. You can see them. Everybody just poking through. Kaltizi played this so well that he had 0, 0, and 9 as his ending stats. Nats tried his best. You saw his initiation, right?
Yep.
It connected to many members of Bren Esports. But the moment he jumped in from 100 to 20%, just because of the initial single spell burst coming up from the members of Bren Esports, that's how much damage Bren Esports did. My God.
The situation went from worse to worst for RSG Slate, given that Divine Glaive pickup. And yes, there was this sign of life coming in from RSG Slate when they were coming in with the combo, right? It was a pincer maneuver between the Arlott of Nats coming in, just vengeancing around. Folks, that's the name of his dash. It's called Vengeance.
Yeah.
And as well, Eman coming into the back line, BMI into what could be called a perfect blazing duet. It's just, again, I think the situation towards the end of this match, they were just outgunned.
Yeah. As part of the keys to victory, you wanna shut down Ogwen, right? For example, control him. But I guess in back-to-back games, Light was really countered in this game. Particularly in game number 2, you saw how important those timings were for the Time's journey. And in the early stages of the game, we saw how Light struggled. Well, he landed good shots, But the thing is, if you land a shot with your Kufra and the time journey is activated at the perfect timing, you expose yourself too much. You're in enemy territory because of your Tyrant's Revenge. And when you try to pop the Rage, you are now in a very awkward spot where you're doing the animation, you're under fire, and everybody else is not being controlled by you just because of the fact the time journey was there. So, what a amazing last pick from Bren Esports, who used to hate Diggy.
And the flexibility also, not only coming from that Diggy pick, but also Kyle TZ using that Kaja to its fullest potential. I mean, from game number 1, he showed us how to use assassins, but this time around, he also knew how to kind of like find his way through being the utility jungler, being one of the beefiest members of his team. It's really something that we really need to give commendation for him for, but also the positioning of RSG. It wasn't easy for the rest of the members of Bren Esports to just, you know, go ahead and figure things out. This wasn't like game number 1. They've made some certain adjustments to make things work for them, but unfortunately, because of the, you know, inevitable counters that the rest of Bren Esports composition has, it was too late for them to bounce back.
Yeah, one thing that Diggy in the hands of Bren Esports is, as the kids say, cash money, right?
Yep.
And the fact that Bren Esports are thriving now, they have found their flow, they're able to experiment. Again, put the Kaja into the hands of Kyle TZ. It just opens up so much, which allows for lineups like this, wherein it's just a Melissa in the hands of Supermarket that deals damage. It just shows that Bren Esports is a step ahead.
Right.
Where in RSG Slate, Game 2, they were still adjusting and they employed their own brand of Maverick drafting. But Bren Esports, it's just their day. It's just their week. We'll see how far they can go here. But first, I throw over to Mara Aquino on stage. She's got her winners for their interview.
This team loves to sweep their opponent. That's number 4. Congratulations to Bren Esports. Kyle TZ. Kahit anong hero gamitin mo, ang galing mo, ang lupit. Usually assassin ka, pero ngayon nakita ka namin Kaja and Kaja Jungle. What's up with that?
Parang ano po kasi yung Kaja, parang natripan ko po siya gamitin sa mga scrim namin. Kaya yun po, ginamit ko po sa MPL.
So hindi lang pang assassin. Oh, eto naman. Super Mark, anong chika dyan? Sali, anong chika dyan? Okay, summarize mo yung chika nyo.
Malakas daw.
Haircut.
Yung book raw po ni Odin.
Ay, okay. Speaking of the haircut, sige nga, lahat kayo may bagong haircut. Yung pinaka-noticeable, si Ogwen, parang alam mo, parang K-drama ang nakikita ko. Anong tawag sa haircut na yan?
Diggy fade.
Oo nga, guys, look. Diggy ang inspiration. So, Diggy Fade ang tawag.
Apo.
Okay, kanina, nung sinabi ko parang K-drama, meron kang K-drama look na binigay. Kukunin ko yung mic. Okay? Take a look at that camera over there. Iko-close up nila. Gawin mo ulit. Alright. Diggy Fade of Ogwen. Oh! Isa pa, opa. Ang bilis pala nito mauto. Okay, so, congratulations once again. Napapagana mo yung Diggy. Isat, anong reason kung bakit nagbagong haircut kayong lahat?
Ano po? Trip lang po namin.
Sabay-sabay kayo? Sabay-sabay ba itong nangyari?
Opo.
Okay. So, inspiration, Diggy,
Haircut.
walang meaning.
Hindi po, parang ini-impersonate ka naman po talaga si Diggy. Kaya napa-haircut ako ng ganito.
Ayun. Okay. Ano ang sinasabi ni Diggy? Tutut! There you go. Oh, okay. Ito naman. Super Marco. Okay, ang super mahiyain na Super Marco. Kanina, actually, alam mo ba na ikaw yung topic namin? Pinakamahusay na Melissa sa ating liga. Tapos, binigay sa'yo yung Melissa in game number 2. Sa tingin mo ba, pagkakamali nila yon kaya mo sila na sweep?
Hindi po. Chamba lang.
Chamba lang. Okay. Nararamdaman mo ba na ikaw ang pinakamahusay na Melissa player sa Pilipinas ngayon?
Hindi po, nag-try lang po ako kanina.
Nag-try ka lang kanina. And how do you feel about your performance with Melissa?
Okay lang po.
Oh, wow. Okay lang. Chamba lang, nag-try lang. Okay, sige nga. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng supporters nyo? Dahil ngayon, 4 straight sweeps and they're very happy. What can you say about how your team is doing and all that noise that they're making for you? Kailangan more than 3 words. More than 3 words.
Ano pa ulit yung sabihin ko sa nila?
Okay, mensahe mo sa kanila. Tsaka, what can you say about your team's chemistry right now, performance, and they keep cheering for you, especially that you're doing so well?
Ano po, sa team namin, lakas nila. Binubuhat nila ako. Tapos sa mga fans namin, salamat sa mga laging pupunta sa amin, sa venue kahit malayo, ganun. Ayun, pagpatuloy niyo lang.
Okay, one last. One last. Okay, parang K-drama inspired, di ba? Alam ko mahiyaan ka, kukunin ko yung mic. Tingin ka dun sa camera, ikaw naman. Ikaw naman ang gumawa. Ikaw naman ang gumawa. Alam mo, hindi to matatapos hanggang gawin mo eh. Okay, yan. Naka-close up sa'yo. Okay. Yan. Pogi pose. Yeah, opa! Congratulations! Once again, Bren Esports! You may now take your walk. Ayan, ang mahiwagang Digi Fade ni Ogwen. They're making everything work in 5 games. 4 sweeps ang nagawa ng Bren Esports. We're gonna break things down for you and head back to our casters. Pasok.
Tonight, I'm gonna go over to my barber and say, I want a Digi Fade.
Yeah, a Digi Fade. Yeah, I don't know if it fits me though. You think so?
Yeah,
maybe we play like how
Yes.
how they play. Maybe that we deserve it, but until my Digi deals the most damage, despite not having the Divine Glaive. Until then,
We'll keep the look.
We'll keep the look. Yeah,
We won't change it. It's fine.
I love the vibe that Bren Esports is out with right now. Again, 4 series straight sweeps. How'd they do it, especially against RSG Slate Philippines here tonight? Game 2 going to be broken down here by Wolf. Hey, man, it's your turn.
Oh, I don't really have much words for that because I think that it all went down to that last pick, Diggy, which used to be Bren Esports, or particularly Ducky's most hated hero. There was a time in the lore of Mobile Legends when Ducky suggested that this should be deleted. But I guess now he will rethink it because now they use it against RSG. And the way that they did it was also phenomenal. We were already saying that they should be banning the Kufra in their second phase, that it's also one of their designated bans for Bren Esports after their 4th pick. Lapu Lapu, now you know that RSG will eventually pick it up. And they did. But that's because of the fact that they planned it all along. We thought that this Kaja will be a roaming pick, especially when comboed up with the Valentina, but instead Bren Esports put it in the jungle where you can honestly say Kaltizi was great. 0-0 and 9. Then eventually Ogwen picks it up last. All of a sudden, all of RSG's plans to control Bren Esports went down the drain. All of their heroes are dependent on landing the good blows and actually initiating against their opponents. This is the picture that you're looking at. Your screens are not broken. Guys, you are looking at legitimately most damage Diggy. And honestly, I would want to say so many things more about the analysis to that, but this really caught me off guard. We are in an age where a roaming Diggy dealt the most damage in a game. That's the tweet. That's the statement. Well, okay. I'm trying to be sensible here. What happened? All right, let's just say that, yeah, surely it was very gimmicky whatsoever. But in the first few minutes of the game, let's go back to how good Ogwen was and why he is the MVP. Pixel perfect, and when it comes to the timing, he's always baiting RSG into their own bubble. So we saw in some of the moments wherein he will not pop the Time's Journey just because of the fact that the Kufra drops. He waits for the moment so that they can punish afterwards. Great start coming out from RSG. But then again, Bren Esports will fight. And up top, you see Ogwen committing the ultimate. They will stay here for a little while longer, baiting RSG once again into their own zone, and eventually takes care of Light. Then he will reset the turtle after this. I don't know if we'll see it, but then again, here it is. Again, the jump. When Kufra is committed onto the deep parts of Bren Esports, that's when they pop the ultimate. Once again, it will be a good pick coming out from RSG, but they will be punished time and time again because of the time's journey. Look at that, Arlope, and then of course, after the jump once again, you see the bubble, the go-away bubble coming out from Super Marco. The timings that you see from Bren Esports are so crisp that they invite RSG into their own zone and then punish them afterwards. You see Arlot getting pummeled after a decent initiation coming up from the Arlot with a vengeance in the final slash. You see Ogwin survive just because of the fact that there's a lot of upfront damage coming up from Bren Esports through the Digi Bombs, through the damage of Valentina, and of course the models being in there. So many things went in favor of Bren Esports just because of how they drafted in game number 2. Roamers, take care of your gold daners. Guess what? It's not even the thing now for this series, particularly for Bren Esports. That's the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. But gentlemen, what more can we say? The Digi Fade is just so good.
It's literally the hero in all of MLBB's roster that looks like it could not cause harm.
Yes.
That dealt the most damage here.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
The most damage today. We had another Notorious Diggy earlier.
That's right. Stealing 2 Lords, by the way. What's up with the Diggy? What's up? What's wrong with that hero? What's right with that hero?
I'm sold, man. I'm sold. I'm gonna get a Diggy Fade later, but I'm just, incredibly sad that the Diggy Fade worked over Light's phenomenal bouncing ball. That's all I'm gonna say.
What an age.
What
a day to be alive. And
for it to come from Bren Esports, man, Ducky hated that hero.
It's poetic.
It's a new chapter, man. It's a new chapter.
This is just how it is. This is the reality. This is what the Philippine meta looks like. And thank you again for joining us. It's been an awesome day for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports action. I wonder what tomorrow brings. We got one more day of broadcast. And today, we closed up with 3 sweeps. How?
And a Diggy.
And 3 Diggy MVPs at that.
Yeah.
So half of the...
This is the reason why we're at top of the food chain when it comes to like Mobile Legends. We just invent things.
Yeah, there's new discovery.
Is it 2020 all over again? I don't know. On behalf of Wolf and Sona at your service, my name is Leo. Let's throw it over to Marakin on stage to close up the show. Thank you guys for watching.
In today's triple header, we witness what taas ng lakas truly mean. Up first, we bore witness to domination. Nexplay EVOS' gold laner dominated their opponent to help close the series with a sweep. For the second series, TNC Pro finally got their victory. And it's not just any victory. Sweeping their opponent with Biyaheng Tagumpay finally moving forward with the help of Ben Things. Stealing not just 1, but 2 Lord Steals with his Diggy. And not only that, we saw Bren Esports coming on the stage with their swag and Kyle Teasy's perfect KDA helping his team secure their 4th straight win. Bukas, meron pa tayong back-to-back games just for you to close our Week 3. So I'll be seeing you tomorrow. I'd like to also thank John Joseph Laida for this beautiful outfit, MPL fan and designer. Muli, I'm Mara Aquino. Lagi nagpapaalala, sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow. The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.